Futures back to flat here, holding on to positive territory as we await the March CPI, the big event coming up in about 5 minutes here. For the day, we'll get a look at the year-over-year number. We'll get a look at the month-over-month number. Decent size, as we were saying yesterday, a decent size expectation move to the downside. If you go back to last month, I'll show you here. The year-over-year on the core number, 5.6 versus 5.5 last month. But if you go down to CPI year over year, we're expecting 5.1% versus that 6 print that we got last time. Month over month on both, we're expecting a slight uptick, 0.4 on the core number, 0.2 to the upside on the month over month number. So that's going to be the big event of the day. And then we do get a number of speakers coming through this morning as well. Fed's barking coming up at 9 a.m. And then we'll get actually a Bank of Canada interest rate decision at 10 o'clock. At 12 then, Fed's daily will take to the mic as we typically get following an inflation print like this, a whole bunch of Fed talk to come. So big morning ahead, a lot to discuss here this morning as we head towards 8:30. Sharif with me as always, as we were saying yesterday, going to be a big market day overall, but as we were saying, this forecast anyway is pretty aggressive here.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about that yesterday a lot. Month over month change, 0.2 to the downside. They're looking month over month. Last time was 0.4. Again, like I said yesterday, I'm going to be looking at the core of this. I want to see where the inflation is still sticky. Is it still in food? Is it still in services? Where it's distributed, Brendo?
Yeah, it's about 4 minutes away. Market basically flat, as we said, 0.02 right now for the NASDAQ, 0.11 for the S&P 500. Sean is back in the building after an extended long weekend. Always great to have Sean back with us on a huge day for the market, guys. What are we looking at? What are we thinking? What are we feeling here heading towards 8:30?
Well, it's great. You got your mic going on there. Okay, my mic's on. I thought normally on the way back, my mic should be the one that's the problem.
I forgot to bite
for
that
the first time, and I have a frog in my throat again.
It's a good sign, though.
Yeah, welcome to the show, man. 2 minutes to go until CPI comes through. We're going to be watching out for the TQQ. I'm going to be looking at that 5.1 number and just trade the headline. It's never a really super smart move to trade the very first move that you see here in the market. But hey, if it comes a lot hotter than expected, like higher than 5.1, then we're going to be in a little bit of trouble here moving forward. So let's hope to see that inflation and CPI can get under control here as we're ready to rock and roll, man. Anything under 5, I think the market takes off. So yeah. I've hands ready, keys ready to go here as the market's just moving around a little bit. Now down 0.4. So it's just making a nice move right now to the downside as we get ready for preparation of this number, man. It's 8:20, 8:40 right now. A minute 20 to go and we're ready to rock and roll.
Yeah, look, the other thing, too, is like if it comes hot, I think we understand that you could have an initial flush, but it doesn't necessarily, it might not tell us anything in regards to what happens to next month. And we'll probably get into that a bit more into detail when we focus on the bigger picture. But the first initial trade, you don't have to go absolutely ham. If you're uncomfortable with it, sometimes catching that first move, if you're not quick, can be tricky. I am watching at least one equity name right now. That's just because coin's at that 70 level. You know you could see a bit of a rally in Bitcoin if this one were to come light. If it beats expectations and it's under 5, I think everyone's going to be excited. Watch out for that core number. Obviously, that's going to be a little bit more hot. That could sway the market as well. I have the Qs up, which are already falling a little bit going into this number. I wouldn't read too much of anything into that just now. I do think I'm more prepared for an initial break up than chasing a move to the downside. That's just my gut. But let's go back to Brendan, a number in about 15 seconds.
Yeah, 15 seconds to go. Shout out to our friends over at Financial Juice, Tony Knack, and everyone there bringing you the data here this morning. Top left corner. Again, 5.1 on the overall number expected here versus 6 last month. Slight uptick expected on the month over month. 5%, so better than expected there. Lower, guys, 5% versus 5.1. Month over month in line, 0.4 versus 0.4. 0.1 versus 0.2 on the core. So right across the board, outside of the core month over month number, in line with expectations, guys.
Yeah, okay, so 5, yeah, just looking, you'll get it to us as we go, but you see 5 versus 5-1. I just went long on the
What was the
TQQs
core?
here. Went long a little bit late on this, but let's just take something out here if we can on the TQQs. Keyboard going. So, all right, here we go. Yeah, nice move to the upside here. I don't think we're breaking through any sort of major areas or anything. 29 is where we had yesterday, 28, 29 for the Qs. You're going to see right now the NASDAQ is up 0.75 and starting to rip. We're already long and already cashing in right now, so it's already a bang-up kind of day for us here. Back in the saddle, instantly 1 for 1 here as we take the long in this market. There it is. Nice move to the upside. Let's see how far we can continue. I mean, this is exactly what we wanted, right? You want this movement to the upside. If you're long, you want a better number. And there it goes. Wow, here we go. Let's go. Awesome. It's an awesome one right now. And as this market continues to go, we come back, we bring the energy, and here it is. It's a nice move up. Did you? Yeah, both.
Yeah, I got the break of yesterday's high essentially at the open on the Qs at that 318 level. Oddly enough, got a 96 price, which shouldn't have made any sense, but we're kind of reversing a little bit here. We're slowing down. I want to get that core out there because the core was as expected, I want to say. We're probably going to start digesting what's going on so you get that snapback. Can you hold some of those previous highs? So I like that 18 level. I did try to snag coins. The problem with trading equity is there's not a lot of liquidity. I did try to grab coin through 71. No chance, man. That got up to 72 right quick. Even AMC is moving to the upside, but the big story, obviously, closer to expected, but just even a slight beat on an aggressive number has the market moving up. Watch out for that second move. The little rubber band action, if you do not hold the breakout, do not get caught getting aggressive buying those dips. But if we continue this move, I think the market has room. One of the other things to remember is we sold off pretty heavily in the afternoon. That could help out this move.
Yep, good one here. I'm getting extended out, man. We're already out of already. We're only out of 25%, but it's a nice move to the upside here, and we're continuing to go. You can look at names like Apple. Thanks everybody in the chat. What's up, Sailor Moon and everybody like that? Yeah, we're not going to miss a beat. We've been doing this for long enough that we're going to try to bring as much energy and as much trades as we can. I like Google too, 107. Looking to take out some of those levels right here. Whoopsies, as well. Same chart issues, but right there, 107. Looking to take that level out. This could continue to go. I'm just going to sit here though. I think it's a little foolish to get out of anything right now. Spot gold also jumping. We tweeted out those levels while I was gone as well, breaking 2100. We'll check those out. Oil right now on the day spiking as well. Oil up huge right now. We can check out what BTC is doing. Is that
huge? Well, not
is that
huge.
flying around? 20. Well, obviously we know we broke 30. So let me just update this
300 points up.
chart. 300 points up. Okay, so that's a nice little 1%. If there it is,
yeah.
Look at this, man. Huge move up. 3,400, 30,400 move for Bitcoin, taking out that little level right there that we had yesterday as well of 30,500. Nice move upside for Bitcoin as well. So, yeah, man, we're rocking and rolling. It's nice that we're both long here as this market looks to continue its extension. Yes, sir. Let's go. Let's take another one out at 74 right there. Let's go ring the registers on this one as it's a good day. I saw Fahad yesterday do something like this.
He did.
Bang!
Just don't
like
break
it.
it,
Let's
baby.
go,
But we're definitely seeing some home runs. I love the AMC one as well because, as I said, even AMC is trying to go. But you got to be looking at tech right now. And remember from yesterday in the afternoon, we're talking about Upstart, already up 3%. This is a name I want to be in. If we hold this move to the upside, then I want an upside move in Upstart, which has been breaking out. And shout out to the chat in the afternoon for putting us onto this one. A little bit tricky. You wanted to trade the if you want to trade the equities, fair enough. But getting into the indexes is just a little bit easier to trade right now. That's why Sean's in the TQQ. I'm in the Q. Tesla through 190 as well. Big move in Tesla, 2.5% already leading things. Shoot, I missed Tesla.
All right, want to go back to Brendo?
All right, quick look here, guys, at the Fed funds tool coming off of this number. Not much of a change, actually a little bit of an uptick right now, 73.2% versus 26.8. Going out to May, and that's in favor of a quarter-point hike here, even with this latest data that we get here this morning. Again, if you're just joining a little bit late, in line on the core CPI year-over-year number, 5.6, 5.6. The month-over-month in line as well, 0.4, 0.4. But this number right here, 5%. On the main number versus 5.1 expected. And remember, last time we got a 6 print on this number, so a full percent to the downside was inflation over the past month, going from February to March. 0.1 versus 0.2 on the main number as well in the month over month. So I mean, we were saying, this is an aggressive forecast, but here we are. Once
Yeah.
we start going in that direction, this is going to come off pretty quick.
Yeah, it's quite deflationary, and yields are reacting to it quite aggressively. The 2-year, the 10-year, all down, as well as the 30-year. The Dixie is down as well, the dollar index. So everything responding as expected, given the number. But I was listening to an interesting podcast today, which said, we're maybe at that point where bad news is bad news, and that's good for the market. Good news is good news, and that's good for the market. We're back to kind of maybe how things used to be, Brenda.
Yeah, it seemed to kind of depend on the day and the mood almost of the overall market over the past couple of weeks. But as you're saying, this definitely indicating that. Here is the DXY currently right now, 102.1. So a little bit of a downtick. We are rebounding slightly. We've been working into this support area. If you go all the way back to the summer of last year was the last time we were here, and then tagged out there in February. So bouncing off 102 once again, it would appear, for the dollar. But I mean, we heard Frank Caberna yesterday, guys, talking a little bit about how the inline print, or better than expected print, could put more focus then on what's to come this afternoon. Remember, we got Fed minutes coming up at 2 o'clock this afternoon, which is obviously a look back, but it'll be interesting to see what they were thinking last month with the meeting.
Yeah, it's true. That's why I didn't know today was going to be a big harbinger for changes for next month. It's a good opportunity for the longs in right now, obviously, but I'm not even sure how much the Fed funds rate predictor is going to move today on that. So maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I think I saw it went from 73% to 60% for that quarter point next month. We'll see if that's going to end up being the case. Just because we're in the queues, and I know everyone's looking at individual names out there, I know we want to try to cover them. And remember, Amazon in the afternoon was super strong. Yesterday, Amazon broke. Look at the breakout off 100 this morning. I was trying to grab Coinbase 7050, but the break off 100 just gorgeous on Amazon. This looks fantastic, and it hasn't broken through resistance for the last couple of days. 102.50 is going to be a nice one. If this gets through that, I think Amazon can be poised to run a little bit. This chart has a couple of wicks on that chart from split adjusted prices, but it's bouncing off the 50 nicely. It's got room to 104.5 today. So any dips, if this move gets reversed, Amazon 100 is definitely in play. If it continues through, that 102 half break gives you another $2 to the upside. So I saw in the chat, a couple of people liked that Amazon long. It was a great one in the afternoon yesterday. I think you want to look for that on strength today here. Only up 1.5%. I was talking Tesla up more. But definitely leading some of the big cap. Microsoft's up 1%, so Amazon's strong relative to them as well. I do like some individual names out there. But again, catching breaks. On a 70-50 break of Coinbase, I tried to bid 70.77. So I crossed almost 30 full cents. No fill to be had, and that's already at 72.
Yeah, the only name that I was looking for, what's up, everybody? Yeah, we're still on the NASDAQ, and we're now out of about 70%. As we got it up here into the 80s, like I said, we just sort of, here's the 15-minute, or this is a 20-minute chart. You just got back to sort of yesterday's high, right, where we were before we crashed in. Yesterday, the S&P 500 is at 4170 right now. So I think some of those levels yesterday, 4150. We'll have to wait to see Arun come through. I don't know if he was making any trades or anything yesterday, but that, coming right up there into the NASDAQ levels right here, 2750, 2760. So yeah, good outs for me right there on this name, as now you're starting to fall back in on the NASDAQ. So it's pretty good. We still want to hold this for as much as we can today. This is probably going to be an up. We could see 2%, even a little bit more than that today on the NASDAQ. Obviously, if this continues, we've seen huge moves continue in this realm before. I'm looking at Google right now. I mean, I like this on a 20-minute chart of this 107 break as well. We got up there yesterday before falling back. So today with good news, 107 comes all the way back. 106, 106.50, 107, 107. So this is the name that I like for a breakout. We'll play some dips as well. But I think right now it's not really worth doing anything except for looking for longs. If it does pull back, that's where you might want to get into there. But the number's good, man. 5 versus 5.1. It's kind of what you want, man. Month over month, March, actual 0.1 versus 0.4, previous estimate 0.2.
Yeah,
so 0.2 versus 0.1, ready to go. I would love a coffee, sure. How's it going, Randy? Maple Leafs, Tampa Bay, first round, Randy. I was about to drop all my money on the Maple Leafs, but it's minus 150. They're very, very heavy favorites against the Tampa Bay Lightning. I think they're going to do it this year as well. Ryan O'Reilly back, Jake McCabe. We got some nice defensive pieces. Samsonov hopefully doing it as well. As we don't miss a beat, man. We could talk basketball, baseball, hockey.
Big night for the Raptors
markets,
tonight.
Whatever you want. Yeah, the Raptors tonight hopefully can pull that through, as Miami Heat did not able to pull it through last night on their home court against Atlanta. So they wait for the loser or whatever, or the winner of this game here tonight against the Bulls. And we're a return of DeMar DeRozan.
It's interesting
back
that,
to Toronto.
Yeah, we get DeRozan, and then we face Kyle Lowry potentially for the honor of losing to Giannis.
But,
so it
but
could
Kyle
be
Lowry
fun.
doesn't even.
He dropped 33 last
Did
night.
he? Because I was gonna say, because when I went to the game, the guy didn't even start.
So Kyle Lowry actually had his high. He was his high
Okay.
game of the year. So, but I mean, they lost, so who cares? It doesn't really matter.
Raptors
really.
can beat the Heat, though.
Yeah, no. The Raptors are going. I think the Raptors are going to end up losing to the Bucks in 5. Like
That'd be
that's
nice. I hope we can
think
make the playoffs anyways. But all right, let's go, guys. What's up, Brian James? What's up, Chill Vibes? Everybody, Ram, everybody there in the chat as we continue to watch this market. It's still the NASDAQ trying to go a little bit. Now back upside, up now 1% and trying to retrace back up. So we've got a couple decent trades on board right now. I didn't make a sticky note. I just, all these levels. I'll write some names on that I'm looking at right now, including that Google 107 level. Amazon, obviously back to 100 if it can get there. But right now we're starting to create some new levels. So we'll work on a new sticky note and get that out to you. But some names moving around. Obviously, we had that Tilray news yesterday as well with Hexo. That should be interesting to look at today as we just continue, man. The S&P is still 4170 and not moving around too much here. So, all right, nice move though. Up 0.8 for the S&P and 1 now for the NASDAQ.
Yeah, what a difference a day makes. What a difference a couple of days make here. It was, if you remember, the NASDAQ showing a little bit of relative weakness over the past week or so. Not the case here following this data. Here's a couple other names of note. This morning we had a positive note yesterday from Needham on Shopify. It's JMP Securities this morning with an upgrade on Shopify. 4% here for Shop, trying to test that 47.48 area on a daily chart. If you go out here, it's a little bit more significant for, that's actually Rumble, not Shopify. I was watching Rumble there. There was a headline suggesting the first GOP primary debate is going to be streamed exclusively on Rumble, but no volume whatsoever for RUM. This as well, AAL, one to the downside this morning after revised guidance coming into the downside for American.
Yeah, with respect to the Shop headline, the JMP analyst saying that he liked the business model in general. However, they saw two areas where there's room for improvement. First of all, there has to be a bit more cost structure cutting, and secondly, they did acknowledge that there may be second quarter 2023 headwinds. With respect to AAL, though, it is moving to the downside as they reported lesser than expected first quarter revenues of 12.19 billion as opposed to 12.23.
It's worth noting, guys, 0.83 right now for crude oil as well. Pretty big pop on this inflation data. Yeah, there's the chart of AAL. Huge flush on that initial release. Again, revised guidance downside. I imagine there's some higher cost warning in there as well. But one showing definite weakness here, but overall, a lot to look at as far as positive so far.
Yeah, so a couple of things. I trailed out of my cues. I'm looking at some equities that I want to get into on any kind of a dip or even a breakout. Like if we break back out and take out the top, thank you very much, Randy. Going to need a few of those today. For the coffee refill, it's going to be one of those days. It's going to be active. You know it's CPI. We're going to get those minutes. So you know it's going to be a lot out there. And there's so many levels that got put into play with this upward move that you want to be able to respect. Look, if we got those bids and you had those levels that you like for dip buys, I had a few that I really would have loved. You're probably not going to see any of those today. So you're looking at the upward bound and reassessing here. So I'm looking for some dips at some new prices. Talk about Amazon a little bit. As far as AAL goes, when I was looking at this, we always talk about the airlines and don't often trade them. And I think one of the problems with this is you only want to get them when they're giving you a break. And this is not to say that AAL can't make a big move today, but look at where we are on the daily chart in particular. Like, look, we get up to $15. Wake me up. If we get underneath 13.50, fair enough. I guess you could scalp trade in here, but this is not the kind of day where I'm looking for symbols that are inside a range on the daily, and let's just play inside of that range, unless it's like a big cap tech name. This is the day that should provide us with stocks that are breaking out or trending in direction, stocks that have, like, that's why I was bringing up Upstart, right? Like, that's the big difference. And there's nothing against, look, I'm not here to dog AAL or anything, but Upstart up like 9 out of the last 10 days, breaking the 50 period, make another move upside. If growth is going to be good on a day like today with this print, then a name like that just gets a little bit more interesting to look for a long. It'd probably pull up like a few other growth type names. This is just the one we're talking about in the chat in the afternoon. So, I'd probably stick to some of these over in AAL. If there's a boring name I trade today, it might be Ford, of all things, because we just saw Randy. But yeah, AAL is going to be a bit of a pass for me. I guess if it breaks upside 15, which I don't see happening, or breaks 13.5 to the downside, maybe set an alert for that if it happens.
What's up? Yeah, I was just looking at the travel sector here a little bit and thinking to myself, this is a name that I hadn't been in yet and was thinking about getting in at some point, but I do like this Airbnb. I mean, Airbnb the last couple of days, nicely up. It's bouncing off its 50-period rate there, and we've sort of stopped around here at this 108 level. I still think this is a good trade if you can get it back here to 110 or so for Airbnb, but that could be something that you want to look at there as I see the QR codes in the way. 110 right there. So this is the kind of level that I was thinking about for Airbnb to check back at. It didn't happen today. Obviously, you're up to 115, but I think this could be a good one in the travel sector. We keep talking about Airbnb and how they've just gotten more and more popular. So whether or not you're staying at Marriott or another hotel, I think Airbnbs obviously are there to eat a little bit of their lunch. So I think that's something to look at as well. And I want to check out just quickly here to see what DraftKings is doing, up to 19 and change, trying to move as well right now. DraftKings has had a pretty strong day the last 4 or 5 days as well. And these are a lot of these names just trying to bounce off some of the 50 periods here. So, this is another name that I like to look at when we get near this $20 mark. Another level that could get taken out today. I don't know about today. That seems like a little bit of an aggressive move to get there. But yeah, $20 looking pretty good here for DraftKings. And you guys remember, I called this down here at $11. I said this could be the buy that we're all going to be wind up missing down here for DraftKings at $11. So if you took some of that advice, you're almost at a double up here. And there's been other names that have been more than that. Neil had the Upstart there. We talked about Affirm, some of these other more aggressive names. But I actually like the business model with DraftKings. I mean, gambling, So right there, you're finally allowed to run your own gambling business by owning some DraftKings. And it's a nice move right there back up to the upside with football coming through, Major League Baseball now on. I mean, I like DraftKings. We saw the Masters this last weekend, which was wonderful to see that go down. That was what a leaderboard there.
Did you end up hedging?
No, I had Kepka. I didn't have a big huge
okay.
bet, but I had like $20 on Kepka. But
Yeah,
that guy really fell apart there at the end.
Yeah, he choked a little bit.
On that one. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. I really love watching the Masters there with the family for Easter and everything. So that was a lot of fun. But yeah, anyways, DraftKings, I really like that one. And I like Airbnb if we're going to try to pick some names out.
Yeah, how about Phil Mickelson on Sunday as well? What a round. 65 in the final round. Pretty impressive. First segment of the show, as always, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Promo code bottom of the screen right now. Get you 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader. AMC, another one that's had, 3 days in a row? Yeah, 3 days in a row to the upside here. Gapping higher, 2.7. I guess it's actually more than that if you want to count that gap downside as well that we had going back to last week. They disclosed this 9.1% stake in this company yesterday. So National Scene Media, which is NCMI, I think it's like 20 or 30 cents. They come out this morning and say, yeah, they're filing for bankruptcy protection. But I mean, it's not a huge position, obviously, for them still. Nice look, actually, on the daily chart here for AMC over the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, I have not had a chance to trade this one during the midday show, but maybe I'll keep my eye on it today. I find this deal quite interesting that there's bankruptcy proceedings the next day after a large edition is disclosed. I wonder if this has something to do maybe with the bankruptcy protection laws that come into place afterwards. So we shall see.
As we've seen with bankrupt stocks, here's the NCMI right now. Up a mere 80% on the day on heavy volume here. As I said, 20, 30 cent stock, but 80% almost upside here for NCMI, guys.
Of course. Look, AMC yesterday was, I would say, a gigantic disappointment because that 550 break that, I mean, look, here's a daily chart. The 550 was setting up to be a monster break. It was 50 period previously. We had that March high, double top, because you had to factor in that, previous day, you failed just underneath it. It looked like everything was going to be lined up. It had a dip early, so it kind of got there and didn't make the break. Then you get double top action in the afternoon, like right in the middle of the day. A lot of times, that's exactly when you get a bit of a squeeze. It broke. You took the 50 long. It took the 50 long. It went to 62. And that was it. And then it kind of dipped back in. It gave you again the 62. I can go to the 3-minute here so you can get a better look at it. Yeah, it kind of gave you the dip and the reload and went back to the high, another 10-cent move, and then flushed. It's still above that price. I guess it's still set up for the break. Maybe I'll probably go for 550 if they're in front if we can get it again and see if this is the day we're going to 6. I'm a little skeptical of it, and that was a huge disappointment. Sometimes you line it up, you're like, this is the trade I want, and that's the one you take, and it just doesn't fall through. It doesn't lose, but it didn't really follow through. I slapped a fail on it yesterday, even though it was a positive stock, because paid too much attention to something that never really gave you a home run. Instead, it was like a bunt single on AMC yesterday. Hopefully we get a little bit better. I still like the breakout on the daily chart. It's a pure technical thing, obviously, at this point. We're not really talking fundamentals here with AMC. So not a ton of volume. It didn't even break the high of the day on this big move up to the upside in the overall market. So I'd say still a little bit of a disappointment on AMC. I'll probably go for the dip buy at the open, though, just to give it one more crack.
Yeah, you know what? Yesterday, Carvana. So CarMax yesterday wasn't even that bad. I was looking at Carvana and CarMax yesterday. CarMax was up, what, 8 or 9%. And Carvana might not be dead after all right there. Just because Brandon talked about bankrupt companies. We talked about Carvana getting that death kiss right there. It's going to be hard. Now you can't see it at all. But right there, that Surge Trader promo. Shout out to Surge Trader, I guess. But right there, that little death candle from Morgan. We went from $7 down to $4 or $3.50 when they slapped a $1 price target on that. Thanks a lot, Morgan Stanley, for that one. Hovered around $3 or $4 for a bit. Then we popped all the way to 15, 16 on, of course, short interest. Let's just check out what Carvana is right now. CVNA. What time is it, by the way? It's only 8:52. Yeah, okay, that's good. CVNA. So we'll check out this. So now it's a little bit better. It's only 54%. It was up in the 70s and 80s before for Carvana. So you're seeing right there 54% short. This is a name that, again, has another chance to pop upside right now. So this is what the daily chart looks like for Carvana. You're up another 5.5%, 6%. Don't count that short float out, man. It's a nice move up. Like I said, CarMax yesterday was bumping. You can see what they did yesterday on that same news. Nice move up there with a nice report. We'll see. Are used cars dead? I think used cars are coming back down a little bit here in price. And as we work through the supply chain for new cars, we could talk to maybe Sharif about this. I don't know what his used car story was all about, but I know he was shopping for them. And, you'll be able to find out that there's a little bit more product out there, I think, right now than there was maybe months ago. So that should, give a little bit of help here to some of these used car dealers and some car buying experiences and whatnot. But look at Carvana, nicely done over the last couple of days. $8, $9 up to $10, $11. I think we get to $11 probably maybe today. I don't know about a potential squeeze, but you're already up 6.5. Look at this move off that number, 9.8 up to 10.3. The market's not even open yet, and only 300,000 shares. So let's see what happens with Carvana. I like this one if we're going to go to struggling names today.
I mean, your experience has been one of it doesn't matter at this point. It's here's the price. Where's your Visa?
Absolutely. Yeah, no. They look. I've been going to a lot of dealerships lately, and basically it's just like, hey, we have 2, 3 other people that are interested in this car. In fact, when I went and test drove a car on Saturday with my pops, I had to bring it back quite quickly because there was another family there waiting to test drive it as well. So my experiences have been a little bit different than what maybe the market suggests.
And that's used car inventory, still very, very low as well. Here comes a few analyst moves for you this morning. Notable names on this board as always. We were talking about this yesterday as well. KMX, decent move to the upside. There's Shopify 2 days in a row with positive moves for Shopify, JMP Securities with the upgrade today. GE on here, Carrier, LMT 2 days in a row downside for Lockheed Martin, Abercrombie, Devon, and Dish.
Yeah, Shopify's been getting a little bit of love lately, and it's now back above the 50. This is, look, I like Upstart a little bit better, but that's why I keep talking about it. And this gets a little more interesting when we break 48. But anytime you're getting back above the 50 and you have a trend to the upside on the daily, to me that signals look for longs. You also get the catalyst today. Obviously, have a nice little print there on the CPI. So here's 46.20 on Shopify. I only really know that because I looked at it the other day and said, hey, this gets pretty spicy if it gets above 46.20. You're gapping above it right now. But if we come back in, that looks like a pretty decent setup. You've got room to 48. So you're looking at like $1 to $1.50 worth of room. I don't know that it's necessarily dead unless it's back under 45.60. So you're talking 60 cents worth of risk. So you got to price it pretty. You can't price it too aggressively, let's just say. So at the open, there's probably better dip buys. Like I think I'm going to like Amazon a little bit better if we're just talking about like a related type of retail name. So I'm going to go Amazon first on any kind of a dip that's anywhere close to that 100 as opposed to Shopify. But I couldn't argue with this one either. And I was just looking at that NCMI. There's another stock I keep mixing this one up with. But NCMI here, look, at the end of the day, I'm going to pay for some locates on this. I always look to bag holding levels on penny stocks and then the 50 cent mark. It's pretty darn close to the 50 cent mark, and then 65 to 70 would be a pretty decent target zone. Just keep in mind, this is in the early stages of a move. Like, it's kind of a secondary move here. I do think it has room to get to that 50 cent mark. If it does, the longs I'd look for are a lot closer to the 30 level, where you had an absolute ton of support between 25 and 30. So that's kind of too far away from here. It has to put in a big gap fail. So my first thought is pay for locates. If it pops up to 50, look for a short. If there is a consolidation right where it broke out, I think that's unlikely, but that's the only place I'd be buying it. I don't like the notion of buying it up in this middle of nowhere range. So my 2 cents on NCMI today. It'll be on my list of stocks to watch, though, just given how decent the volume is. At 9 o'clock, we're already crossing the 20 million mark.
Yeah, I like Shopify. I think you want to take advantage of the upgrade and probably short it into that 48 level. We've come up here a couple of times over the last week or so, and both times hit it back down. I mean, that high has really been 48.50 or so. So I think you can. I'm going to try to go short. You're already up 5% here on Shopify. Can it continue to run? Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about that upgrade other than I'm just looking at the chart here and where we are with Shopify right now, and coming up to $48. I know it's sort of a fledgling business. It's not the greatest anymore. I mean, it was great during the pandemic. We'll see they've already split it off once, I think, not a couple times, once. So it's nice to see it down here now, $40-50 again. Obviously, this is split adjusted, but we're going to wait to see what happens at 48. I'm waiting here for a quick short, and we'll test it. If it breaks 48, we can get out and we don't have to worry about it. But I'm going to go short against that level. And if you're going to be really, really specific about it, I mean, that's like 48.40, 48.50. But I just feel like if you're going to bump up another couple percent, this is an area that I don't mind shorting. I'm not sure this market wants to continue to go higher. It's really holding this 13,150 area. So if we can continue to hold that and not retest back down here to 13.1, that'd be great. So there's a few shorts that I like here. Shopify just setting up. It wouldn't have been on my radar unless Brendan I just saw that. So kind of a new name that I'm adding here. I'm adding a couple names to the sticky note as we go. So it'll be out very, very soon. I just didn't want to do anything pre this number. So it'll be just a couple of names with a couple of different levels. And we are still on the TQQ right now. Like I said, we've already gotten out of more of this. Now we only have 30% left. As we've gotten some out, we did take the VWAP at 50 there, so we got out of that. It's just bouncing around 60 right now. So we're long the market right here. We didn't take it off the very bottom, which we Could have. We let it sort of go up, read the number, make sure it was right, and get in first. And then I liked it again, so we got in again. So right now, our real long on this one was 20s. Then we average it into 30. So that's why you're seeing a 31 print right now for TQQ. You know, we didn't talk about banks yet. Banks working out well now, up to 129.50. So JP Morgan trying to hold forward here with a nice little move to the upside. FRC, I mean, we could check out some of these banks. 14, not much happening here. WFC, is that back to 39? Yeah, so there it is, breaking through 39, I guess, while I was gone. But really just today, a nice move above 39. I like a 39. Wow, that's 5 straight days to the upside. I've really liked the 39 break, so we'll probably defend this long as well. So yeah, man, we're getting ready to rock and roll here. Should be a good day. It's only 9 o'clock now, so we do have Arun coming up with the futures. We'll see if this sort of move created any more action in his portfolio, or if he's got a position on, or what he's looking at. But for right now, a few names bouncing off, and we've got some good trades hopefully lining up.
It's crazy, I know. Just quickly, guys, Warren Buffett still on CNBC, it would appear. He was talking about this one, TSM. I mean, it popped up with the market anyways, but apparently Berkshire, he was confirming the fact that Berkshire was not only invested, but planning to get more of Taiwan Semi. So keep an eye on that right now. Not a lot of volume behind that move, but the overall market obviously moving with it. Let's bring in Arun, get a check of the overall market here as we head towards 9 o'clock. Going to be important to understand what to look at after this move. Already pretty impressive here for the futures.
It's impressive. I mean, CPI has been, it's not as impressive as it was last year, right? We saw 100 point, 150 point moves off of this specific number. It's still a big move. We've gotten past some key areas here, specifically that 55 that's been in play that we were working with as a high point yesterday and the last couple of days, actually. And then I had that offshoot level up at 75 as well. That's kind of been breached a little bit, barely, but it's still up there. I think we can move that one up to 80. I think what really is going to set the tone for how this market's going to play this number at this point is going to be on this way back down towards 60. Keep in mind, 55 to 50, 50 to 55 has been a resistance area on the way up. So now that we're sitting at 60 after having gone all the way up to 75, on this pullback, if we can find a support somewhere between 50 and 60, I think the long is still valid. If we start losing 50, you got to consider the idea of possible fails. We are looking at major levels in terms of the weekly levels going back to last year, somewhere between where we've kind of failed right now, which is 41.75, all the way up to 42.20. That's a major zone that needs to be taken out on the bigger chart and the bigger time frame. So on a pullback like this, there could be a potential to catch a bid if we get a setup south of 60, between 50 and 60. Flip side is, if we fail, you got to prep the shorts ready, and this would get a lot of people offside if we end up possibly below. I'm thinking if we get below 45, it could open up that 35 low that we kind of put in just before that number. And then if we take that 35 out, we can probably take it down to 25 or so. So for now, I'm just waiting to see how this market's going to handle this 50 to 60 area. If there's enough support there, we should be able to catch a bid. If we do catch a bid, longs are still on the table. I mean, the bias is still long until that 45 gets taken out. But at the same time, it doesn't look that pretty right now. So I would just wait. And sometimes these numbers, they get reversed after the open too. So I'm going to wait for the open, see how we handle between 50 and 60. And then we'll go from there if there's still a long there that makes sense to take against that 45.
Wouldn't be the first time we see that reversal come in after the open. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you scan that QR code, go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, grab the watch list. Absolutely free every single day from us, everything you need to know on that. Before we come on at 8:30, let's get into it because there's a lot to talk about here. Tesla going to be first off. We talked about the North American price cuts coming in yesterday. Now, this morning we wake up to the same in some Model 3 and Model Y variants in Hong Kong. So I believe it's the third Chinese price cut this year for Tesla coming out of China. And then this was kind of interesting as well. U.S. regulators saying 56% of vehicles, or they proposing a 56% vehicle emission cut by 2032. So putting more kind of momentum behind what we already know.
Yeah, I mean, this 14% cut, in the Model 3 performance in Hong Kong. I mean, what kind of margins are they making? We were talking off camera about that. Obviously, you know, they kept that artificially inflated for long because they had pretty much dominance on the market. But to talk about this EPA regulation change, Brendo, it's going to require a 13% reduction annually on average to meet that goal. So that's a tall tale.
And puts more headwind, probably, or tailwind, I guess I should say, behind Tesla selling more vehicles. We talked a little bit about on Monday, if you remember, that 18 to 20%. I think it was JP Morgan that came out and was mentioning they're now expecting 18% margins for Q1 for Tesla. I'll double check who it was, but I think it was JP Morgan. When the company's still around that 20% mark. So still tons of room, obviously, to go. But the market pulling back here, guys. Tesla, definitely not so far, showing all kinds of strength.
Yeah, look, Tesla's actually holding well above, not well above 190, but it's holding out well above that 190 level after making the break. I mean, everything broke to the upside, right? So you're through that yesterday's highs, kind of like the Qs did, but you're holding the top end of the range. 190 is going to be that line in the sand for me. When you have a wipeout bottom like it did, I mean, look, V-shaped recovery 2 days ago to start out the week, and then you basically held support at 185, 186. I'd have liked the longs in front of that level, like I said. Oh yeah, that daily chart issue. Would have liked the longs in front of that level if we could have got them, but now you're breaking out and you have to reassess. So at the open, if we hold 190, I think you've got some room into the mid-90s here. If you break back down, not trading in the middle, I go right back into that support at 186. Just one other thing, I know there's some opportunities in both directions that I want to play, so I just wanted to get quickly because we're right here right now on Micron. On the daily, and hopefully this one works out, on the daily, this has been that top on Micron, that 64 to 64.5. It just barely breached it pre-market on the number. So if we hold this, I am looking for a fade off of the highs. As a matter of fact, I might just get into it right now, take my chance in getting into it. I usually like to get bigger. Like, we'll take probably more aggressive positions on a stock like this at the open because it'll do more volume. Micron not always a volume leader in the overall market, so especially in the pre-market. But I just grabbed the 40s. The new out is the high of the day, which sits at 70, but this has been a monster level on Micron, so I wanted to grab that short. As far as Tesla goes, you know, if we do hold a 190, I think you just want longs above it off the open, and if it fills in the gap, then that 186, I mean, it's just a great level on Tesla, and there it is again. I just wanted to show my Micron fill short, but yeah, that 186 level, 185, 185 half, I think the longs down there would be gold if we have any chance of seeing them today. Got to work off the 190 this early.
Look, Tesla just keeps on doing, you know, what gave them that initial bump up, which was the cuts, right? I mean, 14%. I don't know how any of these companies are even going to compete with them. Now they're chopping the price in China. I don't know if that does, you know, lend to believe maybe a little bit weaker demand or something like that. Again, our charts aren't split adjusted, so we'll have to do like that. But right down here, 190, I mean, that's pretty key. It's just been hovering in the middle. I don't actually think there's much of a trade here. I mean, obviously, I would not. I'm just writing the sticky note right now. I'm not going to go short anything until, I mean, Neil found one that's at a key level, and I just don't think right now Tesla's at that key level to do it. But look at this. Ever since we bumped up here on this number, we've been really holding this 190. So I'm going to try to be patient with Tesla, but if we rip up to like 192, 193, which I could see happen here into this area, that's 192, 193, could get there real early, then you fall back into this 190 area. That's kind of the recipe for the success on the long for me. Not to take it now, but to take it if we get up here to 193, 194, which I feel like we're going to get there. I mean, it's 191 right now. It's only 907. So if we can get up to this 190, 150 area, break that, then we see this 194, which is right into here, then I'm going to play a move if we can come back into 190 and base out again, because it's looking real strong right here. It's just, does that mean that we can't fall back down? No, of course not. With Tesla going upside, can easily fall down if this market doesn't hold. So I would be a little nervous about taking the 190 off the jump, but I do think that a nice move up, then a retracement back into this cushion. Right now, that's all that it is. It looks like a nice little cozy little bed right there. By the way, Sleep Country buying Casper. I saw that the other day, but there's a nice little mattress right here for Tesla. Let's see if it goes up and falls right back into 190. That's the trade for me here on TSL to the A.
All right, just seeing a note here, guys, on NVIDIA. They're enhancing mid-range video gaming chip technology with AI technology. So NVIDIA back to the upside here. 0.8, I mean, it's lagging the overall market a little. Let's talk about tech here, though. A few interesting notes. This was yesterday for Google, late in the day. On a blog post, they said they're going to offer a new TV experience that has 800 free TV channels coming through from Google, so that's kind of interesting. Microsoft, on the other hand, OpenAI coming out saying they'll throw $20,000 at anyone that can find a bug in ChatGPT. So, I mean, why not try?
Yeah, it's a good look. Let's improve the product as we can. But I think it's just going to be a tit-for-tat exchange between Google and Microsoft, at least initially. So that's kind of where I'm looking for the AI leaders, Brenda.
Yeah, just watching NVIDIA, not really following through on that at all. I mean, obviously, well-known in this space already, but still positive on the day.
Yeah, look, it's interesting to see NVIDIA kind of lag a little bit, but it's not the only one. Like, it's up on the day. Microsoft is lagging a tiny bit here. Although, no, never mind. It's actually flat with the NASDAQ. You know, it's not that bad. It did sell off late in the afternoon, and that's the short that we're playing off of that 84. So if that was a good level in the afternoon as a resistance point, I tend to always look at it the other direction. If we could have got to 81.50, look, if it had been a dump, and let's say we had a disappointing number, that 281.50 was going to be the level for me, and that's kind of what I was looking at this morning and mentioned it. So you're not going to get that. If you get that, then a lot has changed. I want to look at previous resistance points for first initial dip buys. That does set up that 284 at the open to be a spot to go for Microsoft. If we happen to get to 290 on Softy, and let's just say we get to 290, like above that price, like once it's broken it, it's like look for exits and look for reversals above the 290 number on any kind of move. Like whether the market's up 2.5%. The last time we got there was just screaming into it and then harsh rejection away from that price level. So if we do get that far on Microsoft, I would be looking to short it above there. But that 84 at the open looks pretty spicy to me. Meta was another one that flushed, maybe a little bit more than Microsoft. It actually surprised me how much it flushed because we're in both of them. And I hung on to Microsoft and I got out of Meta too early. And then that one crashed through 214. But the 214 level, pretty much where we closed, that'd be the equivalent dip buy zone, and look for that support on Meta. Just a better chance Softy gets to 284 than Meta gets to 214 right at 9:30.
Look, let's talk, let's put our gambling hat on again and talk some chalk here with Apple. I mean, it's always whenever you see big tech on the board, you know, you got to look at the biggest tech of them all, although it would be Microsoft right now on the weighting. But, you know, the market cap, we're looking at Apple right now, 160. I just look at this level. I mean, here's a 3-minute chart. You know I haven't been here the last 2 days, but not much has changed. Look at that 160 level. If you haven't been making money off this 160.50 level, then you haven't been trading Apple, because this has been a huge level there. And even if you held it all the way to 160, it hasn't broke. Like, you've lost zero money trading Apple this way over the last 3 days. So let's see if it can work again today. I almost wonder if this is a little bit of a rug pull. The CPI number comes in a little bit under expected here. We have a nice move up, just running into, again, 162.50. So here for Apple, it's kind of in a zone right now. So we'll wait to see if that 162.50 is going to come into play one more time. I'm just preaching patience with this one today. If you can't lose if it comes down here to 160 unless it breaks. So that's a loss and a bet that I'm willing to make there for Apple. Let's see if it holds. It has to come down, hold that level. I like the strength there. And then something that I think you can break long here, which we didn't. We came close to breaking long. We didn't have the order in. So we didn't have the order in off early. We put it in when it came back in, but now Google's still fading out here a little bit. I like Google. I don't even remember what that Google news was. Brendan just talked about it a little bit there with big tech. Oh yeah, they're challenging for Bard and all that kind of stuff. They're looking at their strength for their chat program or their AI program, challenging people to find mistakes in it, which they will, and that's pretty good bounty there. I think it was it 20,000, which is, come on, man. That's not even that huge of a payment there, because all you're doing is looking for QA, right? Making sure that you're basically paying somebody $20,000 to test the thing, which seems to be pretty cheap to me. Let's see if Google wants to work this out. I think AI is obviously it's all the rage right now, and I do think it's a little overhyped. But I really like Google here on what it's been doing. 105 has been really key. I'm starting the bidding at 106.50 106. 25 right now on Google is where I want to start this. The last time I was here, me and Maximilian over there was waiting for this level, 104.50, which it was the trade of the day all the way up to 109. And I didn't have it, Max did right there, because I pulled the shoot on this, didn't trust that level. So if we can come back anywhere to this 105, I think you want to sit there and take it again. So I'm willing to take an L on this one all the way back to that 105, 104.50, but I don't think we get there. So for me, it's Google strength, and it's to the moon with Google. Let's see what's happening here. We do need big brains. It's not Farhad, it's Fahad on the floor today. He may or may not be back. I saw he made some money there yesterday, but we do have to tell people, remember, Fahad is in sim mode, which doesn't matter as long as he's making the trades. And this is the one thing that I want to tell everybody. As long as you're trading within your parameters, right? This guy is clearly not. He's buying 7,000, 10,000 shares at once. You cannot do that as a beginning trader, but
You wouldn't get some of the fills he's taking.
But as long as it's a win, that is the important thing. Whether or not he's making $7,000 or $70, eventually we'll be piling on those zeros. Because, man,
You had to see the Lucy trade, dude.
you know what?
The Lucy trade was pretty epic.
Yeah, he's trying to F up those commas. You know what I'm saying? We're doing some future, we're doing some plays here, and this is what we're all about, man. You know, 2 Chainz over there, 2 Chainz Fahad. Maybe a new nickname for him right there. But yeah, yeah, he's ready to rule Wall Street. See, this guy's already getting all the love here. Ever since the guy, took off the hair, he's become more aerodynamic in the market.
Has he, though?
I'm not sure. I'm just kind of bigging him up. Relax, Neil. He can see clearly now. The hair's out of the face, and he's all ready to rock and roll. But no, we love Fahad, Mahad, everybody around here. We love Fahad so much, we got someone with a very similar name.
It's true.
So that's
That
the
is-
thing. So
that is
that's
very
how we're rocking and rolling right now. Back over to the guys at the big desk, where I think there's a little more fun here, but we'll go over there. Where
Having fun with Brendan.
are you having fun, Sharif?
A lot of fun over here.
We try. Let's continue along here. Chinese ADRs back on watch here. Downside this morning. We did see an attempt, anyways, for a bounce yesterday for BABA, specifically on that their ChatGPT alternative rolling out. But here we go. Back downside on this Taiwan mess that continues to kind of play out in the headlines. Nothing serious, thankfully, has happened yet. But all of these, BABA, JD, PDD, Billy, NTS, Baidu, all downside to start things off. I mean, we obviously get this move in the market trying to help a little bit, but under pressure again.
Brendo, I look at these Chinese ADRs, and what comes to mind immediately is value trap. They look fantastic. Balance sheets are awesome. Lots of, upside potential, but I just think the geopolitical tensions are just too much to overcome in the short and intermediate term. I don't know. I don't keep them in my portfolio. Maybe day trades only.
Yeah, it's going to be challenging for the foreseeable future, it would appear anyways. Remember what happened yesterday? We had this flush out of the gate on BABA, and then absolutely nothing, just sideways at 100 all day long was a pivot for Alibaba. So we're gapping down to 98. We'll see what happens here. I mean, considering the move in the overall market, this is not impressive so far for BABA.
No, it's not good for any of the Chinese ADRs, at least the ones I've looked at. I might focus more on Pinduo. I said this yesterday, I might focus more on Pinduo today over Alibaba, although it's at that 98 level, which makes it pretty juicy. See it on the daily chart. It's been good support down here. There's been some wicks below. Like when I say that, I mean it's broken 98 several times, like not once or twice, several times while holding the general area. So you're really talking about 97.5. I suppose it could do another like dip at the open, bounce off that, and then you'd be looking for the longs. But remember, what got me into trouble was taking the initial dip on Alibaba yesterday. If I just waited, and again, after I did wait, like every long we got after the initial one at 930 was a good long, and we were just sort of scalping it out there. Some fills underneath 90, giving it to 90.5, and then you get up into 100.5. Just had to let it settle down. That initial fill, falling knife, no bueno. So I will not be looking at Alibaba in that first 5 minutes. If it forms a range, holding the bottom, and I can be working that 98 long in front of 97.5 after the first 5 minutes when things calm down, that's the trade. If we go to the downside on the Chinese ADRs, I want PDD. This is going to be for obvious reasons. I don't need to tell you what this looks like on the chart. This is 70 even. You've been grinding lower since breaking 80 on resistance. You're pretty much at that 70 mark on Pinduo. They're weak relative to the market right now. If this holds beneath 70 even, I just think it's a short. stop out above like 25, 30, and then go for the ride, because there's so much room to the downside. And if you look for something that is with the trend in here, look for dip buys and strong stocks. If the market reverses, I mean, at the end of the day, Pinduoduo was kind of giving you at least $5 worth of room till the next support level, and you got to go all the way back to November. So if we go short on one of these two, it's going to be Pinduoduo for me. I got to wait till that open. I'm not trading Alibaba until things settle down that first 5 minutes. It just never seems to be a good idea. Things always settle down in that first 5 to 10, and then you start working the levels on Baba.
One thing that I hadn't traded in a long time that we used to trade a lot was NIO. I mean, we talked about Tesla again, and I just think that this name's still at this $10 mark, needs to be looked at. We've broken up above here a couple of times, and I know we're looking for longs today, but I just feel like some of these are shorts, man. 10.50 into 11 into this area. So if we can get anywhere up here, we've bumped up on good news before for NIO, and now I think we just bump back down. So 10.50, $11 coming for NIO. I think that that's a decent level to look short there for this name. And then of course we had the Baba AI chat news. I know Neil just talked about it a little bit, but still sub $100 here. I've gone wrong shorting this into 100, but now that we've sort of developed some levels up here, I feel a little more confident about some of these shorts. It's not going to be at 100. That's going to be in the middle. But if you ever get to 103, 102 or something like that on Alibaba, I still don't really believe in this name. I do know that there's some more buying in China, and there's hopefully it can turn around. But again, I would much rather be longer this name over 105 than right here, because you could fall back down. Remember what this bump was about? Was the spinoff of what, 6 different companies? So we'll see, where that goes. There was one of them had a valuation of 20 billion. We'll see where and if Alibaba can get going here. But for right now, that's sort of on my radar as we look near that $100 mark. But I think NIO is a little more interesting, as XPeng, Li Auto, all these kind of names sort of, I don't know, are just been getting kind of Deadsville in the last little while here, as some of these EV names keep going through the rung. And we have another one here talking about, what's up to Oakville? I drive by that plant all the time in Oakville. So we're going to talk about that right now as we go over to another EV name here with Ford.
Nice look here for Ford, guys. The rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on this desk and basically anyone. You see on the show on a daily basis, see what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description, 20% off. Hope you took advantage of that weekend sale. We had 25% off for 3 days. Shout out to Trader TV 20. Yeah, bottom of the screen there. Trader TV 20. Still, you can get 20% off to Trade Ideas. Ford, yeah, 1.2%. Nice looking daily chart here as well. A little bit of a pullback. We're back to highs, once again, recent highs anyways, for Ford up 1.2%. Yeah, they are doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on EVs at this point. 1.8 billion Canadian going to be spent on the, I just learned, 70-year-old. Can't even get that out. 70-year-old Oakville Ford plant to get it ready for EV production.
Yeah, part of the $50 billion that they've committed to spend globally, $50 billion US. Here's a piece. So here's the deal with this one. They're going to start retooling it in the second half of 2024 to make cars, hopefully by 2025. It's not the first time someone or a big company is producing EVs in Canada. GM actually makes an electric motor in St. Catharines. So, but this will be the first time it's fully produced, beginning to end.
Yeah, good look for not only Ford, but Ontario as well. Shout out to Oakville.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Canada for that one. You get a little bit of Canadian content in there. The thing about Ford, and look, we talked about this yesterday. I know Randy has some negative things to say about Ford in general, and the recalls and the quality of the construction, and the long win that some legacy automakers and all of the EV competitors have to do to catch up to, say, like a Tesla. But the play yesterday was simply to wait for it to get above the 200 period on the daily. That was 13 short. It never got to 12, 13, 20. That would have been the out. You can kind of see here. Trades don't really show up for the next day. I don't know why anymore. We've been talking about this, but you got that top. It only really gave you like 10 to 15 cents, and now you've got 12.85 support. It's still there available. Until it breaks 13.25, I think it's still at like a supply or resistance zone for Ford, so it kind of screamed into it. You had one rejection yesterday. If it doesn't break 13.20 at the open, I think it's available for a short in that range here today. But if it gets to 13.25, it's setting up for another move into 14, 15, where on the daily it's gone 11, it's rejected somewhere between 14 and 1475 each time. So, it's got some room to go till it gets to that next zone. And just on a sympathy play, GM had been relatively stronger, at least a little bit. Come on, daily chart, load up, baby. At least a little bit going into that last round of earnings. It is a ways away from its 50 period. Come on, it doesn't want to load. Anyways, it's a ways away from its 50 period. The big level I'm watching for on GM, should Ford make a big run, is getting to that 37. We're about $1 away from it right now. But if we can get through that top, I think it sets up for a potential run on GM. That's probably a next week thing, whereas Ford is at the level right now, that 13.20. I think once it's through there, you give up the shorts and start looking for the longs.
Okay, so we'll do this because we're into another trade right now. We just got our bid on Google. So I told you we were bidding 106.25. I mean, literally said that. So when it comes back in, we get the fill right there at VWAP. That's 106.25. I wasn't really using VWAP for any reason. This is just a level that I don't mind taking here. I mean, I wanted to get the 106, so 106.25. Might as well start it there. Small starter position. Still looking to get this home run back down here to 105.50. We've already tweeted it out. We put it on our sticky note. We just tweeted out again that we're filled up right there. We could have just taken 20 cents. We pass on that, and let's wait to see. We've done this before, and it's bit us in the butt. So we're to wait to see here for 105. I don't have any more bids until we get down into that area here, 105 and change. Look, I like the Ford news. I talked about Ford being at 11 or DraftKings being at 11. I like both of those. Obviously, DraftKings is up to 19 right now. Ford is back to 13. So more talk about batteries, more good news. We get the fill in there as the imbalances come out. So let's have a quick look here to see what's going on. Buys and sells. So much different than we've seen in the past on Fed days or on CPI days, where sometimes a great number comes out and it just goes one way or the other. So Apple right there with a sell. We're still looking at 161. I'm going to cancel this one because I was waiting at 161 for this. We'll wait a little bit lower for Apple now as the market trying to turn around a little bit. We've already sort of made our not made our bed here, but we are in Google. I'm still at 44 trying to get some out. If we could take a little bit out for 20 cents, we'll do that. We'll take out 10%. But I do like Apple coming in pretty strong right now, down to 161 on those imbalances. Let's wait around here, 160.50 to see if we can catch an Apple fill, guys.
All right, going forward, a couple of things of note here for the remainder of today. Anyways, coming up at 9 o'clock. So 25 minutes ago, we got Barkin, some comments to deal with from Barkin. We also get this interest rate decision from the Bank of Canada. Probably won't be a market-moving event, but 4.5 expected on a hold for BOC. And then at 12, right at lunchtime, Fed's daily going to be on the mic, so keep that in mind. And then the big one this afternoon, we're back on 5 minutes early, once again this afternoon, guys, for the Fed meeting minutes from last month. So lots to come still.
The meeting minutes.
Yeah, I mean, it's not worth paying me that extra money to be on for 5 minutes early. I mean, for the Fed meetings, but we'll do it.
We do for the interest rate decision, but the minutes.
Whatever Brendan wants, Brendan gets. So
yeah, that's how it works.
If that's what we want to do, we will come back early. The minutes really aren't a huge thing, but hey, man, I mean, based on your portfolio, they just could be. So, all right, only 3 minutes to go. Lots of numbers coming out. I tweeted them out. They're already on our watch list. tradertv.live. Make sure you catch those every day. You got to get our watch list. I mean, it comes in, and I'm just like, give me the watch list. And I find I don't have too many. I don't actually have any watch list names on here, but Ford's on there, Tesla's on there, the Alibabas, the ADRs, they're all on there. So make sure you check it out. As this market's come back in a little bit, we are basically flat now on the TQQs. So, anything too much lower than this 27.20.
Oh, here we go.
It looks like we are going to get stopped out most likely on this. So that's fine. We never want to get stopped out. Here it is on TQQ. Long already. We're already out at 70%. I told you we're at 70%. We're holding 30% right now as you fall back in, which is a nice move. The NASDAQ has come in. We still have 2 minutes to go, man. I mean, this market could get pretty nasty pretty quick right there. But for some reason, we just got a Google fill. So we take out some fills out here on Google as it's, yes, go. Let's go. Nice little win right now on Google as the market comes in for me, then prints it back up to the upside. We're only at a 10%, but let's see if that one can go now. We're just waiting. That's all we're kind of doing right now, waiting to see what the feel is going to be off the open.
You showed the imbalances, right?
We showed the imbalances. Okay. We talked about being as patient as we possibly could be in this market. So, let's just take advantage of any kind of pops up. We'll take there it is again. We take another outfill right there as, so far so good here with Google. Last time we made our daily goal in the first 5 minutes, we wound up getting smoked because the market completely turned itself around. So we're not going to say that anything here, but Google's a nice move to the upside. And so is the TQQs trying to hold where we're in right now. But yeah, man, only a minute now. This is going to be a fun day, man. I like that Intel. I like all that.
Yeah, look, actually, Intel, if it gets to 32, but I don't think we might not see that level. Coinbase is just struggling right now. So I did get Amazon in front of 100 there. I scalped some out because we're right at the open. But with less than a minute to go, I wanted to get into Coinbase, not to get into position, but talk about it at least, because that 70 break was just money. I know a lot of traders on the floor were looking at that same thing at the open, 70 to 72. It's trying to hold that as we speak, but I want to say flushing, but $3 top to bottom. It's retraced the entire move here, and that is the key price level. So if it bounces right away, I will look for a rubber bound play right at the open. If it holds 70 even, I will look for an initial scalp off that level. I don't want to give it to the pre-market low. That's about $1. Don't want that risk. I didn't get any fills on 84 and Microsoft. I'll try to get that after the market opens. Didn't want both Amazon and Microsoft in the pre-market. A little bit too early for that. And yes, I'm still in Micron as we have 5, 4, 3, 2, and I missed it. I tried throwing something at it to try and ring it, but and already to the downside, Micron already flushing through 64 and a quarter. So I just got my first out there, just got my second out on that one. So that 64 and a half level holding up at least for now. We got that into 64 even. If the market comes in, I think we'll get some more Amazon. Watch out for Tesla at that 190 level as well. Tesla starting to come back in here to said 190 for a little bit of a bounce play.
Okay, that 90 level is a key one for me. I'm still watching out for some Apple here, see if we get anything going. We're still in some Google. What else do we look at? We want to look at some DraftKings maybe earlier today. We're just trying to see if anything's going right now. The NASDAQ's trying to make a move to the downside. DraftKings not really doing anything right now. Alibaba was another one. We talked about Shopify on an upgrade. We could check that out. Right now, the market's coming in, so the shorts are good. We're just holding on to our longs right now. Nothing's happening for any of my positions. Intel's trying to fall in as well. Shopify trying to hit that 48. We talked about getting short up there. We just missed it. Maybe Shopify's not the short that we thought. 47.75. I'm trying to get that against 48.
Yeah, and right through that 100 goes Amazon. I might try to reestablish Amazon if it gets back above 100, but when it broke, I'm just getting out of Dodge. Thank you, Sharif. Yeah, I had to get back what I threw. Tesla did bounce off that 190. Looks like it's heading toward the high of the day. Much stronger name. And on this pop, I'm going to get short Pinduo Dual because it broke that 70 even. Obviously, Micron and PDD are at key levels, but the market making a decent bounce here. Try to grab some Tesla low. There goes Microsoft.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there goes Softy as well. Tesla's going to be through the top any second now.
Yeah, there it is, man. Finally, man. We're going to do the first money fill or spin anyways today as there goes Google, man. We just got another fill on Google. We actually canceled my Shopify offer right now. We'll see. There goes 3 fills right now. One at 60, one at 66, and now we're at 70s here as a really good fill right there. Well, it's not a good fill. We took it. Well, it's a good fill so far. But we did not break that 106, so we're still looking at that level to come through as well right now. AMD trying to rip upside. Apple, really, man. We should have just took that fill down there at 161 because we'd only be in the money 95 cents right now. Look, boom, we're right back in the where we need to be, man, right now. So it's a big day for me as we continue to watch out for Google. Looking for more shares, though, to come through. We still got 20 cents here on the TQs as that's come right back up. Maybe this is worth getting a piece out. I'm going to hold on to this. We've got, the moneymaker for me right now is Google. So hopefully that can hold out hope just a little bit right now for Google.
Yeah, if you look at exactly where we bounced, on the Qs, it was pretty much at that breakout price. Like 318 was the big level. It just bounced off that, so I'm going to have my eyeballs on this. You think you're looking for longs above. If we crack that below, I might start to think about not looking for those dip buys. That was so close on Coinbase. That's the thing about waiting to the open. It did give you that bounce, that first rubber band off that 70 even, and we're holding above. Looks like it's going to be a long trade again on coin. Tesla, I don't know that you can wait for the 190 level. 190.5 could be the entry zone just to wet the beak and get a little bit of a piece of the action. It's the same thing with Microsoft 284. Going to have to be a little bit more aggressive at that 284 level if we want to catch it. I know I was talking some Ford. It is just barely above 13. If I shorted, it needs to be a little bit closer to that high. 1308 was yesterday's top. And I know I said I would go into AMC. If it gets to 550, it's not doing a lot of volume. I might just pass on that trade altogether. No action on AMC. I cancel my bid. I'm not going for that long anymore.
All right. You guys know we've been preaching one good trade here. So we just got out of the TQQs as it just came right back up to VWAP. So we'll take a little bit of advantage of that. Now we'll just hold that 20% and get another 10. See if we can go back up to the upside right now. And if it retraces, great. I mean, we already have what I think is going to be one of the biggest winners here today is Google. But Google's not moving. So this one could be definitely into a range here for Google. I'm surprised it's not moving a little bit higher, but we've seen it work late. You know what name's been an absolute dumpster fire here today? And you wouldn't see it because it's still positive, but Amazon really fell, man, from 101 down to 99.50 right now and bouncing off that $100 level and looking to go a little bit lower through 100 right now. I'm debating a short right now on Amazon as this one looks like it wants to fall down off 100. Let's just try it here. We'll try it relatively small now. If we can get this at $80, we'll try, or sorry, at 80 cents, we'll try it right now. Almost got it right there on the short. No, we're still missing it. I'm at 79. If we can get a short on this one, we'll try it. As there comes Google right back in as well. So, yeah, man, maybe this market does want to come back in. Only up 0.6 right now. Oh, we just missed that Amazon off 100. Thought we could get it on a retrace back up. Let's see what happens with Amazon right now. What's up to Brendo?
One we were talking about yesterday, guys. WW International just popping up on volume here. Back to the downside. Just rejected that level right there, which was about 640, 645. Remember on that positive Goldman note from yesterday for WW.
So you'll see I'm absolutely out. I got the dip on Tesla. It broke that 190 pretty quick, so that little rubber band didn't hold. In, out quickly. Take your paper cuts when it comes to like this first 5 minutes. I might look at BOBA now that it's been 5. I'm now out of Micron. So it got to 64.5. It came back into 63.5. I do still like the notion of the short, but I want to short a pop here. We take the money and run. I just grabbed Pinduoduo. I said this would be my play over Alibaba. It didn't give you the 70 fill. First consolidation on the flush is right here at 69-ish. Give this to about 69.40. So in the short, in PDD, just like the weakness in some of the Chinese ADRs. Brendo.
Right off the watch list, guys, on this Morgan upgrade today to overweight for MongoDB. Huge move so far, 220 up to 236. 10% right now for MDB.
All right, so we're trying, Google Blast, thanks, Brendo. Google Blast, MongoDB, a good name there. Google Blasts again, so we're going to get another piece out on Google, which is a good trade right there. It went down to 106.20 there, right back up to the 60s again, so we'll take another piece out. So I have an interesting play here. We're going to go short Amazon against 100. If it goes to $100.10, then we're going to get out of this one. But I have it's going to go, but that's fine if it does. It's a very, very small position. I was looking at AMD breaking 94 right there long. Upside long on AMD right now. So that's what I'm saying. That's a little bit of an interesting trade because if AMD long is going to work, then Amazon short is not going to work. And they both could not work as well as AMD has been really weak today, now going red on the day into a strong NASDAQ. So maybe it is the other way around. Let's cancel this AMD long now. I just thought about that and don't really want it, especially if it's going to be this week. But it's Amazon right now that's out of the money 20 cents for me, and looking like it wants to get back up to the upside. So, yeah, maybe we do have something with AMD. I don't know. Let's just watch Amazon here. I feel like it's going to get stopped out. It's very aggressive now to the long side, but I still want to play it short off of 100. Let's just see. Okay, here it goes. It's going to take me, there it is. So now we're out of that. That's fine that we're out of it. That's very, very small. I wanted to go long and that short, and then I was just watching it, and it just wasn't reacting to the move that it already had. The real move, and again, we're being patient. The only position that we really have on is still Google, and TQQ, but we're going to get into that if it does flush too much more. That AMD, now that we're seeing how relative weak this is to the market, it looks like it's going to be a short off that 94. It's not going to look like a long. So if we can come back up to 94, I think we'll go short on AMD, but that's the name I'm looking for the short rate now. We were at Amazon, but that just busted up. So yeah, Tesla breaking through 190 as well to the downside.
So there's actual, you were talking about AMD for being weak, but there's actual strength in Intel today. It's holding up 1.5%. So forget about 32. Like sometimes some stocks are coming in for dip buys, but this isn't one of them. It's setting up for a 33 breakout. Last time it got there, literally yesterday, failed to break, got to 33.10. So it might need to clear this. I'm going to try for the dips. If it goes to consolidation level 32.60, that'll work out. But a 33.10 break is in the cards. If this market can get back to the highs, I like the leadership Intel can put in. I did get the first scalp trade out on Pinduoduo. Just want to make sure, ringing the register early. I think we can be trend down, given it's broken that 70 big level on the daily. But watch out for Alibaba, by the way. So Baba, Baba with a head fake at the open. So if you were playing the long off that 98 level, it's like take the breakout. It didn't get through 99. Now it's the whipsaw action. This is exactly why I didn't want to trade the long in Alibaba too early. So it's testing that low of the day again. It's wick beneath it. If it can hold up, consolidate, I think we can make that, maybe work that long. But I like PDD short. I'm not going to get into this Baba long until it shows me multiple levels of support. And on any pop, I'm going to be getting back into that Micron. Maybe there isn't going to be pop to be had. It should. I thought we'd show support off the breakout at 8:30 when we had the number. Micron just continuing to flush in here. Yeah, it looks like we might not get that Micron anytime soon, but I want to be in PDD all day long. If it's beneath 70, I think that's a short that we can dig ourselves into. I know we got some small caps moving. And by the way, Upstart did not hold that bid. So it broke 18 almost right away. It's in a bit of a downward trend at the open. Got to be patient with this. I want to see it reestablish itself, at least above that 18 level before I start looking back toward the long.
All right. Okay, so we went back into the long. We switched our position up here on Amazon. Just because it was pretty strong, we decided to go into the long. All right, and now here we go. So now we just made back what we lost. So there it is. All right, so now we're up on Amazon for the day. So that's going to be a good trade there. As we go long at $100.15, now up to $100.45. So it's a nice little give and take there on Amazon. We were waiting for a little bit longer down there. I mean, obviously we've made these bottoms at 99.50. Let's see if we can respect 100. I mean, that was the pre-market level that we were at before CPI. But you can see what CPI is doing to the market right now. It's actually come back in right now. Its best moments ever since then. It's just been tick, tick, tick to the downside. So, wow, imagine that number was bad, what we would have seen today. But nice little move downside right now on some of these names. So by the way, we got out of the TQQ, which was a good trade, I guess. Out at 20 right there with our last level. So nicely done. Still my number one stock because I'm holding everything else. But TQQ so far so good here as we go back over to Brendo.
A couple of little ones moving around here. Lucy from yesterday just popping up on volume back above $4, trying to hold that level from yesterday as well. To the upside. And then there was this one, CYTO, trying to get going back through 2 after it came off pretty hard there in the pre-market for CYTO.
When you have a little bit of a long bias, you tend to get out of shorts really quickly, and then you think there's going to be a bounce. It just didn't happen on Micron, and that's continuing to flush. Might have missed out on that altogether. We haven't talked at all about Meta, so I wanted to kind of quickly pivot to Meta. There were some levels that we liked if the market was going to show a reversal. Didn't think they would come into play that quickly, but you can see it's already bounced once off 214. Just to show you on the 15-minute chart, 214 is essentially where we closed. So we had support there before. I'm going to like the 214 long. I didn't think we'd be getting there this fast. No way, PDD. No way, PDD. Yeah, okay, PDD already broke 68.5, so we ring the register taking the buck on this. Another name short that I thought we'd be getting a bit of a bounce in. So it's so eerily similar. Like the last couple of days, it's been really easy on the shorts, whereas any long play, it's like, yeah, you take the dip, you hit your stop, but the shorts just print. Yeah. So I'm going to try shorting some of these pops. But just remember, we have found bids 2 days in a row. So I want to stay nimble on the shorts because the market always seems to find a bid level, and then you want to try to catch something for that little reversal that we've had. I like Meta at that 214 level. That'll be the next I try to get. And there's no stopping Micron. It's now down almost 1% and challenging 63 even.
Get down.
That stock, look, there's a wall of sellers anytime it gets to and above 64 that until You just got to short that level every single day until it actually breaks. And when, yes, I am shorting. Someone asked if I was going to short Tupperware if it tried to squeeze. I'm assuming it hasn't, but I am on that offer. It was about 8 cents away from filling me.
Yeah, okay, so we have a bunch of new positions right now. Well, not a bunch. We just have some averaged in positions. So we have Meta. We actually were going to talk about Meta before Neil did, which is good. So we're both looking at the same thing. So I like that. Right now, we are long Meta right now at 214.97. Right here right now. So you can get that price. It's gone against us, obviously, a little bit as we've had to get some in, and we haven't got anything out. So hopefully that will come up to the upside here. We just need a little bit of a stronger move in this market of just trying to hold this 13-1. Now, whether or not we do or not, I mean, you're trying to hold it right now, but that was a pretty scary moment. Not scary, but you came right back into the pre-market levels here before that CPI number, and we held. So maybe there's something there. Like I said, as this market is a living thing, we're going to have to wait to see. I'm going to use this bottom of 214. 40, I believe it was, on Meta to get out. So yeah, if this blows too much lower than now, I'm not going to be in this name. And again, I don't want to be in it for too long, especially if this market wants to fall down. I don't know. Maybe we go red, which it looks like it wants to do. And then do we really want to be long Meta and Google and all this? So we're at our dropping spots right now. As we tested some of these longs, looks like we'll just be flat or so after all this. As Amazon's come right back in, and we're trying to watch out for this bottom level coming through on Amazon. But again, if these levels break, like if 70 breaks right now, we're going to get out of Amazon. It's just this market's falling in here. Didn't necessarily expect this. We do have Fed minutes coming today, so looks like we're going to get out of Amazon in a second. But yeah, Fed minutes and a few other numbers coming through. So just be very, very careful with a lot of these plays as the market has fallen back in quite aggressively here to start the morning.
Yeah, it certainly has. I still have my bid in front of 14 on Meta, but that's going to be just about it. You're challenging pre-market lows on Coinbase right now, so I just grabbed my long just underneath that 70 level. Took some underfills. Once it's back above 70, I'll look to take some out, but Microsoft is actually at support too. Man, I mean, look, everything's at support. Microsoft is bouncing right at 283. I might have this and Meta and Coin all at the same time here. So I'm going to punch first and then talk about it. So 283, that's where we broke out from. That was our support level. If it can't hold this, we could be in for a rough day for a few names. We're basically holding green on Softy. Just underneath 83 is where we close, 282.83. So give it about 25 cents underneath. But I'm in this long. I didn't get to fill on Meta, so I can only assume that didn't go anywhere near that 184 level. But Softy definitely coming in here. There's a little bit of a pop happening in Micron, so if it gets anywhere close to VWAP, I'll look to short that name. But yeah, right now we're defending longs pretty much at these lows of the morning. Yep,
exactly. Yeah, so we're out of Amazon there. Amazon broke lower, so we are out of Amazon, and it looks like we will be out of Meta right now as the longs are. The shorts are printing. That's it, man. The funny thing is, well, it's not funny because we're losing on the short, but this AMD, man, I was looking at this thing at 94. And remember, I was like, yeah, let's debate the long here. Maybe we'll go long. That's where that is, and we stayed away from it. So I'm actually quite glad. We have other longs. I mean, the longs have not been right today, for sure, obviously. But this one, AMD, nice move to the downside here for sure, as it's come all the way in on the NASDAQ is going to go red. And there it is. We'll step out of Meta right now. Like I said, that's fine. Some of these plays that have come back in, as expected, man. We wanted to try the longs because we felt like it was a decent CPI, which it was 5. So we did take that long. But again, I'm not going to go. I have too many shares. I don't want to hold this name through. So there it is. We'll take, what is it, a 30-cent hit or so on that one. And then, of course, there's my Amazon long that fills on the bottom as we waited for that the first time on that. So let's just cancel some of our orders. And now the only thing that we have to worry about, well, first of all, Amazon's, forget about it. Meta is down here at 214. Could be another key level for them. But we've already got in and out of that. Is that looking to go red as well down to 214? Really, man, it just looks like it's Google that's going to have to watch out for this, as this is now coming in pretty strong as well. And we take Apple off of 160. So all these longs coming in, man, it's probably time to think about pulling back some of these longs, man. I mean, Shopify went to that 48. Went to 48.50. Now it's down. Maybe that's a regroup on the long. But here we go. We have a nice little win backside, at least here on Apple.
Yeah, and this is sort of the thing. Like, you take your paper cuts, and they're just going to add up. It's actually not a terrible morning, but it's just a sucky one because the shorts have been absolutely printed here today. I'm flat because I keep getting in and out looking for those little scap bounces. That's going to be Coinbase breaking to the downside. I waited till we got to 14 on Meta. basically overlapping ins and outs on that name. But look at these flushes. I almost said, you know what? That's Micron. Like, you got to be kidding me. Pinduo Duo, which was the only two shorts we had on, was just Micron and PDD. Both of them, when I'm anticipating market bounces, you're not going to get them. But if it wasn't for those, this is obviously a crap morning. Huge reversal on the market now. And I know Ford, of course. I know we talked about Ford Momo. Ford exactly the same levels yesterday. That's literally the trade we put on yesterday in Ford. Sometimes your bias can get the best of you. Another one here today. Not a heck of a lot holding up. I'm looking for something that actually is showing some signs of strength that I wouldn't want to obviously look to short pops in. And that might, look, I'm in Micron. I just took it off the 63 level. I know that's relatively weak, but there's got to be something out there that is showing some signs of strength. I haven't found anything just yet, but I am open to that notion. One other name out there, I know we've talked about some of those small cap names at time to time. C3AI, this is also putting in a big reversal. This has a lot of room to $20 if it continues to flush. If C3AI goes another 10%, it's now filling in the gap. 20 is a long on C3AI. I just want to get that one out of the way. It's still $2 away, but if we get a big market flush, do not sleep on how good of a long that's been. Since, of course, like short seller report, bounced off 20 even. You guys know the story. I'd get into that if we get another $2 to the downside. But I'm short Micron. I mean, it started at above 64. Now I'm shorting it at 63, Brendo.
One showing all kinds of strength so far this morning. A little on Arrowhead Pharmaceuticals up on this. SVB raising to outperform from market perform with a $35 price target on this one. Just straight higher so far, 11% for ARWR.
Oh, NVIDIA.
Yeah, I was looking at some names here as well, man. As we continue to crash a little bit lower, we've been getting some good outs on Apple, man. We just got a 160.92 right there, and look where we're long. We're long at 160.66, so that was a nice little take up there. We got actually a couple outs on the high side there. So, Neil was mentioning a little bit there as well about grabbing, some. Wins. Like when you're in there and either you're long or you're short, whatever you are, make sure that you've got this trade on board, because that's going to be a tough one to hold out, especially on these longs, as you're just testing 13,000 again. The NASDAQ came right in to 13,000 and bounced. So yeah, surprised? Nah, not really, but it would be nice to see if we can get a good hold on that number. So that's kind of what we're looking for here. With Apple would be a nice little hold of this level. See if 13,000 can do that. Back down to 160 was a pretty key level for me on Apple. So that's one that I'm going to wait for. Apple long 160, but hold out for this long. See if we can get some more going. Google looks like it's just I don't know, like a mistake or not, but right now Google's not doing a whole heck of a lot again for me. So we'll wait to see. Again, what Google's going to do. We just picked something up there at 70. It went to 90 again, but this is a name that we want to hold out for. Look at Meta. Meta's really started to move more aggressively than the market there, but it dropped down to 212.80 before bouncing. So that's, that's pretty low.
Wow.
On the 3-minute chart, you could have respected this 213 and now you'd be in the money 60 cents. But again, it's about picking some bottoms on strong names. So Meta we know is pretty strong. That one probably was worth a bottom pick.
Yeah, it's just, look, it was so far away from the level that I liked. It's like, if you had the level wrong, just get out and then try to reassess. Like, that's the best you can do in a situation like that. So I'm looking for things that had relative strength. Intel had actually held green for most of this move, but on the 15-minute, I can show you what 32 looks like, but this has been 32.25, and it's been for the last week, it's been support on Intel, and every time it bounces, it's managed to get to 33. I saw it, grabbed it, I got 30s long actually, so wasn't quite able to get it at that 20 level because I caught it late. First scalp out, I'll probably reload this one a few times off this level if I get that opportunity. It's weird, but it's weird to be long Intel and short Micron, but sometimes weird things happen in the market. Usually I'd be like long Intel and short like an NVIDIA or an AMD, but this time Micron's still at those lows. I might have to give up that Micron if it gets above 64.15, but the Intel long should make up for it to be sure. And I was saying NVIDIA, but then Intel looked a little bit better on that bottom. Brendo?
We mentioned the airlines briefly there in the pre-market if you were with us. American downside again. Another alert at day lows, if you missed it, forecasting weaker than expected quarterly profits. So big spike down there through 1350, now 6% for AAL.
Wow,
Say
okay,
6% for.
We did talk about that earlier. We didn't.
Wow, because I was talking about that level to the downside. It might already be there. Oh my goodness. So I do end up getting, this is the thing, like Intel, relatively strong. I'm like, I like it better. I like it better. I take NVIDIA anyways in front of 67,
they're all
and it
coming
bounces
back.
$1. I get it on the way back. So I take Intel first, that bounces, get a small win there, and then I take NVIDIA on the way back in, and immediately challenges out. I don't like having an even dollar stop, but I just instantly took out half when it made an even dollar stop. If I'm going to hold through and give it an extra 30 cents, I don't want to do it for the full load. Not when I'm already long Intel, not when I only have one short position. So I'm going to get out if we make a fresh bottom here. Just wanted to give it that 30 cents underneath. But that up-down trade, you got to catch it the first time when it makes that bounce. It was worth $1 if you just strike when the iron is hot, but that's about it. When the market is this weak, you get that one chance off of a good level sometimes. And that could have been it. You come in there a second time and you might get burned. I'm going to get to those. Like, wow, that was fast on NVIDIA. Still holding Intel because it's held the bottom, but quite frankly, we might have missed an opportunity. I dismissed the airlines thinking AAL had to actually make it to a key level to be worth it. Come on, enter, there we go. But AAL was pretty much at that bottom on the daily chart. 1340, it's about to break it right now. 1335 technically, so double bottom on the daily on AAL. If it wasn't for the market being this weak, I probably would at least attempt to scalp long, but there's no chance. I'm not going for it. Once you clear this out, I think you're looking to start to get a short in, but you want to see how it trades underneath that level. First things first. As I said, the only long I should have had in the chips should have been, once I liked Intel more, I should have just stuck with that and not tried NVIDIA. Slapped a fail on that because Intel held the bottom and NVIDIA didn't. And as soon as I had it out of my mouth that I liked Intel better, I still took NVIDIA anyways. Because it's like, see setup, take setup, have stop in, and just kind of go with the robot mode and don't worry about it. But in that situation, go with your gut sometimes. And Intel just looks a little bit stronger out of these chip names.
Oh, man. Just tried Google long. It broke. Just broke just now, 105.40 right now, breaking to the downside. As I feel like this market, I mean, maybe it's just Google. It could just be, I mean, it's still positive. The market is flat right now. I'm like trying to figure out.
Microsoft, though.
I still feel like this move down to 13,000 is what we want to watch out for. So I'm trying to find the longs. We've got Apple, which has been a great long. So absolutely no complaints about Apple right now, as that's been still working, man. We're still 25 cents in the money. But it's that Google that's probably. All right, let's try it one more time here. And this is not, I'm not trying to like revenge trade this. I just think that the market off of 13,000, if it wants to go back up, this has been a strong name that we know can fly. And it's the same logic. So I just want to kind of play it off that bottom that we sort of made there. The bottom of the day is not 104.81. The bottom of the day on Google, I'm just going to look at my other chart here just to make sure. Yeah, so we're coming back in right now. I mean, it might just make this bottom again. Breaking through 35 is the bottom. But look what's so strong here, man. Let's take another piece out on Apple. Wow, this name just going to the high side here and Google going the other way. So we definitely have a wrong name in Google, but a right name in Apple. So far, so good there. But maybe we should be in Meta. Something strong. I like what you're talking about with Intel there as well. If something's going to be strong, we got to be in this, especially if you're bouncing off 13,000. Just wrong name there. Maybe it's Softy, but it's definitely not Google so far or Amazon.
So like, here's what I should have done. Like, just to go over what I was talking about before. Like, what I should have done is any risk I wanted to put on, notional-wise in NVIDIA, I should have just added to Intel's. That's the real play, because what held the low on that move? Like on the retest of the bottom, if it's something held a higher low, then it's worthy of a long. And if it didn't, you maybe don't like it. Like, look at Microsoft here. Higher low just got held. That's a little bit strong. That's relative strength. You know, same thing with, I'm assuming that's exactly what Apple did. I'm pretty sure that's what I saw in your chart just now. That's not the one I'm really watching. Oh my goodness, yeah. Manny, you're absolutely right about this. We're going to get to Brendan in just 2 seconds here. But PayPal is up 2.5% above that 75 marker. I know it's got huge resistance at 76, but you still have $1 till you get to 76. Look at the daily chart when you watch this. If you wouldn't take it out at 76 or pay yourself out at 76, then make sure you're zooming out and looking at that daily. But good catch there, Manny, as we go to Brendan.
It seems to be focused on GFAI today, guys. But remember, 1.1 million share float on this one. As far as AI stocks are concerned, yeah, this one on a bit of a move, to say the least, through that last level this morning, right out of the gate there, that 2190, 22 area for GFAI at new highs.
Wow, Block is getting smoked today, actually.
Block is getting blocked out of the wins today. I mean, I don't know. Like right now, we're back into Google. It just went into the 60s there. We're able to get something out. Remember, we're long 44 again. Like, it's just frustrating because like nothing is really breaking long, and it's kind of just relaxing on the short side of things, man. It's been a short day. I mean, check out the NASDAQ. It's fallen down. We did bounce off of 13, but we didn't even get that far, like to initiate sort of some shorts. 13.037 is where we just bounced off of, right? So I don't know, man. I mean, I'm trying to hold out hope that some of these can rip, but here I am again, getting some out at 61 again on Google as it just came back up into the 60s. So just trying to get some out. We got some more out on Apple as that's trying to go as well. But, if the market doesn't go, the market doesn't go, and there's nothing we can do. So right now we're going to wait on that GFAI. Yeah, maybe that is the Lambo. Right now, 24 and change. Wow, this name, what a beast. And thanks, Brendan, for bringing this to us. But I just remember, like, when I was here even last week, man, 10 bucks. Now you're up to 23, 24, 25, and still going on GFAI, as this is Guard Force, of course, AI. Nice move to the upside, broke through that 21, and says no thank you to everybody else. Just straight upside. If you missed the boat on this one, maybe 23, 22.50, something like that.
Yeah, I mean, chasing it up here, because 25 is always a psychological level, especially when it's breaking away from the 15. I would stay away from chasing it. If it's going to go again, then you can always look for the dip. And I think the dip makes sense to the previous high. That's 22. So like Sean said, 22.5 makes sense to me. Only Intel, I know we got out of our short trades, and I know that kind of sucks because they were the ones to hold on to, but Intel held the bottom. I had my 15-minute up. It couldn't get through 32.50 just there. So I have 70% of it out right now. I'm looking for a reload off the bottom. It's the only thing that's held support. Shinobi saying AMD ready to rock. I mean, I don't know that I want to look at a different chip name other than the only one that worked for me so far. I mean, the short was good on Micron early. I think I'll wait for a better pop to try and get back into this. I mean, AMD's not at a level I love. I know where I'm wrong on Intel, right? At that 3220 low. But yeah, AMD, I think 91's the level on AMD. So it probably needs to get down there, and then I'd be go zone for AMD. CCL I know was down, and I've been looking at this, but looking for some names. I've been sticking to tech because that's what I did all my prep for, was on the tech name, but CCL back through $10. I guess in some sympathy in the travel space there, as we are going to... Oh yeah, that's sorry. My bad, Fahad. Just give me a quick second there. Yeah, so we're going over some of the travel names back underneath that 10 level, but it's still inside the range on CCL. But that is a bit of a reversal wick there on CCL. Definitely a name to keep on watch. Look, we'll see what happens, but I don't want to force any longs. It has to be at least an A+ setup. Microsoft looks strong if I can get a dip there. I know Pinduoduo is a name I want to get more shares in the short. I don't want to force things by adding something like a CCL, which I didn't know prep work for. And look at PDD, actually still rolling over and not catching a bid just yet.
Okay, look, we're still in the same names here, looking to get some more. Maybe Uber, short 31s. That DraftKings that we were talking about today obviously has fallen back into that 1880 level that we wrote down. Right now, we don't have any trades on for it yet, but this 1880 coming in right there, 1860, 1855, something like that coming in for DraftKings. So that could be a little long potential there. Let's check out Palantir quickly, as well as, I mean, right now I'm still Apple, I'm still long into everything here, so let's just wait to see where we could take this name so far. But Apple and Google both trying to come in a little bit. Palantir again to 850. This is down 1%. They're all coming in. I'm just getting all these warnings because we're all at these 50 levels. So that's 850 for PLTR, 1850 for DraftKings. Nice little fall back in again from these guys. But there comes Google right back to the day's low. We're not going to be here for very long, especially if this does break. So watch out here for Google trying to take out some of these levels. Just got to make sure that we have the stop orders in around this 105, basically a 105 flat break, something like that, coming in for, I mean, we're a little bit light on this trade for Google, so I don't know. Like, I really, really want to wait for that 105, 104.50, which is down here. So that could be something that we just wind up waiting for, but I don't want to have on a huge loser by the time it comes to that level. So still a little work to do here with Google.
Yeah, and actually you mentioned stops, and I was talking about this yesterday with reference to stops, like how important they are to have them. having a tight stop and having a way out is just the way that we work. And as a day trader on a prop floor, it's an advantage when you have something like Day Trade the World, where you have a stop level. You've definitely got a risk manager as well. It's something that we've been trying to expand upon, at least Day Trade the World has, and we talked about this yesterday with the campus program. So I just want to shout out to anybody that might be in Canada. If you are in Canada, you are eligible for the Day Trade the World campus promo. It is going to be a free program. You get to learn the markets on this trading platform with the ability to eventually become a funded trader. Again, it is flexible with the student schedule, so if you are in school, that's what it's all about. You can eventually become a funded trader, but you must be in Canada. So if you're looking for a start, I think we have, there it is, just scan the QR code below. I think it's a fantastic opportunity. Sean and I started out, we opened a floor and only hired students. So it actually is something that means something to us on a personal level, because some of the best traders that we did find were in school when they started out. So we're glad to be able to bring that to you. Let's get over to Brendan as the market's trying to bounce here. Let's go for happening now.
Hey guys, at 10 o'clock we did get that BOC rate decision as expected. 4.5 pause once again. So a hold from the Bank of Canada there, 4.5 on interest rates. The bigger decision or bigger event going to come later in the day down here. Fed's daily first off, and then we get at 12 o'clock, and then we get the FOMC meeting minutes to come still later this afternoon at 2 o'clock. We'll bring that to you as it happens. That's the way the board looks right now. 0.37 to the upside for the S&P. Dow about 0.5% in positive territory. All three Russell nicely green here as well, including the 2000 there leading once again. 0.5%. The NASDAQ Composite and the 100 both back to the upside. If you missed it at 8:30, consumer prices did rise moderately, 0.2 and 0.4 on the year over year, or the month over month numbers, I should say, but that was in line with expectations. Overall, 5% versus 5.1 expected, topping expectations to the downside. So moving in the right direction. We had Tesla on the watch list this morning, top of the watch list, in fact, up here, 191, but straight downside, but still holding up a little bit better than the overall market. 0.6, guys, for Tesla. Back over to you.
Tesla or Stressless. So thankfully, we're getting at least a little bit of a bounce here, but let's not think we're powering up too much. I mean, the futures have bounced like 30, 40 handles off the bottom. Like, we're right at, like, I'm back at VWAP on Intel. It's like, okay, that 32.5 that we couldn't get past, better ring the register on some of this, because if we roll back over, we could be in some trouble again. So still a bit of a downward trend in the market. This has held up. At least we found something that bounced off a bottom. I'm talking, Coin didn't bounce off the bottom. Meta didn't bounce off the level I wanted. Microsoft didn't work either, just down the line. Whereas the two shorts I liked, like Micron and PDD, I'm back in a short, by the way, on PDD at 68, but I'm at the low of the day. And I'm risking 20 cents into 68.20, so scalp into the low. If it gets to VWAP, that's probably going to be a separate trade there. So just going to try to work the trend in pin, duo. C3AI I know was weak, but I'm waiting until it gets to 20. I still think there's going to be a long there. NVIDIA made a bounce. I picked my bones over in Intel. I like that one a little bit better. Tesla, as I said, got to have yourself stop. It got beneath that 70. We got out. You have to. Now it's trying to bounce off 187. Not a bad little zone there. That's where we broke out from. So this could be a level on Tesla emerging. I was waiting for Alibaba to settle down at the open. It settled down now and made 95 its bottom, not 98. So Pinduoduo, Baba, I chose Pinduoduo. I guess you could have had either one of those shorts, looking pretty good. And this is the 50 period on Alibaba down at 96. So this worked yesterday. We waited for the flush and then just started going long in the consolidation. That gives you 95.5. So longs underneath 96. If you play the same game as yesterday, which worked, and then work that up for that dollar worth of a range. Sometimes BABA has a tendency to repeat itself. If that happens today, long 95, 75 into 95 half, and then just scalp it for the afternoon until it falls asleep at about 2 o'clock.
All right, I don't know. Awesome. I mean, we held, so it's okay. Yeah, we made back some money here. As Google now coming back up to the upside. So we said that we wanted to hold this. We did get some out, obviously, down there at 104.50. We talked about that. It was not a very good long early for Google, but we tend to do this to ourselves every day. And so we talked about getting better and better and better at this. And then the one thing we do have right now that's been a one trade banger right here off the sticky note. it's on here at 160, and this is like really the only name that we were pretty patient with today was Apple. Everything else we got in way too early, but Apple's been holding out for these highs. I mean, this was 945. I shouldn't say, we got into this one too early or anything like that. 945 isn't super early or super late either, but it's really working to the upside, man. Apple continues to rock and roll, so this is making my day right now. Otherwise, it would be a complete disaster. As we shorted Amazon early, and that didn't work, and then we got out, then we went long, and that, like I said, just back and forth a little bit. And then the stock that we probably had too many shares in too early was Meta. But again, in and out of that one without too much worry, but it still said napa to us on that long, as that was not a work trade for us. And then it comes down to 213, and that is really where it should have been bought, obviously. A lot of this trading today for me is going to be hindsight, because we had a lot of these longs, but we just didn't really respect them enough to hold them, because again, watching out for that 13,000 on the NASDAQ was very, very, it could have been an ominous break. Like if I was still long everything, like if I'm long Meta at 214 and it takes 13,000, then it's at 210. The same thing for everything, Google, all of this. So it is nice to be able to make this money back, and I'm super happy for it right now, but we don't have the bottom picks that really I'm used to grabbing at these levels. And I mean, even AMD is coming back to 93 here. And I know people in the chat were like, oh, AMD's getting ready to rock and roll, and it did. So good call on that one. We still have some better longs, I feel like, in the spot right now. 80 cents in the money on Apple, and now 40 cents in the money on Google. But this was $1 plus from the bottom. So AMD, yeah, definitely looking like it's a nice little long there.
Oh, yeah, it's a nice bounce. I'm actually monitoring that one as we speak because, look, I'm in a chip name right now. So if that punches through, I think that actually probably helps drag Intel to the upside. Oh, I just got to fill on PDD. That's what it was. I kind of glance over, and it's like, oh, what just happened? Yeah, Pinduoduo just kind of got back into the low, so I took some out in front of that bottom. This is at least trending to the downside. Even as the market's popping, this will happen with the Chinese ADRs. Sometimes it's good to have names or ideas out there that can be a little bit aside from what the market might be doing, so your levels and your theories will hold up. Even if you get a rug pull like this or a monster bounce, it's not going to matter too much. And I think that's going to be the case with PDD. That's why I was looking at one of the Chinese ADRs. This PayPal, by the way, shout out to everyone in the chat that's on this. Just remember, like that 76 is, I mean, it was a huge fail yesterday, so I know you want to ring the register there. I still think the trend here cannot be ignored, and the 75 is the buy zone. I had my 15-minute up to remind myself it's 75, I want. I don't want to chase this. Higher time frame prevents me from chasing too far. A lot of times if I'm focused on the 3-minute, I should say, then I tend to chase things, tend to get too aggressive. But if you put that 15-minute up and trade off of it, then I wait for my levels a little bit more patiently. That's where I found Intel. That's where I've been monitoring Pinduoduo. And that's why I think 75 is the entry point for PayPal there. Again, it looks pretty decent on the on the 3-minute as well, but that's going to be the case. You can find confirmation on that short term. And just to go back over to Stressla, it looks like it's going to roll back over. 187 was a good buy previously. That's the only price I would look for a defense on Tesla, that 187 level. As far as Ford goes, I think I just missed my opportunity to short it, but it is coming back into the upside. Were it to get back to 13, then I'll put the short on. But I don't want to chase this. The fills to me are 13 and above. For the short trade, that is the setup I wanted. I can stick with Pinduoduo and wait patiently for Micron to pop as well. I know you got that Apple one in there, but finding those kernels of strength, PayPal is definitely one of them. I'm going to look for a few others that we can find that held up well. Because the market got back to the high, I like the chances of something that has a big breakout zone above, which gives you clear runway. If you buy a dip in PayPal 75 and it takes out 76, you're not caught with the decision of having to long that top, which I never want to do. Well, not never, but I prefer not to do.
Yeah, Tesla, that 187 was a good trade.
Yeah,
I mean, we've got a lot of good trades on board right now, man. We're long Apple right now, $1 right now as the cash cow is back in the building right now with Apple. So that's going to be a good long now, $1. Like we said, now Google 30 cents. It's kind of struggling a little bit. My best out for Google was 80s, yeah, 79s. So right where it is right now, we only now have 40% of that trade on, and we're actually doing pretty good. We still have 30% of Apple on, as that can come up to the upside. We've just been taking little pieces out and trying to hold on to it, but we're getting right back into some levels of concern. And look what just happened, man. Good one right there. We'll say, oh my God.
Oh my God.
because we just broke 13.1 again on the NASDAQ, and now you're trying to go back upside right there. Though the name that for me that has the most runway is going to be Meta, but like look at that bottom, double bottom there at 213. Definitely should have been taken in that 214 break. I mean, coulda, woulda, shoulda, but that was a number right there. And then we're going to go to Brandon in a second. I just want to look at Tesla because down here to 187, the market's picked up. This is still positive today. I feel like any dips down into 187 is probably a good little look there as well. I'm going to take one more piece out from Google because we're right at the highest spot we've been at here for me today, back up to 80. So we'll cut some 79s out there, actually. Right there, nice move upside. Brendo, what's going on over there?
Nice two-day move, guys, for crypto back to the upside. This one not really doing much today, but MSTR down about 0.5% so far on the daily chart. Looking pretty good, though. MicroStrategy, obviously. Just saw this pop up. Kind of interesting. 4.2 billion worth of Bitcoin, guys, now green once again for MicroStrategy, back above 30,000.
So I'm glad Tisha mentioned this one because GFAI rejected
Google.
25, right back to that 22.5 level. So this is kind of that spot. Like if it can hold here, you make another run. Don't go long off the top, wait for a consolidation, but it looks pretty weak. It's lower highs through. I almost think you want it to break 2250, run some stops, and then if it gets back and reclaims the level, look for the long there. This is looking pretty weak right now. I don't know that I want to jump on the bid of this up 39% and just kind of let it run you over. Let it run those stops and then see if it comes back and starts holding it again. That looks a little bit better to me, at least as far as GFAI goes. There it goes. Actually just ran the stops right now, so good you didn't take the long.
Yeah, good look there as we look to look at some other names. AAL down 8%, or sorry, down 7% right now and still going. Just a quick update, man. I could not take this out. It was an official dollar right there for Apple. So again, you know, I'm kind of mad because the Google trade took a while to develop, and we lost on Meta, which sucks because now Meta's $1.50 in the money, but it's not over yet. So let's just wait to see. We are now getting lighter and lighter and lighter as some of this move is not really extending through 13 here, right? So 13.1 just had a break spot there. So I feel like we're going to get another piece out on Google if we're able to. Up here, I just put a 67 offer. Let's go to 64. There we go. We got a 64 there. We're also at 67. And then also for Apple, we got a grade out there. I'm going to take one more out at 64 if we can get it. And then now we're pretty light. And I actually, if we're going to fail that 13, I'm looking right now at Meta right now. If we're going to fail off that 13.1, I'm looking for Meta short, to be honest with you. That made its move all the way back. We just wicked high at 215 right there on the 1 minute, 215.25. I think we can go short using that as our out. So right now at 215. Does the market want to go down, though? I mean, that's really the whole question right now. All right, let's start small. We'll put it, there it is. Now we've got it small right now at 214.15, 214 flat, 214.96 against 215.15. That was that high right there as we try to figure out what levels we're talking about. I'm just looking at too many names. That's 215.30. Okay, so we'll start the trade right now. It's about a third of our position. It's like that first spot that we had right there at this exact same level that we had the first time. We're now going to try it short. So let's see. As long as this market does fail right now, if it goes back up to the upside, we obviously do not want this. So this is going to be a quick out for us, man. Like 215.50, we're out of Meta. So 215.50 right there, we're going to be out of Meta. We're just trying to play off this fail right here. Let's see if we don't. I mean, it's not failing. It's above the 50 period, but let's just see what it wants to do at 13.1. Now it's bouncing back up to the upside, so we'll see. Still in the money on this, but we're going to give it to 215.50 on Meta and just watching out for our other names, right? We still got Apple, still $1 in the money. We just took some more out. We're now trying to go buy a short. I don't know, though. What's your positions? You're long.
So look, I'm actually on the offer trying to get Mike back into the short on Micron because it feels like this could be the turn in the market. And if it is, I know I like Micron short, but I did take that GFAI. So it ran the stops at 22.50, got down to 22.20, then immediately the bid reemerged, stacked up at 22.5. I got in at 69. That's just the price that was on the offer. Nothing to read into there. It broke back above 23. I scalped some out at 1-to-1 to the low, and now I'm just sitting in it. So sometimes you just want to not stand in front of the level. effectively the same thing. It held 22, but wait till it runs some stops, get some people out of the long, and then jump back into it. It still might not work out. Like I said, I only scalped a third of it out. It could still turn into a bit of a loser, but I just prefer that entry instead of just sitting there and letting it run you over the first time. Let the buyers show back up at that level, and then you feel a little bit better at it. Yeah, there goes Micron back through that 63 area. We had the big short off the morning, and then just got out way too early on it, but look at this around VWAP. I tried it at 63 before, and then realized, no, you want it off that VWAP. The next pop, I'll try to get it. I might wet my beak at 63, but the money fills are above 63. So as I say, wet my beak. I want to be in position on this to the short side, but the money fills are going to be above 63 for me. As it pops up, I want to work into the short on Micron. We know this one was a bit of a dog off 64. Now let's see if it can be one off 63 to add to my pin duo short as well. And GFAI, I don't think should follow the market, but it could rug pull at any moment. Always have a stop on one of those types of names.
All right, so we'll take 20 cents quickly. We'll just do a little quick bang on that as our nets just keeps going up. So that's why we're doing this right now, as there's a little quick trade. We got it at 20% of meta. That's it. I'm just noticing like it came back into VWAP, which unfortunately we bounced off there now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. So like I didn't want to take it, but it just came down. We bounced off there 3 times. So the first 2 candles that I had this bounced off the same spot. So we do take a piece out. Now we're going to see about going lower on this move. And look, man, all of the outs. And by the way, and this call, not to sort of, you know, but we talked about waiting to get out of some of our longs and then going back into the short back there. Now 50 cents in the money for Meta, as that's going to continue to print a little bit lower. Wow, okay. Let's just put a bid out. I was waiting at 35. Let's just take a 45, man, if we can get that right now. We'll take 50 clean cents, even more than that. There it is right there. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Yo, what up, Kat?
Hola. Like and subscribe today.
All right, what's going on to everybody there, man? Thank you so much for the talk in the chat for these shorts. And that's just what we're talking about, man. There's the meta. We get that little bit of a revenge now as we're holding this short. Look, this is 215, this is 214, this is 214.50. So we're losing about 50 cents there, a little bit less, 50 cents on the big part, and a little bit less on the next part, of course. So we're trying to make a little bit more. So now we're 70 cents in the money. And we just took this 4 minutes ago. So let's see if it can make a little bit of money here as we go to the downside right now. And this is why we cashed out of Google, man. I told you, we were getting up here. We wanted to go short. So now we're very, very light in Google. And we only have 10% left, which we also discussed with getting out of Apple on the high side. So far, so good. Let's just see if we can make Meta sing a little bit here to the downside as we've broken below. Let's see 13.1 if it wants to hold now that we're below it.
So the thing about, yeah, let it sing. You want it to be a good rhythm, though. You know, you want it to be we want a nice song. We want a nice song. We want a nice trend. That's what you want to see. Like, it's 10:20. Usually at this time, you kind of figured out where the trend is going to be. It feels like it's a bit of a downward trend. So, you know, Micron to the short side just got into it and just got some out at the low of the day. Make sure you're paying yourself and ring that Reggie. But GFAI is on the run again. It just broke 23.5. Obviously a 22.5 break. You know, it was a fail break to the downside. Maybe it trapped some shorts. I think it got some longs out. Probably not trapping any shorts. But if it doesn't break 25 even, then I've got my outs inside of the range. If it takes out 25, I think you can just look for separate trades above there. I want the scalp trade. If you're only risking, I'm only risking 45 to 50 cents. So I'm going to take that buck, and I'm going to take that $2 if it gets up to the high of the day on GFAI. So glad to ring the register there. And from this small cap to the small cap recap at the desk with Brendan.
Guys, yeah, when the market is in play, few little ones to discuss, but there are a couple moving around today. Let's talk about a few here. HTCR, hardcore up on this note, it would appear this morning anyways, new IPO services listing for them. So HTCR, 62%, kind of just chopping around here. We got above $2 briefly if you go back in the pre-market, flushed off the open back below 150. So on a retest right now of that 150 level, but still up significantly. 62% for HTCR. There was this one as well. CYTO, positive phase 2 data for one of their treatments being worked on. 52% still to the upside, but coming into significant levels over the past couple of days. These came into play as well, 250 as well. On this one, significant on the daily chart. You go all the way back to March and February. We're into big time resistance for CYTO. Yeah, I left GFAI on here because we got above that level. Recent highs anyway, still kind of contending with these levels from back in February for Guard Force AI, and I left BBAI on here just to show you the fact that it's not participating. Some of the other AI stocks not playing along, but GFAI having quite the day, guys.
Yeah, I mean, look, this happens, man. Like when one AI name goes, the other ones, basically everyone just kind of gives up on them and the action's somewhere else. So, I would not be looking for the C3AI long. That being said, look, if GFAI were to flush, which it might be doing, let me go to that now. I was going to talk about PDD. But if GFAI flushes and retakes that low, I've already turned it into something that can't be a loss, but I was looking for the scalp trade. Kind of look inside the flag. If it breaks out, then we look for another long. If that gets through 22 and starts flushing, maybe AI catches a bid. That could be something worth watching, but I'm on this one for now. I'm going to go back to Pinduo Duo. It got to the bottom, or at least close to the bottom. Now it's right back at that 68. So above 68, I'm going to look for some fills into the short side. Micron, a very similar thing. Shorted it in. It got to the low of the day. Now I want the money fills above 63 this time. Bit of a double bottom put in. I didn't get my Intel bid. I'm sitting at 24. Always sit in front of the quarter, not behind it. So I'm sitting at 24 off that 20 bottom. Yeah, it bounces at 26. I literally had this conversation with Fahad yesterday, and we're talking about when you're doing like scalp trades, sometimes you want to be in front of the obvious level. So instead of bidding 19, you bid like 21. Instead of bidding 24 like I just did, you bid 25 or 26, not 25. Should have been bidding 26. I'll correct that now. But another run to VWAP, I think, incoming for Intel. I just missed that little bit of a dip by, but this has been my chip name that's managed to hold up. Oh no, I wasn't bidding Tesla 87. Did you get you get 87 on Tesla?
No. I was watching.
You don't want to look. You don't want to look. I missed Intel by like 2 cents, and that's a $32 stock. Tesla goes to 187 on a dime. That goes right to the level. To 187.03 it just went to. You just got to be out there. So I'm just going to get like a 12 bid on Tesla for the next time it comes down here. You know what's going to happen? The next time it goes to 87, it's going to run through. That's why I'm going to wait closer to that 87 mark. GFAI, now it's back up on the bid. I want that one breaking up to 24.5. But yeah, we missed that chance on Tesla 187. Darn it, that was a good level, man.
Yeah, I know, and that's the frustrating part because we talked about it and then we missed it. So that's okay that we missed it. I mean, our names have come back up, man. I mean, Apple, we were happy getting out of it there. It was like, okay, now it just fell back down, but it came right back up, so where we're even higher than where we were in the first place. So for me, awesome. We'll take it. Our net is actually at the same spot. Why? Because as Meta goes down, so does my Google and my Apple, but then Meta just comes right back up. So I'm kind of like just sitting on my hands right now, not doing a whole heck of a lot. You know which name continues to be? I mean, I was visiting, my nieces and nephews, and everybody's all about Roblox, obviously, as it continues to go. And Roblox today, again, flat on the day, but trying to hold out that nice 45. Look at this. Beautiful move on the daily chart. I mean, all these keeps making higher lows as you keep coming up through here, now up to $48 and looking to take out some key levels right there as well through 48. But we've bounced off there pretty tight all the way back in, and then look at this bottom here, 45.50. Again, right into yesterday's bottom. Like, these are some of the levels that we need to look at as we continue to trade here, man. Maybe I'm going to have to go over, check out some anchored VWAPs, go back a couple of days and things like that. Talk to Michael Noss about all that again here today, as he was here on Thursday or Friday, then I haven't been able to get back at him on that when he talked about it before. But there it is. I don't have the reloaded thing, but we'll see. We'll just hit this because we did reload Meta. Let's take it out again for another 20 cents, sorry. So we'll take it out again right there at 75. So there's another piece out on Meta. Now let's see if it wants to fade out one more time back to the downside. I'm going to take advantage of this move on Google, get it out at 58 if we can, because again, I have more shares now on Meta than I do the other two names. So if Meta wants to go to the downside, thank you very much, and that would be very great. And then there it is, another out right there. Oops, there it is right there on Google, as we just got that out at 60. So another spot there for Google that I'm looking at. So far so good here on this Meta short. And there goes Meta. Yes, sir. 50 cents. We just reloaded this. So you guys that are saying, like, start to trade a little bit more, there it is right there, man. We've got the trades on. We're long Apple, we're long Google, and there's another short, 50 cents in the money on Meta. But you can only trade if there's trades available.
Yeah, I don't know who's saying that, but GFAI just did a hell of a head fake. It head faked at the high of the day. I got out. When is $2 not good? When it head fakes you at that high and then goes into a potential, it looked like it was about to halt. It obviously did not above that 25 level. I threw a bid in there. If it was going to do that rejection, do the whipsaw action, it's now cleared out the 25. No halts in sight for GFAI. So congrats if you took it. You couldn't have lost. But certainly this one is off to the races now. To 25 is probably that dip. I don't know why. It was crazy. Like, it looked like it was going into a halt and then kind of did one of those head fakes. So let's see how far this one can go. Congrats if you still got this one. It's an absolute runner. Forget about C3AI. Oh, and by the way, I mean, if the short's back at the low of the day, PDD, that short's working. Oh, wait a minute. Where's my bid? So I thought I had a bid at the low of the day on Tesla. I did not. And then I thought I had a bid just now on PDD at the low of the day to get filled, and I did not. So I think, remember that issue we were having? I think I had a couple of cancels in there that are a little bit weird. So either way, I'm going to get the low of the day in a second on Pinduoduo. Tesla's coming back to said 187 level. This time we're going to pick it up. Yeah, I'm just going to, whatever. I'm going to wet my beak in the 30s, and then my other bid will just be sitting down there at like 12s, as I said. But that level is pretty decent until it's not. Still some shorts on. Micron is still at the money. I'm not getting any fills above 63. We'll wait until we can get them. But here comes GFAI back in. If it's a big flush and goes into a down halt, I don't want to have any bids out there, but I do want that opportunity to take advantage of any kind of a dip and a pullback in that name. It just got my fill in Pinduoduo, so there are shorts that are working. We're still at the low of the day here. It has been arrows down and a consistent downward trend, now rolling over off 68 into 67.5. I'm still short 68s, and I will short the next pop until this stops working. You know, this and I want to say Alibaba have been relatively weak, holding the bottom. I don't know what other shorts are valid down here outside of, to me, Micron and Baba. And where's my Tesla fill? I think it bounced off me again.
Yeah, the market is just trying to figure itself out right now. So I don't. Oh man, you know, a name that we talked about in the pre-market a little bit was AB&B, and that name right now just bounced off. You know, close, like to some of these levels that we're talking about down here, that 110, 108. We just bounced off 112, which was the bottom there. Now up to 113.77. So that's not a bad little bounce. I mean, everything right now is bouncing. So, you know, to look at something and say it bounced would not be a surprise at all. But that's a little level there for Airbnb, maybe 113, 112.50 held. So you're always looking for like those levels that held during some of, you know, the chaos that has ensued here in this market. I'm going to go one more short here. We've made money on this Meta short. It just keeps coming back and averaging in. So right now we're only going to average this in, and we could wind up losing on this final position here. 215.50 if it does take it out. The market wants to go back up to the upside, man. We're just taking out right now 13.1. We already stood in front of it. It didn't tank down. It went down as much as 10 handles, which is not that much. Now you're already up 17. You just went up 20 handles. So the move down was 10. The move up is 20. So yeah, the market is seems to be getting a little more aggressive to the longs right now. I mean, our Apple trade is really celebrating itself to the upside right now. Right back to day's high for Apple, which is unbelievable. Forget about the CPI level, but Apple all the way back to 162 off of this 160.50 long. So this one off that bottom just was patient. The only name that we were really patient with here today, like for Google, we started buying like early, you know, but it looks like to be right now. Okay, now goes Meta. So now everything's starting to go back up to the upside a little bit here. So let's watch out for Meta right now. Starting to go. Nice move. Oops, that's the chart. Nice move to the upside here. If we break 215, we're out. And that looks like it's about to happen right now. So that's okay. We have all of our orders. It's not okay to lose, but if it does rip upside, we are still watching our other positions. But right now, Meta, we're short now at 12. So it looks like it'll be a 35-cent hit if we take 50. Here comes a little bit of a flush down.
So a couple of things here. One, got in and out of Baba really quick. That 95.50, bye-bye. So we got 63 in and out super fast. And also GFAI just hit $28 in reverse. So be careful with this. It just made a pretty big reversal. I was just showing you the out on Alibaba because, look, I don't want to get into a trade, take a paper cut on, and try to ignore it for you guys. But that was a huge retracement just now on GFAI. Yeah, I got out too early. Sometimes $2 is not enough. That's just the truth with these names. Should have held on to some for the dream. The one time you don't is the time that it goes. Let's go to Brendan for the crypto update.
Hey guys, just quickly, we also got the weekly oil inventories number out there at 10:30. Smaller build, tiny build actually, 597,000 on the build side versus a forecast of a draw, 1 million draws. So a little bit of a build versus a little bit of a draw for crude oil. Otherwise, we're still looking at a decently positive couple of days here for crypto. I'll show you the charts here in a second, but a lot of people still discussing this upgrade that's coming through for Ethereum this week. This node essentially just explaining the fact that the ratio going to get a little bit deeper between, or the disconnect maybe going to get a little bit deeper between Ethereum and Bitcoin, with more obviously available. This is a 15-minute chart of Bitcoin. We had the spike on the number this morning. We get all the way up here to 30,500, but pullback underway. Did retest 30,000 on the initial move back to the downside. Bit of a bounce right now, but back into this chop again. This is a 15-minute chart, but if you zoom out a little bit, that was the big breakout that happened overnight a couple of days ago. Ethereum, on the other hand, yeah, nice look here. Back to that high, or testing that high right now, 1925, 1930 for Ethereum. Still positive on the 24-hour session, negative meanwhile. For BTC, 30,171. Bit of a mixed board right now, guys, for crypto markets. Back over to you.
Mixed.
10:30 already. Wow.
It is 10:30.
As this day continues to go, man. Yeah, what mixed board. Yeah, crypto, I mean, you know, with CPI, we've seen gold make some moves now, crypto holding above that 30. So, you know, it makes sense to get some strength there. We have seen stock like Coinbase. I mean, these guys have talked about Coinbase a lot as we continue to watch that move. Walmart today. Walmart's closing a bunch of stores I saw yesterday in Chicago.
And do a lot of automation too.
Right there.
There's I forget the name of the company. It's going to kill me now because the company that's doing their automation in the warehouses was up like 8 or 9% in the pre-market.
Sense, yeah.
And I wasn't familiar with them. I'll double check the name and maybe get it out to you guys if you're interested in it. But a couple of things. Micron got some fills above 63. Finally, the rock has come back to.
Wow.
Now we're low of the day, baby. Oh, we're breaking. Tesla just broke the low as well. The shorts are starting to print. Oh my goodness. The life comes at you fast sometimes. So the shorts just roll over really fast. I got to reload on Intel, but we just broke that 87 level on Tesla, and I just got 30 cents slippage. 30 pennies. That's the slippage sucks.
Meta just dropped 40 cents. Like
that's why. Yeah.
When these names want to rip or tank, there is absolutely no stopping them. We just take a big banger right there on Meta, probably on some kind of news. What's up, Brendan?
Something happened.
Fed's barking on CNBC right now. Remember, this was supposed to come across at 9 o'clock this morning, but Fed's barking, just be aware, making some comments on CNBC right now.
Broke. It was like $1 down on Tesla. I'll go to Intel first because, quite frankly, all the shorts are good and Intel's at support, and that could come into play. 32.20 is going to be my last out. PED's now 80 pennies in the money. Micron just absolutely flushed through the low as well. So, your shorts are back to printing. That's how it happens. Life comes at you quick, and the market goes to the downside today a little faster than it goes up. The only good buys were, like, obviously, look, 830 was, a good one. And then you had just that little bounce off those lows, and now we're back to trending in to said downside. This does mean, not the way I wanted to get this 75 on PayPal, but about the only stock I'm looking at that's above VWAP that isn't GFAI is PayPal, and it's there right now. So I'm long at 10s. It'll be a scalp trade because I don't think I'm giving it past 74.90. But PayPal, one of the only names really holding up to the top side of the market here.
Let's go smash them, Gregory, because what we're doing right now is smashing this meta trade to the downside right now. We just talked about this just in front of you guys, that we just reloaded this meta trade, and we were almost stopped out. So like Neil said, man, I mean, this market is here, and then it's not, and then it's here again. So, try to respect some of these levels as we continue to trade here today. And they've been pretty good levels, guys. But the NASDAQ, again, 13.1. I mean, I'm just talking about like it being relatively, not necessarily an easy trade, but like when you bounce off 13.1 like that, it just gives you a reason to sort of be short. So that's why we are. Now we can wait to see back down here at 13.030 there. What's up to Dan Emmons and everybody talking in the chat there? That's not a good story there. We are certainly past, okay, well, Barkin right now says we are past peak inflation. Okay,
I mean,
that seems
positive,
obvious.
But, I mean, we knew that.
Yeah, the guy looks down at CPI and says that. I mean, that's obvious. I definitely see demand cooling, so that could be it right there. Still a ways to go. Lots of stuff happening right now. We are now $1 plus right now in the money as we'll go, oh my God, there's Meta. Wow, we are really barbecuing this market up today. Good trading so far, man. I hope you're enjoying the show as there it is, like good shorts, good longs, everything. Definitely got out of our Apple there. We talked about only holding 10% of both of these names as Google comes right back in again to another key level. I'm just going to get out, man. Where's my out on this? I'm not even buying anymore. 25, which is the bottom of the day there. I mean, this might be worth testing again. You know, some of these lows. We're already short, man. We're already $1.20 now in the money on Meta. So I think we'll just hold this and see where we go from here.
Yeah, I mean, once 87 was gone on Tesla, the floodgates absolutely opened up. It was like gates of hell, and then just everybody enter, do pass go this time because you broke that level to the downside. So the shorts, we know all about it. I still have Micron. I'll never live down the fact that we gave up the 64 short so early, but everything is flushing. There is at least, if you're looking for something bullish, you can only go long. GFAI, yeah, don't chase it. It's now pulling back, but it's held 25. So if you're looking for a sign of strength out there, I mean, that 20 cents on PayPal, I was in and out pretty darn quick because that did not hold up at all. We might be bouncing off 185 on Tesla. I might want to take that one out off 85, but 25, good level for GFAI. I'd look to this the same way that 22.5 was. Like if it can kind of test that level, give a psych out, and then consolidate off here, you look for the long in the next move to the upside. But that's the way I play it. Play it the same way, only with these, sometimes get away from your range trading. $2 is good, but hold some for the dream. I know it's a weird thing to say, but on that type of a name, maybe not everywhere else, but on the GFAI type, hold on to something for that dream. Here's 185 on Tesla. I think I'm going to look for the exit here. I definitely know I want to hold PDD and Micron because those were shorts I wanted all day. But Tesla 185, that's too big of a level not to play off of this. And just take the money on run on a $2 breakdown.
All right, guys. I mean, what a great short there. I mean, Meta just went to 214 flat. This is $1.40 now in the money. We're short at 215.30. So right now $1.30. We just took it out, so we'll take that out as well. And then our Google, we tried it, didn't hold it. That's fine. We're still waiting for that 104.50 level down. I mean, Google's been fine. Obviously, we took some out. We made some money back. We've done quite well making money back on that move, and then now putting Meta back into the pocket as well, right there. This is what we're looking at for Google. This 105.50 area is what I'm going to try to look at. So that's 104.70. I'm just going to put a bid there now. I mean, I don't know. I just don't want to miss it in case it does come in. So that's 104.75 or so right here for Google in case that comes in. I just want to see these levels. We did wick down here to 104.25. So yeah, I'm going to have to take a hit if we get back in there, but that's one thing that I'm willing to do. 105, 104.50. Yeah, okay, so we'll just wait for it. If it fills up, we'll see it fill, and then the rest, like Phil Mickelson, 52-year-old. What a round there, 65. The best round for someone over the age of 50 in Masters history.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing how he's playing. Yeah. Plus, he's doing that all carrying around $600 million in his back pocket from Live.
That's heavy.
So that's a lot there, yeah. I had 650. I got rid of 50, so now 6 is a little bit. I'm trying to just do my best Phil Mickelson impersonation right there. But yeah, nice move down here. Here comes Google, man. Google's coming into 105 right now and still making that low. As soon as we took out the day's low on that was a little bit of a scary thought there. So we pull the chute on that name and wait for a little bit lower. The low might come in, man, and then we might just get out of it again. So yeah, everyone want to go long right now. Shout out to HG right here. We'll talk about this. Someone needs help. What's up, D. Westermeyer there? You've got a decent position, it looks like, on... We got to go to Brendan in a second. We got a decent position here on BABA.
Oh, yeah, that's swing short.
Don't want to become a bag holder? Well, the only way to do that is to get out. We'll look at Alibaba when you come back. Well, it's true. It's 102 right now for BABA. We'll look at that when we get back from Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll give you an update here on the S&P 500. After all that, we are essentially back to flat for the S&P anyways. 0.10 in the green right now. There is actually a lot of green on this board, but enough red offsetting, obviously, including, the airlines jumping off the page here. AAL was the one that came out with, if you missed it, revised forecast to the downside for the remainder of the year. So all of these being dragged down with it. 8% right now for AAL, UAL 6%, Love, Dow, and Alaska all 3+ to the downside. So that alone kind of offsetting some of the other positivity from the industrial group today, but capital goods and commercial goods both still in positive territory. Pharmaceutical names and healthcare equipment makers positive as well, despite a few names in here that are red on the day. Tech also green despite, NVIDIA 1.4, downside QCOM 1%, AMAT, LRCX, a few other semiconductors offsetting a few that are positive, including Enphase and SEDG. Software names doing enough, though, to offset that, along with hardware equipment makers back to the upside. So tech positive, consumer discretionary negative. Remember, 2 days in a row now for CarMax, downside, KMX, pretty ugly couple of days. PayPal as well, 2.4%. Nice look for PayPal in the financial services group of the banking sector. But overall, this group kind of flat. Real estate, material stocks, and utilities positive. There's that note on Dish this morning. Dan Loeb apparently involved. Match as well, 2.9% to the downside. CHTR, Paramount, and WBD all red. So communication services, a bit of a problem. Consumer discretionary, I should say, a bit of a problem. And these airlines a problem. Otherwise, that number would have been a lot higher. 0.18 right now for the S&P guys.
Ooh. Yeah, thank you very much, Brennan. Also going to get the breadth of the market. We focus on a lot of, obviously, you guys know we focus on tech, right? Like every stock that we've been in has been tech, GFAI, or Chinese ADR. I'm pretty sure. At least I don't think anyone's trading anything else. So, Mr. Westermeyer, Sean already said it, but adhere to your stop. If you made a swing trade, then you had it out. And I don't know if it was the 50 periods here now at 95. I guess that's a reasonable stop area just beneath there. Or I would have thought maybe that 98, 97 and a half. But lower high at that 102, and I guess you're looking for the breakout there on the long side of the trade. Adhere to your stop. Have one before you came in, and don't try to get too cute about it. I know it's bouncing off 95 now for a day trade. But I wouldn't just say, oh, yeah, I'm going to make that one up and throw it in after and say that this is where you got to get out. To me, that would be a natural stop for a swing long, but a 98 would have been a more natural one in there, or at least 97 and a half. That's what we talked about this morning. And my bias is clear. I kind of feel these are rolling over. That's been my 2 cents. But I like Pinduoduo is a weaker name. I think that BABA is at least relatively strong, but that's not saying too much. So, adhere to your stop. Don't get cute with a swing trade. It's the same thing as day trading. You're out as you're out. And sometimes that's good, sometimes that's bad. I'll show you an example of a bad one. My out on Tesla just now was the 85. I thought we were bouncing off that level. I guess we're not. Tesla's still going to the downside. I still got my Micron and my Pinduoduo, but that 187 breakdown, that was pretty quick to get to the 185 level, which is why I thought we'd get a little bit of a rubber band bounce. I did get wicked out on Intel and immediately reestablished 3220. I got back in at 23, an ode to the GOAT there. If you don't know who that is, I don't know what to tell you, but it just bounced that first 10 cents and reversed. So, I don't know if this is going to hold up one more time here on Intel through that low, but my out is going to be said low of the day. Market is definitely in a reversal. I'm holding on for dear life on Micron. It's trying to bounce off 62.5. We're short at 63. My gut is telling me that if it does not hold this level, why wouldn't we be at 61 or 61.5 on Micron? This is the move that I was looking for yesterday on Micron, which was all the way from 64 to 61.5 to 62. Today, we might be getting it if this market cannot hold the bottom.
Okay. So I made a little bit of a keystroke error on Micron or on Meta. I wanted to get out if we broke this 214.50, but unfortunately, I put the wrong price in and just punched out of a little bit there. So we're only holding now 25% of this Meta trade. Tried to hold a little bit more there. So yeah, I still think we could break through 214. We're still below. We still want to go short on everything right now. Neil's right. Yesterday, Fahad said, I have Palantir in my home. The only thing
it's he fought Palantir and Peloton.
Yeah,
he mixed them up. So
this is we got in trouble from Prad because Prad got me this hat, which I only wore once, I think, on the show, and then I wore it.
No, you wore it more than once. It was a couple, 2 or 3 times.
Maybe more than once, but then I also wore it to the zoo. That one day. That was like the day or two after he got to me. But here, Palantir investor, shout out to Prad, who's behind us. I've heard him a couple times already today. Yeah, I'll put this somewhere. I'll figure out a place to put this afterwards. But there it is, the Palantir hat. So anybody wondering about that one right there. Okay, what's up? Yeah, we've already talked about that. You're welcome, Jose Mercado. There's a smooth little $20. Neil's talked about GFAI and BFRG Bullfrog today. Yeah. Crazy for the show. Ribbit. So yeah, nice moves today on all these names. So congratulations if anybody's been having this. AMC is flying, I just saw someone say.
Oh, hell no, it's not. Really?
Let's see, 560. 563.
It won't break these 60s.
Yeah, not doing much there. It is flying. I mean, we talked about that 550. Yeah. It's just not flying today. It's had some nice moves, man. Look at that. I mean, I take time off, come back, it's the same story, man. We talked about this this $4 level, 380, 370, whatever that is. That was the bottom once again, 370 up to 560 right now. So I'd say you win. Now, GTFO, in my opinion on this one, but you guys can do whatever you want with AMC, but it's a nice win already, upside. If you're going to hold out for more, then obviously you know more is happening that I don't, and I don't know anything, so you can wait out for that one. But I just feel like a lot of these names, man, Bed Bath & Beyond, hopefully these guys can survive, and it looks like, you know, they definitely have a bottom down there. So if you're in this name, great. You know, where's the high? 660, 650, something like that I could see back into there. So you're already a little bit there. So I think congratulations to anybody that's been on this name, and just keep moving forward with it. It looks like a good name for you. Back up to the upside there with that. Meta looks like it wants to go. And our Shopify, the one name that we were looking to go short, I still think AMD.
Did it get there?
Yeah, it got there easily this morning. I mean, we canceled it. When we saw Shopify was really super strong, I was like, nah, I don't want that 48. It just ripped up early, so we got out of the way. It looks like 49 is going to be that new top, but it also did get back to 48 right there before dropping. It looks like anything is a solid bottom for Shopify at 47. So if there's any trade there, it's probably a long, not a short there for Shopify. So that's Microsoft 285. A trade there. You talked about Alibaba already. That's down 5%. Yeah. I said to Alibaba earlier, guys, it was just like, we'll have to look at NEO because that was the one name that I didn't really trade yet, today that I looked at that I really did like. I was talking about this earlier in the pre-market, man. When Alibaba was up here near this 101, 102 area, this is the high. Like, it got up here on great news. Like that they were splitting and that they were spinning off some of their companies and, you know, unleashing some value that perhaps wasn't there before. But that only got up to 103, 104, you know, and then it came back in. So you got to break some of these levels. For me, I mean, I think at 98, like I think we can get back to 98. I mean, it's just been a nasty move down today. The market was up 1% and then it's just come back in. So yeah, where Alibaba started the day, 98, I still think that was a pretty key level, man. That would have been a good out. I think we can get back to that. So I'd look to short Alibaba if we can get back into that area. And then I just continue to hold out for Meta. And then the Apple long, man, that's what a dream that's been. 106.80, if any dip down there, we should have rebought strength on Apple. And then Google's still hanging out on the low side of things as well. With PayPal back to 75, I know we talked about that. XOM also 116, another level of concern for people as we bounced off 116 a couple times. Mullen, 11 cents.
So I'm glad we got that super chat from
Jose?
From Jose, because I forgot all about BFRG. Obviously, we talked to GFAI, but yeah, Bullfrog making a strong move today. Look, you want to have, especially when we come to the afternoon, if you get a sideways afternoon, you want some of these that can be in your back pocket for some breakouts and some trends to the upside where you have something to play off of. Lunchtime as well, that $5 level looking pretty good. I'm smirking because every time I see Bullfrog, all I can think of is MC Froggy Frog. And okay, so nobody's going to know who MC Froggy Frog is, but if you know, Nine was a rapper, and he was kind of like a disciple of like Redman and some of the other, like he was like low T, some of the Wu-Tang guys, way back in the 90s and the 90s. In the early 2000s as well, and there was a guy, MC Froggy Frog, and he was legit. He would say ribbit all the time in one of his verses. So every time I see Bullfrog, I'm thinking of MC Froggy Frog. He was legit. It was kind of a gimmick at the time, but he had some game. If $5 holds, I think you have a chance to still break out. GFAI is long gone. Like the monster home run, all that nonsense might have already happened, but this through $6 still has a bit of a chance when you look at the daily chart. And if you get through 6, hello, you remember what happened last time we broke the $6 level here? Yeah, it was $9 incoming. So if you hold 5 out in the afternoon, I think we have a decent chance. Your volume's kind of dying right now, but if you hold that 5, I think it looks pretty good. Just a quick update, I will take at least 3 swings at Intel until this level breaks. That's 32.20. It did wick me out. When it wicks me out, I jump back in. On the move back into VWAP. So we're right now 2 for 3 on Intel, and I will keep trying this level because it's been a good one as we go to Brendan for Money Talks.
Follow through, guys. Downside move continues here for the dollar at this point, coming off that CPI print this morning. If you missed it, again, a little better than expected. Moving in the right direction anyways. 5% versus 5.1 on the year-over-year number there. That has a 0.6% decline in play right now for the DXY. Back to 101.5. We've been talking about this 102 area, which is basically that support. This is an hourly chart, by the way. 102 was support going back the past couple of days. We're solidly below that now. So everything on here pretty much back to the upside, including the euro. 0.7% move for the euro today. Did tag 110 at the top end of the range there for the euro early on. 0.18 for the Canadian dollar, 74.3 off that Bank of Canada interest rate decision as well. Again, holding once again two decisions in a row. 4.5% right now for the BOC, 124.6 for the pound, 0.34 back to the upside. Everything pretty much positive. BTC slipping back into the red there on the 12-hour, 1.8 for Ethereum on that upgrade. But yeah, downside flush here, big time for the dollar today, guys.
9 Lives. You guys got the album. Hit him like this, hit him like that, hit him with the real, let him know how you feel. That's the joint. That is the joint. Like, if you've never heard 9, he was legit for a little bit. You know when you have that raspy voice, but you don't suck like Ja Rule? Think about that. Like, that's someone that raps with the rasp, but it isn't hot garbage. But I don't like Ja. Okay, fine.
What's your opinion on Ja Rule?
Sometimes you speak your mind. It's like I'm probably a little bit harsh.
Hold the line on Bitcoin is all I know.
I respect his success. I respect the hits he had. I just was never a fan. Like, to each their own. Sometimes I'll be a little bit harsh because I'm just being honest. I've never been a fan of Ja Rule.
Ja Rule Ashanti song there.
No, there were some danceable hits, man. I'm not trying to be totally a hater, but that's just, it is who I am.
I like what I like. Hater, but,
I like what I like, man. So that's just me. If you like Ja Rule, more credit to you. He's not my dog, man.
Not your dog?
No.
Get at me, dog.
DMX. I mean, DMX and Ja, like, what are we even talking about? It was What are we talking about? 7 minutes to go. Tesla. This is not good for Tesla. It's not good for Tesla right now.
Hashtag Neil-splaining. Yeah, that's a good Neil-splaining.
Yeah, it is, man. What am I gonna say?
Yep. Okay. Right now, the only thing that we're mansplaining right now. Oh, by the way, my wife. Look, she messaged me this morning. Yeah, yesterday we had burgers, so you go out. I just make my own burgers. So we went and, we got the ground and everything like that. And here I am, take my ring off, make the patty, blah, blah, blah. Both my wife and my daughter both had Portobello Swiss. So I didn't make that. We bought those, the veggie style. That's
how you do it, man.
Portobello Swiss. So I'm here making my own burgers and I forgot the ring. So about 10 minutes into my drive into work, she's like, oh, okay, so now, she's going to come into the chat and tell everybody that, I'm not wearing my ring and this and that. I was like, okay. But I think she's out doing...
shows respect for the ring that you take it off when you're getting your hands dirty.
Exactly. No, she's fine with it. It was just a joke. But, so I told her I'd mentioned it on the show, so shout out there. I'm a little bit... less weight today because I'm not wearing the ring. So that's what that is. But yeah, let's go, man. Yeah, burgers are costing a fortune right now, Adam. But it's all good. I threw down again. I didn't have so I got a new barbecue. I'm going to throw that down, but I haven't set it up yet because it's not gas. So it was propane. So I got to get the fit in.
And propane accessories.
Propane accessories. What is that from?
Propane and
Chappelle, no.
No, it's from what's his face? With Boomhauer and
I don't know.
You know it. King of the Hill, man.
Oh, King of the Hill. I didn't watch King of the Hill that much.
Oh, for real?
For real.
Okay.
For real. Like, I haven't watched Rick and Morty. I know King of the Hill is different than Rick
also,
and Morty.
Propane and propane accessories. That's
So I still had it on the cast iron skillet. So we did that yesterday. But
that's delicious.
Yeah, no ring today. So
King of the Hill is
King of the Hill's animated, yeah.
I think it might be the same animators that did it, maybe. Maybe. I don't know for sure, though.
All right, so let's go, guys. King of the Hill, fantastic show. Yes, we do like that around here. I still haven't seen too many of the newer South Parks, but okay. So here goes Meta right now. We're banging out for that as we'll talk a little bit about our culinary delights. But there it is, move down for Meta, still making a move. As there goes Google as well, downside. I don't know. I'm gonna get out of the way of this Google trade, man. I don't need this trade anymore. We're gonna watch out. Meta right now is $1.50. Right now, ring the damn alarm on that one. Google right now downside. Meta downside right now, $1.70 now in the money. Here comes Google into that level, 105.50 again, coming for Google right there. This is the level that we're talking about. So I'm going to try to buy it against that bottom, 104.32, but the market is in trouble right now. Good move down for Meta, man. Let's see if we can get, I'm going to target 213.30, so we're almost there.
Yeah, and we're fresh lows at 67. Intel just took the bottom again. Like, I'm getting out. I'm not holding it past that low. I might take a third swing at it, but it has to hold that 32. PDD haven't really taken any more out because I want to see 67 break. So 69, so 70 level, 69 we shorted 68 into the 67 level. So pretty much every dollar we're making those decisions. Micron's pretty much at the low of the day. Tesla's the one that's absolutely plunging to the downside. It is a flush style day. I mean, we haven't really looked at the futures, but you guys know what's going on because the shorts are in.
We want longs.
I got out of my queues at the time thinking, okay, it'll be a dip after we get to yesterday's highs, and then we'll look for dip buys. That just did not work. Instead, it was a wick top and a rug pull. So the shorts are pretty much in at this point. If you got them, hold them. No one ever went broke taking profit, so I do advocate make sure you take some profit on the way down. But next stop, 13,000 test, and remember the last couple of sessions, we have broken 13,000, but it's held the general area. So that 13,000 is kind of an area. It's gone 50 points down and held 2 days in a row. Can it do so a third? We're about to find out this afternoon, almost for sure. But yeah, pay yourself out in those shorts. Oh yeah, GFAI, by the way, it's now through 25. So I was looking for a consolidation long on GFAI in this range. It broke 25 even. If it can consolidate here, I'll look for a second move on GFAI. And this time I will hold on. If I get it, I will hold on to something for the dream, which clearly I did not the first time through on the GFAI win.
Yeah, so we were waiting for 36s there. It got to 43 on Meta, so we missed out on $1.80. We'll see if we can get it back there a little bit. But we did get, and I don't know where it is, so we'll just say diamond hands a little bit because we waited for Apple to come down, and it fell right into that 160.80 level that we talked about again. There's the level right there, so it came back in, so we take the long on Apple. We just got it at 83. It just... I mean, whether or not it works out, I mean, it's only 10 cents in the money now. So we'll see if it does have a chance to get back anywhere near there. I am going to take a meta fill at 50 again if we can come back in. So it looks like it's going to do that one more time. And then if we can wait for the bottom, like I said, we still have 30% of this trade on, or a little bit more. So hopefully this name will fall back, and we'll see about meta coming into this 213.20. If we can get 213 lower, that'd be even better, obviously, on a breakthrough 213. Our Apple trade will be in a little bit of trouble. I'm just waiting for Apple to 160.50. We've identified that this has been pretty strong. We're already in a fantastic short, man. I mean, if we were just, like once, twice, thrice, 4 times,
I have no idea.
I have no idea. I'm not smart enough for that one. But they're quad fills in right there for Meta. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times sold all the way down. Give me that bid right now, man. We're at 51 here right now. So, yeah, nice day. We'll end the day positive, but was a rough start. Let's see if we can't, continue to top it off here by holding on to these shorts. Congratulations, anybody that's been short today. We've talked about all that, and it's been printing. So, good day for the shorts, not so much for the longs. Come on, Meta. Just one more dime piece to the downside, and we'll take this out at 213.50 if it can. Look where we just bounced clean off again. 13, almost to the penny, 13.006, something like that there. So 5 handles within that 13,000. We break that, and I bet you my meta out's going to look pretty silly. So let's wait to see if we get it first down here at 213.50. Come on, Meta, one more time to break to the downside to really cap off what's been a great second half of the show. Despite going long early on Meta, we make it back with these shorts. So there's the long, and here's the shorts, just waiting for that tick to come in with only a couple seconds left before we throw it to the big guys.
And one last thing.
There goes Meta.
In the chat, someone just asked, we are trading equity. We trade equity here. We do have a room to trade the futures, but we're not options traders at all. We're only trading the equities. So you see us trading a stock. It is trading direct equity, a day trade the world. Oh, here's the bounce on GFAI. I'm going to get this GFAI consolidation here. It's time to go to the midday show. If Sharif wants to pump it, I think he probably cut a long off the bottom at 13,000. And we have Obi Trice on the 1s and 2s as well with Sharif, the professor.
It's his thrice day for Obi Trice.
Nice.
You know what I'm saying? He's got to turn on his mic, and then we'll throw it over there.
Get the
so
mic
we
on.
did pick an Apple long up there off the bottom. Let's see if that can hold it out. But, hey, man, for Neil and I, for Fahad, for Mahad, for Brendan, that's the first show as we get ready to go over to the big guys to my left. I'm stealing that one from Sharif because he always calls us the big show, but these guys are where it's at. So let's go over now to Obi and Sharif.
The big kahunas, they're called. What is
What's
up,
going on,
beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. That's Obi, aka Obi Trice. I'm Sharif. We are at an inflection point right now on the markets. We're at 41.30. You heard Arun mention that this morning, and 13,000 on the NQ. So interesting levels that we're at right now. We have an exact 41.30 on the dot low, Obi. On the ES, we have a 13,500 and a quarter. Sorry, 5, not 500. And a quarter on the NQ. Could we continue short here? I know you were showing me something there on your chart. You said this is pretty obvious. The trend is, in your words, down and to the right. So I know you're getting set up there. So no, I'm playing by that, obviously. So right now we are making that test. Let's see where we end up going. We are at near day's low on Meta. Likewise with Microsoft, we're below decidedly on Google and Tesla. We're near day's low on Apple, but decidedly below on Amazon. So a bit of a mixed bag here. Still seeing what is going to go down as we are at these levels. But in the meantime, while the market decides what it wants to do, small cappers, yes, they're back. When Max is back, we're going to have to make some sort of official declaration. But small cap season is back, baby, even though it was CPI and usually the big tech names are on watch. You've got GCTK going up and to the right. It took the elevator, not the escalator, my friends. Look at this first pullback here. You buy up that on the 4th minute. First 1 minute candle will make a new high, and you move up, big boy. That's a nice 35-penny winner, which is big on a $2 stock. You had GFAI as well. You heard Neil call that out several times in the morning. Look at this. Several moves to the high side on GFAI now, though, breaking key levels. I'm going to say the 50 period here on the 1 minute chart's interesting, but bouncing off 24 is GFAI. Obi, what have you been up to today, man?
Today's been an interesting day. We had CPI come out this morning, right? 8:30. That was an interesting trade, and then out the open, pretty crazy tape on Amazon. Let's talk about. I guess we can start off with the CPI trade. So I traded TQQs on CPI. Let's see. Pull that up. Yep. Okay. So missed the initial long off the lower than expected number. Let me make this a little bigger here. Bit of a reaction time thing. I mean, not on optimal sleep today, so I did miss a couple of fills down here, but nothing lost. Not too much FOMO, but I was like, okay, I'm gonna take the reversion or take the other side of the trade when it does show itself. It did start to slow down into this 2780  do I had planned initially to like hold it down into 27s for like a decent retracement, but like what do you call it? I guess I didn't really like the bids that were going on around 2730s. And I just gave it to that. Nothing too crazy, but like as you can see, the move was there. It followed through, and then it gave you more than $1 off those tops, and it's still continuing to go with the rest of the market, right? So we know that 13K is definitely a key area on NQ, and we know that 4100 is something we're watching on ES. So definitely coming in for that test on that.
We're back at day's lows, Obi.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda held, but that's fine. I moved over to Amazon closer to the open.
There it is, a new low.
Yeah, we're still making new lows. So like I'm not sitting short right now, but if I was, I'll be looking for others to cover, right? So on Amazon, we had some pre-market lows. There's some bids that came in. But not as convincing. This tape was super crazy. I have not seen tape like this on Amazon in I can't remember. It literally was teleporting 20, 30, 40 cents. Like this was VWAP around here, and it just blasted like 40, 50 cents. I tried to get out. See, these are initiated some longs off of those buyers. I tried to get out into the 30s and 40s, missed the fills, and then rips right back down. And I was like, oh damn! Now I got to manage this position. Didn't get out where I should have, but like I still waited for it to kind of come down. I know 99 is an area of interest from a couple of days ago. Bidders came in, got a little long with them, but like again, respecting the trend. I know that like I'm wrong on the long here, right? And so I want to be reserved when it does come back into the 100 test. I just took it there, and time to reassess, right? Didn't have the 100 short, but we're looking at this 99, 98 area. Now, Amazon does have an ATR of close to 3, and it's done pretty much almost its full ATR on the day. So, like, I will be looking for that slowdown if and when it comes. If not, then we'd have to reassess there.
Elevate the frequency coming in with a prediction. He said, happy dump day.
Wow.
And is it just, you know, coincidental that it's hump day?
Maybe. Is that, you think that's what's adding to the selling pressure?
No.
Maybe.
No, I don't. No, but we did make a new low on the ES. That is 41.28.5. We're having trouble really breaking down with any vigor. It's kind of an escalator, stair step down. I'm looking at the big tech names because I've also got my eye on that 13,000 NASDAQ level. We're at 13,004.25. So again, just made a new low on that, but you know, not with any real decided vigor. So let's see if this is a buy area. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. We shall see what happens. All right, let's go back to over here. GCTK, now it's kind of doing that same kind of pullback that it did last time. This one a little bit longer though. Is this an interesting entry area? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to enter a quarter position here, and my out simply is that $0.50 break. That's the area consolidation. This is baby position for me, so you know it's not going to be a big deal. Let's go ahead and set up some resting orders there. We'll sit at 70s for continuation. The idea here is just to catch the dip, a longer period of, you know, this is kind of like a bull flag continuation, but just a longer period of consolidation. And here we go right into that 50 area, so I may have to get out, and I do. And wow, that was 10 cents of slippage. That's not good. That was real bad slippage there,
That's
even though it's only
the
2 penny
caps,
spread.
right?
I think I may have gotten bamboozled there because here we go. We get bought up on the $0.50 right away. All right, so no point in really playing around with this one. Interesting bamboozle. We'll have to keep my eye on that one. But what is this market doing now? We are decidedly to the downside. OB 41.25, 41.23. It is big boy on for the shorts. So that is interesting. We do get a decided break of that 41.37, 41.36.5. That was the close on the ES. Now we are well over. We are 13 points below that already as a new low today. 41.23 and 3/4. Obi, the shorts are printing.
Yes, sir. Kevin Stanford saying, Obi, what was the indicator on TradingView that started with a P that you said the other day shows the breadth? I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure what that was, but I'll bring it up if I remember. Some other names that I have kind of on watch here, I'll pull them up, is Google. Now Google, here I will pull up this chart over here. Indicator that starts with P. I'm not too sure about that.
An indicator starts with P?
Yeah, we were talking about it yesterday, apparently.
Okay, drawn a blank, but maybe it'll come to me later.
But yeah, I don't know. I think I would have remembered right away. No, I don't think so. I don't even use that many indicators to begin with, so like I probably would have remembered.
V, not P, he said.
V, not P?
That's what
volume profile. Oh, Vold. I think we were talking about the Vold yesterday.
Yes,
that's what it was, right? Yeah, the Vold. But yeah, no, Google, I'm looking at this 105. We did kind of break down below this yesterday's low. So again, looking for it to slow down and trying to catch along. We have kind of pulled back pretty decently off of this reaction off the CPI. But yeah, no, look. This is kind of a key area on Google, this 105 orbit from before. We've blasted off from it. We've kind of recycled it a couple times. So I'm definitely watching for any bids to start stacking against this trend on Google. Now, you said Vold, right? Yeah, let's pull up the Vold here. So there's NYSE Vold. I'm still like trying to figure this indicator out. I don't know.
Just a general.
I don't know too much about like how it's used effectively,
right?
But I have been looking at it a little bit closer as of recent. All it is the up volume minus the down volume. So you can have a NASDAQ and the NYSE Vold, right? So you can see every day here. So overall market is there more buying pressure, or is there more selling pressure on the NASDAQ as a whole? So it's an indicator that shows you that.
And that came up as a result of us talking about advancers and decliners, right?
Advanced decline line, yeah.
Advancing issues and declining issues, and
Right.
how we were looking at that on the VWAP retracement to kind of look, is it time to go long as a market? Is more money coming in for buys, or more money outflowing? So that's how I think we got onto that, just so people understand why we're bringing this up.
Yeah. Definitely not taking trades solely based off of this, but yeah, it could definitely add some confluence to your trading.
Yeah, awesome. All right, so we're watching this position still go down here on the ES. So got that, where did we get in? 41.34. So it's continuing to head down. I've got the next profit taker at 41.22. Let's see if we make it down there. I think we are decidedly down and to the right. Pradley is all excited back there. We're gonna hit a couple of banks for Pradley, as yeah, you know how he loves to go short. Shout out to him. There we go. I'm sitting at 41.22s. Let's see if we get filled. I'm seeing 22.5 come in here on the ES. Probably not a good idea watching this. Anyway, let's look at GFAI as it comes back in above 25. It kind of had 25 as an area of support. It gave that up, and it actually acted as an area of resistance for a period, and now it's above it again. So this is an interesting area here, possibly on GFAI. Why is this locked up? Yeah, so we'll have a look at GFAI possibly going forward here. I don't know. It's a spready stock, man, 20 pennies. So I think I'm gonna, as much as I'd like to entertain some of these small cap crappers, I think that the better trade right now is on either a big tech name or on a futures name, because we just got printed here on 41.22s. So there we go, heading to the sell side on the ES. We're 41.30.5, that's where we are. So's asking, did Prad just Lambo? You don't know, I'll have to find out after, baby. We'll give him a couple of bangs though there, as a lot of excitement here on the floor, and that's why I love being on a trading floor, Obi, man. So much excitement, so much camaraderie.
Oh yeah, the environment, the culture definitely makes it, man. But yeah, no, GFAI definitely something with a wide spread. But let's take a look at what it's kind of doing today. Like, why is it having such a crazy move? Now, I don't know if there are any catalysts that are directly affecting it today. But just from a technical perspective, let's check this out. Like, you had the initial news, right? Early April, I think, right, end of March, early April, you have some crazy moves. You have like more than a 50% pullback off of these $20 highs down to $8, and then there's like it doesn't continue to break down. You have another wipe up.Maybe there's some news. Like this flow is kind of like accumulating shorts almost, right? Because the short looks pretty juicy. Like this is a small cap, and statistically, a lot of these small caps will go back to or revert to the mean within a few weeks of their initial move, right? So you accumulate some shorts, but this is the what do you call it? It's like the hot trending sector right now, right? AI. So you have a buildup, and then all of a sudden you break that in one fell sweep. Yeah, you can get some parabolic moves off of that. Like, look at that, $20 straight up to 27, and going down to the 1 minute. Like, let's see how clean this was, right? Off that initial break, that $20 hold, right? $20 hold above previous highs, definitely has some short sweating, and then you rip up, and then you start stair stepping, right? So definitely a bit of squeeze going on this name on GFAI here.
Yeah, definitely. Market finding a bit of a bounce. I mean, we are through lows. So now back on the NQ, we're looking maybe to retrace into 13,000. So, I'm on the ES, but you got to keep your eye on the NQ. There's not that much of a divergence between the two today. We've seen much greater periods of divergence lately with these two. So. Here we go, back on the ES near our entry. So if this comes up into 30.5, I'll be out. That's still 4 points away. But I want to see that 30 level reject, because that's kind of the level we were looking at earlier. The one that Arun called out, I believe, in the pre-market. He said anything, between I think he actually looked for it as a target. He said below 50 and 40, then you're looking at into 25. So I think we've gotten there. I got to go back and listen to that, but he said something to that effect. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what we got. I mean, I don't have anything else on. Sean, I see you're saying, wow, Meta, are you long or short? I hope you're short. 215.30 short on Meta. Now we just made a bottom. 212.58. Now I don't like to, obviously celebrate Meta declines, but it's a great move down on the futures today. I'm not sure what happened there with Barkin on the mic. What was said? I'll have to look through some of my hot news items here and see if we can get any, excerpts of commentary that may have sent this market downside, OB, because I think once he came on there, Brendo brought that to us and it started going down.
Yeah, is he still talking?
I don't see him on there. I see another dude.
Yeah.
I don't think he's still talking, but we do have that in the watch list, by the way. Now, Brendo sending as part of the watch list every day, like the schedule for that economic release calendar, like whatever is coming out at 8, 9, 10, who's speaking. Usually he throws that in there with respect to effect speakers. I think that's awesome. It kind of gets you ready for possible different moves at different times of the day. So shout out to Brendo for that, OB.
Yeah, I'm just it started a little bit of a long here on Amazon, just trying to take it back into like a moving average or back towards VWAP. It is downtrending overall, so like definitely want to keep respect to that trend until it breaks with some vigor. But yeah, no, definitely. Not too much that I'm looking for. I was looking for the long, right? And then it did start to slow down. We've kind of slowed down. We're kind of retesting that 13 on ES. We are making, maybe not the first green 15-minute candle, but like one after a while on Amazon and just taking it back into the top of this range. Perhaps maybe a 99 test or maybe even an exhaustion of above 99. That's what I'm looking for here in the 60s. So let's see if there is follow through. Again, actively looking for reasons to exit to manage this position here.
Yeah, a bit of a retracement on the ES. Now going back into 4130 as well as in the NQ, going back above 13,000. Do we reject off these levels and print newer lows? We'll have to hang out and see. If it breaks above 4131, I'm going to be out. That's about 4 points from here. I'm looking for a flush and a rejection off these levels, ideally now. Go. Kidding, of course. So let's see what we do. Back into 26s here. Dan saying 13 and 13K NQ, and yesterday ES lows getting defended. Yeah, I would have to agree. We're back at those same levels, and there does seem to be some buying, but I don't want, I don't know. Not sure about the longs at these levels. It's just too much downward momentum. Let's see if the trend breaks. Sean just covered his Meta on the break up through 213. Reclaimed about 213 and a quarter. We're getting some bounce here on some of these big tech names. I'm looking mostly at, let's see, decent bounces. Meta's among them, Apple's among them. Likewise with Tesla, a bit of a bounce on Microsoft as well. Not much on Google and Amazon, though. Got to be said, they're a bit more anemic at the moment. So we shall see what we get. It was an interesting day. We got a big boy move off that number. We got a sell-off, Obi, and yeah, it's CPIs aren't really what they used to be anymore in terms of like, you get that lower print all of a sudden.
It's a little bit different.
Yeah, right. So now I was actually listening to an interesting podcast that I listened to for kind of like market update and market insight. And, it was kind of posited in the show that we may be back. Bad news is bad news and good news is good news. Yeah. Again, at least for the moment until, things change. But given the current circumstances, I think we are at that. All right. Let's see what we do here. Do we get a defend, or is this just a momentary retracement on some of these futures and on some of these big cappers? Fonzie saying, can you look at a shout out, bro? Shout out Ponzi. Daily shout out, it feels like. And he gets multiple shout outs. I think he gets shout out on the big show as well. Anyway, MOH reaching for 300 says fat figure. All right, well, we'll keep fat figure, yeah. Yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, I'm not going to get suckered into that one.
That was a close one.
But Jose Reyes saying, what's the podcast called? I listened to The Compound. I listened to the All-In one as well. So those are pretty good. You know, some people, you know, they're not fans of the host, but, you know, I feel like you get good insight on them. All right, ES back into that level. That's going to be a break even for me. Even though, you know, we may reject off these levels, I've just, you know, I've pocketed enough here. We don't need to, we don't let it go against us. But yeah, interesting levels. Let's see if we do reject off here though, and possibly make a new low. This is probably another inflection point we're at. Do we hold 13,000 on the NQ, or do we, you know, is this the bottom, Obi?
I don't know, man. Like I said, like we were talking about good news, bad news. You know what I like? The tape will give me direction, right? Whether it's good news or bad news, not necessarily long or short. But I think the tape is all telling. The tape will give you direction. Sometimes the tape can be fugazi also, but so you have to know how to recognize that, I guess. But yeah, no, this 13K area, like we're kind of respecting this, right? Like, yeah, sure, we did break below, but a break below and a break above a level is not necessarily like confirmation of a breakout, right, or a breakdown. Like you got to give it the area. It's never like exactly like a thing, but yeah, no. As of right now, we are somewhat respecting these levels. ES hasn't gotten all the way down to 4,100, but still, the area it's bouncing off of is still that area. Same with 13 on ES. Now, can we make it all the way back? Can we do like a 50% retracement of this downtrend and maybe come back into pre-market areas on both of these? Maybe, I don't know. But is it right now? What's very obvious is that there's selling pressure off of that CPI news for sure. So I think that is the obvious trend, and I don't want to fight the trend too hard, right? It's now something I've been talking about at the floor meetings is like something I struggle with is like fighting the trend.
Yeah.
Right? On a trending day, there's trend trading and then there's counter trend trading, right? And then a lot of the times when I am counter trend, I tend to let me rephrase that. A lot of my larger red days are when I am counter trend trading and not respecting risk, and I'm fighting the trend, and that is definitely a recipe for disaster, right?
Absolutely.
So
couldn't agree more with
again,
that.
respecting this downtrend, we know that there are sellers.
Ooh, here we go.
Let's see if we can convincingly break the top of this downtrending range.
Oh, baby.
That's what I'm looking for.
Are we getting a shift here or what, man? You know, some reversal candles looks like on the 5-minute ES and NQ, these kind of doji reversal candles, if you can call them that, followed by two consecutively higher high 5-minute candles. Yeah, I don't want to look at too micro here, but a good defend definitely off key levels. So let's see if we get continuation. You have to assume we have such good potential upside, seeing as where we have been and where we are now. I mean, on the NQ, 13,241 3/4. That's a high a day. That's like 200 plus points from where we're at now. So a lot of possible upside if we get an upward continuation on here. So possibly some good trades to be had. No question about that. So we'll keep an eye and a watch. Just let me adjust my screen here and a watch on that. But yeah, I'm, you know, not ready to call it yet, because we're not really screaming to the high side here. We're still hanging out. Dan says they even gave us a 1 tick. Okay, a -1 tick. I don't know what that means, Dan. Sometimes like you speak in like future person's code, and I don't know. Like maybe Arun would get some of the stuff you said, but. Yeah, let's see what else is going on here, OB. GFAI, I see a little bit of a retracement now and a hold above $24. We were looking at 25 possibly as the number, but I feel like here looking at the 5-minute chart and a more zoomed out level, 24 was definitely the hold there, and it's been kind of stair-stepping up. Yeah, the retracements, though, they're a little weaker than the pullback. So
yeah, the uptrend is definitely a little more obvious there. Again, I think it says more about like where the float is sitting. Like what's a float on that name again? Do you have your trade ideas?
About what?
The float on AI.
AI. Okay.
Yeah,
you wanna
yeah,
check
yeah.
AI,
So because
sure.
because if it is heavily
Is
shorted,
86.35 million float, and the short float on that is
28%, right?
28.73.
So definitely, like we've been talking about this the past couple of days as well, right?
Yeah.
Like what is really fueling this move, and now today we see the result of some of that fuel catching on fire.
Right.
Right.
Oh baby.
So yeah, definitely some crazy squeezers. Now this might even bring, you know how like small caps work, right? Of course. It's like one of them starts running, does like a crazy move, 200-300%, and then everyone's trying to catch the next AI or the next whatever, right? And then you can have a bunch of residual moves as a result, and there's definitely opportunity there on those residual moves.
No question. They've been moving lately. I'm having a look at my scanner right now to see what's if there's anything interesting in small cap world. I'm not seeing anything too great right now. There's a couple that could set up for later. In case you're wondering what all this junk means, this position ring here, this is the farther to the right this green part is relative to the white background, it means that it's nearer the high of day. So I'm obviously looking for ones that are close to high of day or breaking out. If you're going to take these small cappers, unless you've been watching them all day, or you can dissect the obvious key levels on it really quickly, you're going to want to take the momentum trade, and that's usually when it's near high of day. But I got to filter it by volume here because it's showing me a bunch of deadbeats that are not doing enough volume. FRGT, someone's been saying, why is this on the daily? Let's go to the 1 minute. FRGT moving up nicely, kind of was around that 260 for the majority of the morning there. Broke out through that top at 265. Now we're knocking on the door. Actually knocked on the door 280. 290, maybe even $3. FRGT, don't even know what this is. What is this? FRGT business summary is not showing me here. I'll have to look at it on my other platform. But the float on this one, what? No, can't be accurate. Listen to this, Obi. 958,000 float.
Wow.
Oh baby, can you say squeeze?
Squeeze. Only so much to go around, right? Only so much to go around. Those. See, here's the thing. That's like the outstanding or like the free float, right? Or sorry, the outstanding float. How many available shares are? How many shares are available to be traded on the market? Now think about all the people that are holding the shares. What is the actual free float?
Goodness
Definitely
gracious.
less than that.
I have no
right?
clue.
Think about
a lot
it.
less than that.
Think about it. I mean,
it could be a big
there's
squeezer.
a lot of times like that is what is fueling some of the squeeze because again you corner the float like that and then a lot of people are holding. You get like right? You have like a free float that's actually maybe like 200, 300, 400, 500K instead of the million. A little bit of buying pressure that can definitely send that flying.
Yeah, it's the smaller the float, the more risk, obviously. So, but the more reward there. And I know a lot of small cap traders, they love small floats, micro floats, and because they're great at timing it. And if you can time those ones, they really get going, especially if you get in with a lot of shareage. GFAI holding very nicely. Okay, so let's get the scanner out of the way here and let's start looking at some GFAI. It held 24 like a dream, and now it's pumping through the recent high here through this 26 area. We're knocking on the door at 2650. Ultimate high though on GFAI on the day is 2844. Let's look at the daily. So we are at all-time highs, according to this chart. So GFAI, bottom left over here on your screen, that's all-time highs. Yeah, I mean, previous to that had been the $19 level. That got taken out like a few days ago, back on the 4th and the 3rd, actually. So anyway, GFAI, big boy moves, and trade it if you dare. But right now, a 16-penny spread, and that's good for this one. It's been wider at times. There we go, opening up now. Are you gonna look at any of these small cappers, OB, GFAI? You feeling dangerous today?
No, not really. I mean, it's not really part of my plan.
Let me just get a question here. Before. Boho Girl, Sharif, should I stop holding my breath for an SI short squeeze? I'm turning blue. It's been 70% plus for an eternity now. Let's have a look. We saw SI moving yesterday, right? That one was a mover yesterday. I'm pretty sure we had that on our scanner. Let's get rid of BABA. Oh, look at that. SI just pops up. I didn't even mean to click it. Let's have a look at the hourly. to kind of see what we're getting where here.
Oh, what a...
Okay, so stop holding my breath for an AI short squeeze. Yeah, I don't know where you're long. That's the thing, right? Now, the worst of the bunch was that dollar hold, right? Held the dollar, and the range has been between, like for the last little while, has been a dollar to about $2.50, not quite up there. More recently, though, we had more muted price action, then we got the short squeeze here. I think this is what you're talking about, yesterday's move through 411. I don't know if we get another one. I mean, I don't even know what the SI news was yesterday. Was it just in response to crypto's 30,000 break? I mean, I remember seeing it. I just wasn't sure what it was about.
I don't know if they had like intrinsic catalyst like that. Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know. If you're looking for a squeeze on this one, it's just, I don't know how to answer that.
I'm looking for a squeeze on the markets, but where's it at though?
SI?
On the markets.
On the market, right? Yeah. And I mean, it's a 4130 retracement. It's a 13,000 retracement, but slow for now.
I mean, ES looks like it has kind of pushed, like it's making this a second candle above this, above here. But yeah, no, again, respecting the downtrend. Let's see if we can really push through. Amazon's starting to go a little bit. I'm looking for like a 99 retest, maybe, maybe back into, or like towards it, right? Keeping in mind the top of this trend still, right? This trend is pretty significant, and just looking to take some of it here, and then maybe leave a runner to see if we do break trend, but nothing too crazy. But the only thing that's holding me is like we are bouncing off of some key levels on ES and NQ, so that might make me hold this a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's giving me some direction right now.
Yeah, so to me, 4136, that's going to be a level possibly as a resistance level on the ES because that's yesterday's close. And in fact, I think I was saying this to a couple of people today, 4136 has been the close on the ES for the past 2 days.
Wow.
Yeah, that was the official
you were mentioning
close.
it earlier. That's
so
what does that usually, like, what does that entail, or what does that have you thinking?
It just gives it more credence. It gives more credence to the level. The more it gets tested, or the more times there's actions around that level, it just gives it more credence. So anyway, we're there. We're not breaking through it yet. So maybe former support acts as a resistance. By support, look at that. You get a bounce off there, and then you have the breakdown eventually. If we reject off here to the south side, that could be super interesting because we can be really looking at 4100 at that point if we really get going. I don't know who else is speaking that could kind of catalyze these markets to the downside, but yeah, no opinion on that quite yet. Same thing with the NQ. We have a close yesterday of 13,074. We're at 13,018, 17. So that could be an interesting area of resistance. But as I look at these big cappers, Obi, I'm starting to see some outperformers here starting to stand out. I'm talking about Meta, Microsoft, and Apple. Wow. For the moment, Meta chief among them, I would say. Meta just went green big boy through that 213.87 close. That was yesterday's close. We've had a lot of price action in and around that area. We took it quite nicely, breaking through 214 now, looking to test 214.50. At the same time, you're getting more anemic retracements on some of these other big cappers. You got a nice little retracement here on Microsoft, now Apple a little bit red. So trying to identify some relatively strong names that we can maybe go long if this market breaks through some key levels. Now, obviously, for the big tech names, I'm looking more for the NQ, and the NQ not setting up nearly as well as the ES, much closer to going green than the NQ anyway, Obi. So, but Meta looks to be stronger off that bottom there, retaking that test. But we're still in terms of a general trend though on Meta. You have to say lower high, lower high, lower high, lower low, lower low, lower low. So trend not broken. In fact, it's a downward channel, if you could say so. Look at that.
Yeah, exactly.
You got a downward channel there.
You can definitely play that range if you wanted to. For now,
it's not my cup of tea. I wish I'd be better at that.
Yeah, it's definitely possible, is what I'm saying. Not something I'm great at either, but you can definitely see that it's happening, right?
Anyway, so that's where we're at the moment. I don't have any trades, to be honest with you, at these levels. Let's see what the market decides to do, but I'm not gonna make any guesses at the moment.
Yeah, I'm looking for this consolidation break. We are starting to push up into the top of this consolidation here, this 98.80s. But yeah, no, nothing too convincing, right? We want to see some of these candles like really start accelerating. and maybe potentially we could see. Here's the thing though, like relative strength and relative weakness, you have to be aware of. And Amazon, I think has a beta of like 1.2, so it tends to be a little bit more volatile than the markets. But lately, you can see that like when markets like rip up or rip down, it doesn't necessarily follow along right away, or it doesn't necessarily give the same oomph in the move as per se like Apple or Microsoft, right? So that's something definitely to be aware of, especially in a market where we're kind of chopping around, ranging on a lot of names, and kind of waiting for direction on off this CPI day today, right? What else are you guys looking at?
We're going to send it up to Brendo. He's got the European close.
Okay, sure, yeah. Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll wrap up the European session here as we tick through 11:30, just waiting for the final prints to come for the indexes. But overall, looking like a positive day here for most of these, with a few left to go. Up, 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 and up. So that's always good. Euro Stoxx 50 basically flat at the end of everything. But that's the way things look at the end of the day. Mostly positive outside the Swiss market there. That's the Euro Stoxx 600, basically flat when all is said and done. But 2 days now back to work for European markets after the long holiday weekend over there, looking pretty good.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, someone asking for Boyle. We were looking at that. Remember, Obi, with respect to the Nat Gas debacle that's been happening lately. All right, let's have a look at Boyle. Let's go to the daily chart right away, because we had that big green day. I want to say it was like a couple of days ago. Was it Boyle or UNG? This is the green day I'm talking about. Yeah, but it's absolute garbage, really forming a bottom here. Let's look at UNG real quick. Yeah, this is the day that I was talking about here. You had 35 million shares traded on UNG. You had a decent green day, not even a dollar day, and then you get a retracement. So nothing to me on Boyle. This is where we were looking. This is the move that I missed. This was actually all-time lows at the time, okay? February 22nd, this was all-time lows, and it got an actual great bounce, but it was almost predictable that it was going to be just a momentary retracement, then a continued move down. Every time it had been retracing into the 50, it had been rejecting. So, and man, commodities can trend, and that's what the CMT book says, man. It's like commodities trend for a lot longer than equities do. They seem to have like
it's a more periods. Like slower move, so it gives you some more time. Is that what you're saying?
More influenced, I think, by geopolitical factors oftentimes, and those seem to last longer maybe than. I really don't have the answer to that. But anyway, I think we're rejecting on the ES for the moment here off that 41.36 yesterday's close. Yeah, I'm still not convinced either way, Obi. Are you going to pull the trigger? I'm not pulling the trigger anywhere here.
Nothing right now. Damien asking, what's the name of your CMT book?
Oh, it's just the CMT materials.
Okay, so it's like an official.
Like when you sign up for the course and to write the exam, you download PDFs.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
So they're just PDFs.
But
there's a good book that covers a lot of the stuff that the CMT material covers, but like more concisely and more generally is John J. Murphy's. I think.
I think we talked about that first time I was on, right? Yeah. That's definitely a great book.
Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets.
Right. That's the one. Yeah, it's like a thick textbook full of all the market indicators, all the details, all the equations that go into them. Definitely not a light read, but if you ever want to get to know the indicators that you are using in depth, that's a great book, great source of information. Even talks about some like the history of the indicator, like how and why it was made, or to trade what kind of market, what its originator, like the person who coined or invented the indicator meant its use for.
Yeah, well, KL saying I have that book right here at my desk. Yeah, I mean, well,
definitely.
I hope
a lot of people call it the Bible of trading. Yeah, because I mean, it has all the indicators and all the information. It's a great source of knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah, Meta's still going, man. It's broke through the $50. But Meta has been a secular play lately, fair to be said. But Tesla has also been secular, as it often is, and it is now secularly down. it is showing a lot of weakness here relative to these other names. And it was funny because it had a lot of relative strength. We saw it held up a lot better off the algo spike on the CPI number than some other big cappers did. They retraced more aggressively, some to VWAP, some giving up 2/3 of the move, etc. Look at this hold here by Stressla, and then the bell comes in, and then you get the Huadunk. It's been down and to the right, baby, on our friend Stressla. Maybe 180 comes in today with 181.89, so essentially 182 holding for the minute. I haven't been trading Tesla all that often lately. What's the 4-hour look on our friend Tesla? Okay, so with respect to recent lows, we had another recent low here on the 10th, and that took us down to about 176.25. That was a big point before. I don't even remember that. Was that in the pre-market? I'll have to go back and look at that, but that was at 8 a.m. That's a 4-hour, so it's probably 8 a.m. and up to 12. So yeah. Okay, 176.25 possibly low on Tesla. Then obviously, the March lows that we had here, that 165, not a factor today, obviously.
Yeah,
so
I got a couple levels marked on Tesla here from before. Like I think this is the same level the couple of days ago. This 77, 76 area, but yeah, no, straight trend down. Like this is selling off much harder than everything else, right? Like you have Microsoft, Amazon, and Apple not selling off as hard, but definitely Tesla, and I think Meta as well. You said, right? No, never mind. Meta is not selling off as hard, but Tesla definitely showing some more weakness than the rest of the market, guys.
Yeah, man. Here we go. 215.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, we're making the next
Meta.
green candle on NQ, right?
Do we go long here?
I think
the futures.
Maybe. I think closer to the 13 would have been a nice RR.
Baby.
I think. But here, yeah, if you can take like a quick scalp or maybe manage the risk well, yeah.
Okay, well, we're back to almost
trade.
break even here on the ES. Still ways away, though, on the NQ, about, I would say, 40 points away still from going flat. But Meta decidedly green now, up 0.6%. Microsoft, no slouch either, though, up 0.67%. It's been up. And nice double balance here off yesterday's close. Was around that 283 level. Yesterday, I think the close was around 280, 287. Something in and around there. You had that wick down. That wicked more than $1 here. That was around, what time did that come in? 9:45. So that was bamboozlement, but to be expected, obviously, at very liquid and very volatile time of the day. But look, it doesn't close below that. The 5-minute actually closes above it. You get another test of that same level later, 282. And here we go. The confirmation, I guess, maybe for the long, if you really want to wait, is 286. That'll be the break through this peak. But, I suspect a lot of people will be getting in here as we just took VWAP to the north side. The market printing, Meta's printing, Microsoft moving up, Apple now curling back up too, baby. It's not secular anymore. Even Google's curling up, even though it's not as aggressive here. I'd say Meta, Microsoft, and Apple still the leaders here. It'll be on some of the moves back up.
Yeah, Google is coming back into that area we were talking about, that 105 area of interest. I definitely have that on watch, and if it can start to push, it could be a trade here. But yeah, no, keeping closer eyes on this potential 99 test. Like we are starting to form this next green candle here on the futures. So let's see how that really carries out. Now, if we can really push into like 4150 or 4140s into this range here, then yeah, I think we'll be set for like a 99 test or maybe even higher on Amazon, because that move could start fueling some buying pressure on some of the larger caps, right? Same thing with that 105 on Google. Yeah, so looking for that 105 hold on Alphabet and 99, a potential 99 test, which could come as we're breaking this kind of consolidation range we've been doing for almost the past hour. We've consolidated, right? So like we've had this like strong downtrend, and then you consolidate within like 20-cent consolidation all of a sudden for a whole hour. Yeah, I think that could be something. But again, looking for futures for direction. Let's see. What else are you guys trading? What are some names that are moving of interest?
Some comments coming out from Fed Barkin's little talk there. He said, the Federal Reserve has more work to do in bringing inflation back down to 2% target because the latest data on price pressures wasn't sufficiently weak. He also said it was pretty much as expected, referring to the CPI print. He says, I put particular focus on the core, which is still running a little over 5% year over year. And, we have some good news on energy, but there's still more work to do, I think, to get core inflation back down to where we'd like it to be. He also said, I'm waiting for inflation to crack. It's moving in the right direction, but in the absence of a month or 2 months or even 3 months with inflation at our target, it's hard to make the case that we're compellingly headed there. So looking for more confirmation. I mean, we got PCE a little while ago. That was below expectations, even though, the employment numbers still continue to run hot. But we've seen some Fed presidents come out and say that they've seen certain data points that show that the job market's starting to be less hot. So interesting comments coming out here, obviously signaling his perspective that we need more in order for them to start cutting here. And he's looking, I guess, according to this statement, 2-3 months more of similarly priced moves here. Okay, baby, we are printing now. We have really reclaimed yesterday's close on the ES, still below it on the NQ, but Meta is pumping to the high side. 216 is 30 cents away, Sean. Yeah, Meta's moving. It's moving big, boy. Apple's no slouch either, even though it's not as big boy as Meta today. 161.32, bouncing off 160.26, so about a buck off the lows there, Obi. And basically, it's been an interesting morning.
Yeah, this is exactly what I was kind of looking for this position. Just a little trend trade. It is testing 99. I have lightened up a little bit. Let's see if this 99 can convincingly break. If not, then I might just take it on the 99 and reassess, because we are kind of testing some of the moving averages coming in from the morning. This is kind of that area, right? Baby. So. Again, yeah, sure. We are bouncing off of 13 and 41 on the futures, so this could be a potential bottom. But again, I don't know. Not trying to predict the future here, but I think taking it into the top of that range definitely is higher probability, and that's what I was going for here.
Yeah, man. All right. So let's have a look at what the chat is up to. What are they still? Sean says, still long. Google 104.51. Google level was key. Good out at 213.40 on Meta, I'm assuming, Sean. Yep. Imagineering Mind says long Mullen caught a trend line bid. Let's have a look at our friend Mullen. We haven't been looking at that today. Let's bring in that. That seems to always be doing super volume. Our friend Mullen, MULN, even though it's like, what, 10 pennies right now? Yeah, it's 10 pennies. It's down 5.25% on the day. Closed yesterday at near 11 pennies, now down below that 10.5. It's been poopy day. So I'm hoping you're short, or if you caught that long, you caught it at 10:30. There's all sorts of stuff going on back there.
Cooking back there.
Yeah. I know, right?
Yeah, no, this, it came into the 9. Oh, sorry, you were saying?
No, go ahead.
I think I just took off a little bit of everything. I will reassess if we can convincingly break through 99. It is kind of coasting at the underneath 99 here as the markets are pushing, so we could potentially get right back in. But we shall see. But this was the trade I was looking for, and I took everything on that trade. And similar to what I did here earlier. Catching the bids off the downtrend when it does slow, and then just taking it to the top of the range there. Nothing too crazy, right? The market hasn't been too wild as per the past couple of weeks. So again, being reserved and thoughtful about what types of trades I'm taking.
Shout out to that. That 13,075 on the NQ. It's an interesting level. especially for some of these big cappers. So even though we're green on the ES, I wonder if that's getting green on the ES is going to foreshadow getting green here on the NQ. But I'd really like to see a decided higher high on NQ, and that would have to take us above 13,125, around 13,130, I would say. We have a bit of a peak around there. That was about 1030, where we kind of retraced up there, rejected that level, and came back down. So to get a higher high, we'll have to see that. Otherwise, I won't be punching in, but I think we almost got to 216 on Meta. Let's go back. Where is our friend Meta over here? Yeah, so right up to 216 and, no, sorry, 215.93. So right at the door of 216, bouncing off that level for the moment. High of day, technically, after the bell is 216.64, but on that algo spike on the CPI print, we did get up to 216.96. So we knocked on the door at 217. So not sure, that was obviously done on lesser volume. No question about that, but still a key level to keep in mind. Obi, yeah, I'm still not convinced on any of these longs or shorts, whether it's on these big cappers or the future. So I'm going to stay put. I'm not going to enter in anything. So let's have a look at the scanner, see if anything's moving here in small cap crapper world. GCTK still kind of holding that 50 period. That 50 period. Let's bring in the trade idea scanner and have a look at that. GCTK holding that 50 period moving average. Here it is. It's a free floating window, so we can maximize that. The red here is the 50 period. It's kind of been holding quite nicely. We've had a lot of trades on these small cap crappers lately where, they made big moves, kind of consolidated sideways, but above VWAP, continuously made higher lows, not necessarily higher highs. We've taken that consolidation range and we've usually been rewarded with breakouts. So this one might be an interesting candidate for that kind of thing. So keep my eye on that. I'm more inclined to trade this one than GFAI, mainly because number one of the price, and two, the spread on GFAI is just, to me, it's really hard to manage risk with sizeage on that. So even though it looks fantastic, the chart on, I would say GFAI looks a little bit better. I think it's just tougher to trade. So I will be looking for something here on GCTK. Let's look at the 5-minute time frame real quick here. Yeah, not bad. Nice little dip off VWAP. You bought that. You did well. Holding, above that. Maybe a dip trade is in order here. Let's take another dip trade off VWAP. Maybe hang out in the 41s, 40, maybe even get aggressive, 42. VWAP's moving up a bit, so the drip trade will have to move up with it as well. So, we'll see. GCTK, a possibility, Obi.
Nice. I know some of you guys are mentioning coin here. So I think someone said short on coin or something like that. Let's see what coin is doing. Again, another crypto name moving off of some of the Bitcoin moves. Now, I didn't check what Bitcoin's really doing today. So let's pull that up over here. Okay, Bitcoin, Coinbase. All right, so we did have the breakthrough 30K a couple days ago, I think yesterday, or no, a couple days ago. And we are still consolidating, kind of like ranging around this 30K, which is kind of makes sense. This was a key area of interest before, and we've kind of shot up into here with some momentum. And then we kind of slow down and start like, ranging and kind of consolidating around this 30. Which is pretty interesting, because if we can break some of these tops, then yeah, the next resistance levels are definitely in play. It is kind of squeezing off of these previous tops, so this is kind of fueling the move in some of these crypto names like Coin, giving us great opportunities almost every day to take from. Coin today, let's check the 3-minute chart. Let's see what levels it's been respecting here. Check this out. Yesterday, almost for a significant portion of the day, right? Let's not worry about what happened at the end of the day, but look at this. For a significant portion of the day, you hold the 71 area, right? Sure, there's some dips below, but it's that 71 area that we hold. You come in today, move off the CPI, fade out, consolidate, chop above that 71 area, and then look at the break of that consolidation. Clean. 71, 70, 69, 68, 67. Yeah, that's definitely a crazy move. If you caught that on Coinbase, I know some people are trading Mara and Riot, some of the miners, and these things are starting to get going too. And I know that some of these were pretty elevated in the past couple of years, especially during COVID, those COVID highs. Let's check the day chart. Yeah, so we've Mara is coming from like 90, 80. Yeah, $80, right? $80 high. We have a lot left to go, but if Bitcoin can somehow get back up to 50, 60, or even start pushing newer highs, then yeah, we can very well easily start seeing some of these levels come into play again, right? We've already started to see like this $10 area come into play again with a 30K test, and look at this volume here, right? It's almost as if like, I don't want to say somebody knew something, but like the volume starts to pick up significantly, and then you start to make a base, and then you start to kind of push up, right? So like again, volume analysis is definitely a good edge, I think, to have. Expanding volume, decreasing volume, all those things. And like even like relative volume, right? Relative volume based off of this versus here can really give you direction on like, are we accumulating? Are we gonna start consolidating for the next move up? Whatever it is, right? Using that volume analysis can definitely give you direction on some of these names, and the same thing for BTC, right? Oh, hold on, let me pull up SD.
Man.
Yeah, so just looking at volume confirmation for some of these moves can definitely be a good indicator.
Meta just broke through 216. Now it is at 216.07. Here we go. 216.46 high of day. We're at 216.17 now. All right, it's pumping, man. This one, missed opportunity, no question about it. NQ, critical level, back to yesterday's close. 13.076. You got Meta pumping. You got Microsoft pumping. Google's back to break even. Apple's decidedly now a break even, up 0.5 percentage point. Amazon still, it's hurting. It's got to get back to that $100. It's still red on today, 3/4 points to the downside. So it's the weakest of the bunch, I'd say. But here we go, man. Meta now up 1.12%. Pump it to the high side, baby. Missed trade, no question about that. But we had this trend line drawn. Remember when we drew this channel? It broke the channel. You should take the long. Obviously, didn't take it. But hey, man, I don't have to. I'm not going to trade if I don't feel confident about the trade. And the fact of the matter is, I didn't feel confident about it. So simple as that, really. Shelby DeButts says QQQ now green. Yeah, talking about the NQ as well. The NQ is still, a point or two still red, but it's flirting with that break-even level. I mean, you got to assume this is going to be an area of resistance at least for a while. Here's the look on that. This is the 5-minute chart on the NQ. We dance around it right before CPI comes in. We retrace right back down to it after the bell. We bounce above it, reject off VWAP, make a new low. Hold 13 for all intents and purposes. We break it, obviously, go 975. But here we are, right back at that level again. That 13.076 yesterday's close. So a lot of price action going through here, OB. And whether we get continuation or whether we hang out around these levels, I mean, I don't know. Looks like we're headed to the upside here. A lot of excitement back on the floor there.
That 13 definitely decisive move, right? Like, but again, let's zoom into a little bit of this NQ, right? Let me pull up a smaller time frame, maybe like a 5-minute, so we can get a better view of a little bit of the trend. Like, look, we are kind of testing the top of that range, right? So now, I know Meta, you were saying, has broken that downtrend. Now let's see if the futures can really follow through. Yeah, exactly. Meta doesn't care. But let's see if you can get a follow through or even a solid break on the futures, right?
Obi, CrowdStrike's moving, big boy. Someone just alerted me to that in the chat. You want to have a look at our friend CrowdStrike?
Sure, yeah, let's
I'll let
take a
you know
look
if
at-
there's anything on it here. Oh, we do. At 9:22, we'll get to that in 1 sec, Fad. But CrowdStrike launches breakthrough XDR solution for XIoT. I don't understand anything in this headline, but the market does, and apparently CrowdStrike likes it because CrowdStrike is up 5.2%. Brendo, he's at the big desk. He's got happening now.
Hey guys, remember starting at 12 o'clock, just listening in my ear right now, Fed's Daily speaking currently at a live event. There's going to be some comments released from this as well. But that was the last of the big events on this calendar today again. Fed's Daily making some comments right now. So just be aware of the overall market. That's how things are shaping up so far. A little red now for the Russell 2000. Some of the regional banks leading as far as downside movement in that, I noted. NASDAQ Composite and the 100 back to exactly flat. Yeah. The Dow 0.25%, 0.2 there for the S&P still in positive territory. What a wild ride it's been. We get the initial move off the CPI number at 8:30 this morning, give it all back and then some. But now look what's happening. Trying to get back to the upside we go. See what happens when we get to this level from yesterday. 411 and change there for the SPY. Again, Fed's Daily making comments currently, guys, on the overall market. 1.2 there for Tesla. A little bit more weak, but still trying to bounce as well. Back over to you guys.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Yeah, Dan saying next barrier for the NQ is that magical 13,090 pivot point. Yeah, okay. Keep that in mind. 13,001, 13,090. Basically kind of almost the same.
Yeah.
I like how you have your notebook there, bro. I remember the first time you came on the show, you had like a whole diagram of things to speak about. Like,
that was, I mean, this is not the same time. This is more of just
CPI
like my so every day, like I'll write down like certain key things that might be happening. Like for example, this is yesterday's. I don't know
hard
if you
to
guys
see because of the
a little
light.
hard to see.
Just tell them about it.
Yeah, no, I'll just write down any interesting things I might see, like maybe some bidders that I saw or some size that I saw, something interesting that maybe can come into
on
play.
Amazon usually, right?
Not necessarily.
Not
yeah,
really?
sure, mainly on Amazon, but
Okay.
like out on the markets, on something else, on Apple, Microsoft, something like that, because I am watching a lot of the names at once. But yeah, no, just taking notes just to see if it can be helpful. Now, it has turned out to be helpful on multiple occasions where if it's like in the morning time, I'll write down like, oh, a certain price was bidding aggressively, or a certain price was asking or selling off aggressively at the price of reserving or whatever.
Right.
I'll take a quick note of it, and then sometimes we get back to that price area later on during the day. And lo and behold, those guys show up again.
Lo and
right?
behold,
so
baby.
it's like we can definitely. I think I'm seeing there is definitely a use to keeping track of some of those things and having a notepad. Like I'm not gonna remember everything like trading live all day, like on the fly. But like if I'm like, oh yeah, there was something here, and I just quickly look over in my notebook, and I'm like, oh, okay, these guys, right? So it can give me some more direction, a little bit more. Vision on the trade.
All right, let's bring in the futures charts over here. Top left, we got our friend the NQ. Bottom left, the ES. We've got the Dow here, bottom middle, and the Russell on the top. It looks like the Dow taking the cake so far, up 0.28%. The futures, the Dow June contract, the YM June contract, followed by the ES up 0.21, the Russell up 0.16, and the NQ just hanging out barely by a string there. Nat gas, though, down. The continuous contract down 4.94% on the day. And crude, the CL up 1.89 on the day. The crude, man. The crude is one of the reasons we may have stickier inflation next month around, because we got the OPEC Plus cut, right? They're going to cut 1 million barrels per day. You know, if the analysts are right, we're going to see surging demand come out of China, right? I mean, we've been hearing the China story and how their increased demand is going to bring up prices again. So, you know, we saw today that one of the reasons we got a less than expected print was because of energy prices. That may not be the case going forward. right? So it's
how I don't really know how that kind of works. Like, so energy prices tend to affect that stuff significantly?
Well, okay, you have the core CPI, and then you have the headline.
Right.
So the headline, you include food and energy.
Okay.
Right? Core is basically everything else excluding food and energy.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Okay.
And so core came in as expected, 5.6 year over year, right? But headline came in a little bit lower because energy was a bit lower. And I don't know if that's going to be the case. I mean, today they kept saying core ended up being sticky because rent inflation is still high. So, I mean,
definitely.
housing, rent, I mean, that ends up being a sticky problem. So, yeah, we'll see. I mean, do we get a continued print next month? That's the thing. I don't know. This OPEC plus cut, who knows what's in store, and you don't have that much domestic production because of policy decisions, right? Whether right or wrong. Nobody's making a comment with respect to that, but that's the effect of the matter. All right. What else are we up to here? Anything going on in my world for small cap crappers? GCTK just did what I was talking about. And I wasn't part of it, guys. We talked about this accumulating. The 1 minute is better here. Let's just, the 3 actually is good. It accumulated nearer that 50 period, held the 50 period quite nicely, held VWAP, great. And we talked about this one possibly testing high days. That was a nice 30 penny winner or 25 penny winner from 55 up to 80. Nice little move. We don't take part, but nice to see that these type of plays are still available. So when we're paying attention next time, maybe we can take them, or we actually set up orders rather than talking about CPI. We can actually take them. But yeah, small cap crappers, they're in play, guys.
Oh yeah, definitely. Again, what I notice is like whenever there's like one squeeze name, something that goes crazy, like everything starts going, right? We were talking about this yesterday too, where it's like it's almost as if like someone had a basket of all the heavily shorted stocks, and they all start running at once, almost unrelated to each other, which is pretty funny. But some of these can come, I guess, what would you say, like seasonally, or like they come and go in like a fashion.
Absolutely.
Right?
We even asked Luis Barbado about that last week, and I asked him, like, because he trades a lot of small cappers, and he trades the Barcelona floor. He trades a lot of the traders to trade these small cappers, right? So he was like, yeah, man, they're absolutely cyclical, whether either because you're taking them mostly long or you're taking them, again, mostly short. And there was a period of time where I couldn't agree more with him, because there was a period of time, I want to say December-ish, December to January-ish, where you took a small cap crapper and made a big wick day high, and you could almost fade that off immediately. I never faded off the top. I would always wait for the break of VWAP to the sell side, and a consolidation, call flat bottom break, and then take the next one down. And that, I can't tell you how many times it worked. But that's not working now because they're more long rather than short.
Shorting parabolics is definitely
There's
definitely
a time
an
and
art.
place.
Yeah, no, it's definitely
a
a valid strategy if you can structure around it. But yeah, no, shorting parabolics is.
And Renata,
nice,
she says she likes my cup. What am I doing out of bed? This isn't my cup. This is the office cup, but I thought it was funny. I like it because it's really big, and I can fit a lot into it. So I have to make less frequent trips to the coffee machine in the back as a result. Shout out whoever likes that cup. I didn't even know you guys could see that, but I guess there's a whole bunch of different camera angles here. Obi, Meta, still staying near days high because it's hanging out at 216.20, days high at 216.46.
That's so different from the rest of the market.
Completely different.
That thing has a catalyst today, or what?
Obi, man, we're stepping up on a lot of these futures here, and I feel like, we're stepping up softly, and it's causing me to not really notice the decent retracement that we've made.
It's like a slow melt up almost, right? I mean, it's grinding up a little bit,
Oh my goodness.
Still near the top of these top of the range though. I don't think we've convincingly broke on the futures, but let's see. We could get a follow through if we start pushing like this 41.55 and really going, then yeah, for sure. Like the trend is maybe like no longer valid, I would say, but I don't know.
That's so funny. James D. What is the equivalent of a sheriff in Canada? We actually have a sheriff in Canada, but they have a completely different role. They actually enforce, come to my screen. They actually enforce government So if there's like a court order for the seizure of your car, or the bank is like repossessing your car, the sheriff is the one that comes to enforce the court order or to seize upon whatever asset is being seized upon. Different completely. The sheriff in Canada is more like a chief of police, which is usually an assigned position. It's not an elected position in Canada. I know you guys have an elected position for sheriff. We don't do that. It's a government assigned role. So I don't know why I'm even talking about it. It's just, it's funny. A poli-sci major, shout out, woo! Yes, I don't want to be mean, but it was not time well spent. I wish I had done my undergrad in finance, right?
Yeah.
Definitely not poli-sci.
I took biology in undergrad.
You did,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I took
Well,
biology.
that's
Totally
more worthwhile,
different.
definitely.
I mean, yeah, no, I guess life sciences are great for, I guess, understanding the sciences of life, but for trading, maybe.
Are you kidding me,
not
bro?
so.
There's so
Actually,
many
you know what?
research
Psychology,
opportunities.
right? I guess a big plus from the education I've had is like the understanding like human psychology and kind of like that aspect of it, and I can really kind of apply some of those concepts to trading, right? It's just like, oh, human psychology and just like biases and things like that. Developmental psychology, stuff like that also, as some of these charts literally develop, so.
Yeah, right, why not? All right, Meta finding a bit of a top here nearer that 216.46, 216.50 high day, retracing closer back into that whole dollar level at 216. Does it hold, or do we get continuation here on our friend Meta, like we talked about off that algo spike earlier? Upon the release of CPI, we almost touched 217, not quite making it up there on Meta, a few pennies below. Adam saying, I studied chemical engineering. Hey man, that's an awesome. That's what my uncle was that my uncle? Yeah, I think my uncle and my cousin, they were both chemical engineers. One worked as like, he did dyes for like huge textile plant. And I don't know what the other one did. All right, Dan saying rejected the first test of 3090 here. So Dan was talking about that 3090. Dan, are you looking at 3090 because that's where VWAP's hanging out? Because I see 3090, 3091 where VWAP is on my chart. So interesting level here. What I don't like on the NQ is that the yesterday's close is at 3074, 13, what's wrong with me? 1374, and then you got VWAP at 13091. So
Yeah, we're definitely
important
testing.
levels too close together. I never really liked that.
Yeah, I mean, like I feel like when kind of when a level stacks with confluence like that, it's definitely something you should be like
Looking
kind
for.
of like
No question.
watching for. But like you can see that same area is at the top of this trend, right? So it's like, yeah, you got VWAP up there, you got the top of the trend, you got maybe some moving averages there. So yeah, it's definitely a key area to keep on watch, I would say so. But looking at Amazon, yeah, I might have sold a little too early, but like followed the plan, so that's fine. I wanted to take the long off 99, but this, like we said, it's kind of melting up. It's a little too slow, and if it had a little bit of a harder momentum, then yeah, maybe I could have taken that long. But no regrets selling too early here under the 99 because it was pushing into the top of the trend. I would also consider this the top of the trend as well because range does kind of expand sometimes and still kind of follows. But yeah, no, definitely starting to slow down here. Even this candle, like look at this candle, is much shorter. How much time is there left on this candle here? Let me. What time did it start? 11:15. So we got 2 minutes left on this 15-minute candle. So yeah, it is a little bit shorter than the other one. So maybe signaling some sort of slowdown. Not sure yet, but again, looking for that follow through. Now, going back to what we were talking about before, do you think that having a finance degree would give you an edge in trading the markets?
No, but I like to understand like the bigger macro picture when I invest, because like I invest,
no, for sure,
I long-term invest
for
as
investing
well.
and stuff, definitely.
No,
but for intraday trading, I don't know.
It's more psychology, more screen time practice. It's about showing up every single day, taking multiple losses, getting punched in the face, being really frustrated, throwing stuff around. I don't know, everybody manifests their anger a little differently. But,
I almost went back to school for said finance degree.
Oh, yeah?
After, and I was like, I looked at some of the curriculums that some of the schools were offering, and I was like, yeah, this is with respect to being able to trade the markets. I was like, this is not really worth my time. But being able to understand financial markets and investing, for sure, 100%. Like you cannot,
important for me.
You know what I mean? But intraday trading, no. I feel like the biggest thing for intraday trading, straight up, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm surrounded by more experienced traders than I am, is seat time, is straight up seat time.
Absolutely, it's screen time,
right?
There
is nothing more valuable than screen time, period, in my opinion. That's just something.
Wave 3 trader says, Sharif, I have several high-level university degrees. They have no idea how to trade, no concept. I have. And then they? You or they? I'm confused.
Who? I don't know.
Yeah, look, dude, I mean, obviously that has
practice makes
anything
perfect.
you would take in university, unless it's day trading related or trading related. I mean, even some of these guys that are hired by big banks, like the quant traders, they deal basically with just certain math style trades.
They hire exactly. Math grads and like physics grads are some of the biggest hires, because like I think statistically speaking, the highest IQ on like any given campus is retained within the physics physics section. Yeah.
Like theoretical physicists being like the top dogs, experimental.
These big banks and funds, they definitely want those high IQ individuals running their quant algorithms.
Well, they say it's just one. It's like your math that you're applying for one subset of requirements, and then you just
a lot of transferable skills.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Texas Hold'em taught me the best risk management. Very interesting. You're not the first person I've heard say that, actually, Wave 3 trader, because I think it may be a lot to do with emotions and the psychology part as well. In case you guys are interested in some psychology books, there is the one that we always talk about, which is what's it called? Trading in the Zone.
Trading in the Zone is great. Mark Douglas is awesome.
Shout out to him. Huge book. You got to read it several times, though.
Steinberger.
I heard about him. I haven't read it yet. I watched his videos.
He's solid.
Yeah.
But Mark Douglas, classic. He's got videos. He's got a couple of books. Trading in the Zone. What was the other one?
I don't know. That's the one.
So
Trading in the Zone is the second one he wrote.
Right.
The first one is the one that he references
Disciplined
in the
Trader?
book. Something like that.
Something
it's in
like
the book.
that.
It's in the second book.
Yeah.
So if you guys want pick up the name of the first book, it's in the second book. TJ Egan, hilarious. What education does Kathy Woods have? I don't know. Check Wikipedia.
Yeah.
But yeah, look, man, don't make fun of Kathy. All right. Right now, not everything is working for Aunt Kathy, but you never know. We're making fun of her today, and then 2032, she's king or queen. Sorry, queen. You know what?
Yeah, let's actually pull. Speaking of Kathy Woods, let's pull up the ARC ETF. Let's see what it's doing.
Lately? I want to see what they made.
I haven't really seen this one in a while, so I know this one was popping during COVID times pretty hard, based off of just again some of the other names that we're running that are part of this ETF. Wow, look at that! Talk about a reversion to the mean from an investing perspective, right?
Bro.
Look at that, $100 break. Like this stuff gets my mouth watering, man. Swing shorts are freaking amazing. But yeah, no, $100 break. We're testing the 30s now. That's crazy. And then look, this consolidation before, so we're back into that consolidation here. So
let's have a look at what Aunt Kathy is holding at the moment. Here it is. Let's go to the screen here. So Aunt Kathy's largest holding is Stressla, 7.21% of the portfolio, followed by Coinbase at 5.82. Roku's not far behind, 5.5. You got UiPath, Zoom. I know she's a big proponent of Zoom. A lot of these ones are in the 5 and 5.25. Exact Sciences Corp. Haven't heard of this one. Have to look into that. Square, Shopify, Teladoc, DraftKings, Roblox, Unity, Twilio. Let's see what trades she's been doing lately. Okay, so Veru was on watch yesterday, and I said to them, I'm like, I've seen something going on in Veru, and then we looked, and nothing was going on. Maybe because Aunt Kathy was something to do with 21,800 shares. So what she dabbled in yesterday, see her April 11th rate. EXAS, DraftKings, UiPath she bought, sold EXAS, sold DraftKings again, bought Veru, bought a bunch of UiPath, bought UiPath multiple times for multiple thousands of shares. So, and Kathy's been busy. It's an actively traded fund. Obviously, you guys know that. Diego Perea, Kathy, buy more Bitcoin. Why, Diego? Are you long BTC? Apparently, there is now $4.5 billion that just went, I think in the last month, something like that. Don't quote me, but Brendo brought that news item to us. $4.5 billion, whether in the last week or last month, that just went green on Bitcoin. So Bitcoin possibly making a nicer move up here. All right, let's look at our friend Meta and look back at these futures here. Meta retracing back down into 215.81. I wonder if another 216 break or maybe the first 5-minute candle to make a new high here would be an interesting long on Meta. We saw Big Boy move up, and now we're getting a period of retracement. So do we buy up this retracement here? Are we going to break highs on Meta? The high on this 5-minute candle here is 215.96, so essentially a 216 break. Let's wait. I'm going to wait and see what the price action dictates here. Maybe I'll sit here. I'll put a stop order. Let's go 216.06 because what's life without whimsy? And yeah, well, maybe we'll give it to about 09s. We'll give it 3-penny spread there. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I think that this is not a bad trade, seeing as it is relatively strong. It was up over 1%, now retraced a little bit, now 0.91. But yeah, keeping my eye definitely here locked in on the NQ. We rejected off that initial rejection off 13,090. That was at 13,090 level that Dan told us about. That was, I believe, a VWAP rejection, but we're really close to yesterday's close at 13,074 as well. So Obi and I were talking about the confluence between those two levels. So we shall see. T-Daddy. Sorry if I spelled it Sheriff, but you are still cool. Thanks, T-Daddy. I didn't actually see what you said earlier. Maybe I'll have to go back and look. Sheriff, Exact is a dumpster fire, he said. I don't even know anything about Exact, man. I'm going to have to look into that. I don't know much about her holdings other than what's publicized openly, maybe with the more popular companies. But I know she's very, future-focused, tech-focused, right? That's kind of her gimmick, Aunt Kathy?
Yeah. I think that's what her ETF kind of mainly consists of, right? Mm-hmm. I think there was like the Palantirs and Peloton, and a lot of the names that were kind of very, running pretty hard and very, I would call it like retail heavy. Yep. During COVID.
Were they retail heavy because she made them popular, or were?
I think that might have been like a feedback loop almost.
Yeah.
A little bit, right? Yeah. Like She might have gotten into them because they were doing well, and then she was doing really well because of that, right. And then it became famous, and then she brought in more volume, and it was just like, I mean, here's the thing, tinfoil hat, everything's a pump and dump, dude.
You think so? But she holds for a minute.
She can do whatever she wants. I'm just trying to trade. Yeah. She can do whatever she wants.
You're talking about it's a pump and dump for you, like in the sense that you're buying and selling intraday.
Not necessarily, right? Oh. Like we just saw what the ARC chart did.
Oh, yes, right? Of course.
So it's like, yeah, you can see similar supply-demand mechanics going on, just on a different time frame, right? Like whether a move like rockets up intraday 100% and then drops back down, or if it does that over the span of like 6 months to 2 years, mm-hmm. I think the underlying supply-demand mechanics that kind of constitute that kind of move is relatively the same. So if you can kind of think of it that way, then yeah, I think it's much easier to kind of analyze some of these stocks. Because like, you're being sold to. Like I said this yesterday, I don't like being sold to. When someone's selling me something, I can tell.
Yeah, no, we talked about that yesterday. Yeah. I mean, that's what it is. Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more, man. Well, she'll have to prove herself, I guess. She's no longer the rock star she was maybe into 2020.
Yeah. I'm sure that like. it was a little propped up because of how well the market was doing.
Of course, and
right?
people said that at the time, right? Like they're like, okay, well, you know, we have all this artificial money coming into the economy, you know, prices for equities, real estate, and what have you, everything, used cars, you name it, everything was artificially inflated because of the amount of money coming in. It was just ridiculous. I heard some figure this morning about the amount of money that came in during that time. I forget what it is. Yeah. It was on one of these podcasts this morning. They have awesome figures, and the way that they're able to digest the market and regurgitate that back, you know, and you're able to kind of
like looking at long term, right? We've had it was high R vol years, right? Now if a stock has higher R vol, right, it's definitely tradable.
Yeah.
That's one thing, right? But now if you have stocks the market has a high R vol over a couple of years, and then it kind of starts to die off. Like where and when have we seen that before? I mean, those are the questions I was asking myself, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So definitely some of those thoughts can give you some direction on longer term market moves.
One thing that's for sure is there is a lot of money still sitting on the sidelines, and that's surprising because you know a lot of these hedge funds, they are basically they got to deploy cash, whether long or short. They can't sit in a cash position. That's against their mandate or against their charter.
They're like required.
They're required to deploy cash, right? It can't stay on the sidelines. So, you know, it's got to be deployed somewhere. So sometimes you wonder, wow, if there's a lot of money on the sidelines, yet a lot of these hedge funds have that mandate. Wow, wait until the money starts pouring back in.
Is there a place where we can kind of, because they have to, if they're buying enough, they have to kind of submit filings, right? Do they? I'm not too sure.
No, I don't think all these hedge funds are public. No.
Okay. Because I was just gonna say, like, if we could, if there are some filings or something that we could look into.
I mean, some do. Like ARC does on purpose, right?
Okay,
like
right.
they do that for disclosure purposes, obviously because they have a bit of a following as well, right? Yeah. All right, I'm long Meta. I got in here. I like the retracement off the 50 period. Let's see what we do here with Meta. If we can get a continuation through high of day, 214.46, ideally through maybe the more liquid part of the day. The NQ is going to have to cooperate. You think it couldn't be, you know, I'm not saying it can't be, but unlikely to be on its own secular pumping there while everything is retracing. So we'll have to get some sort of upward move on the NQ. We'll see what we get here on Meta. We'll give this one a try through 216. I got long. I don't know why I got the worst price there. I put a spread of 216.04 to 216.08, and it sat at like 04s forever. And I don't know why I ended up getting the 08 print, but I ended up getting a poopy print. But let's see what we can get here. We are knocking on the door again of that high day. I think we just broke through 20s, but we're going to need some sustained moves here as we get a second test of that Dan Emmons 1309 on the NQ. We're going to need to break through that, please, anytime now. We're getting a very similar test on the ES back into VWAP as well, 41.46 and 3/4, 41.47-ish. That's where VWAP is hanging out. So at a possible inflection point here on these futures, see if we can get going. D-Lo saying they lack conviction. Why wouldn't they want to get in one of these lows, though, for long-term holding if we're coming out of bear market, rate cuts, et cetera, looming? Yeah, I mean, look, a lot of people pounding the table these days is saying, you know, they're pricing your rate cuts later this year. That's obviously good for tech and the more speculative equities. We've seen that manifest itself through a Bitcoin 30K break. So, you know, the markers are pointing in the right direction. Just, you know, the market has a way of surprising you. So let's see what it brings. David Bell, what do you think about the CMT program? It's pretty good. It's really dense, and the material is quite long and quite technical. After a certain point, it becomes really technical. You know, they start off general, right? And then the deeper you get in the book, it becomes more technical. It's nothing that I haven't seen before. Most of the topics that I've gotten to so far, I've already covered. In the John J. Murphy book, Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets. So yeah, this one gets a bit more in depth. Some stuff that I don't like, you know, the point and figure charting. I'm not a big fan of that, although I hear it is quite good and can be quite insightful. Oops, my cousin's calling me. It can be quite insightful from what you're able to digest and discern that you can't really see from candlestick charts. Some other stuff, I don't really like, but you can't like everything in the materials. So quickly before I send it back to Obi, another rejection off 13,090, now back into 13,000, high 70, 77, 78. We can't really break through that VWAP quite yet on the NQ. Same story for the ES, rejecting for the moment off 47s, back into 44s. Are we turning around here, or are we going to have... Are we knocking on the door of an eventual level that we're going to break? You're going to have to make the call, Obi.
I don't know. I'm not making any calls. Like I said, the tape is my guide, right? The level 2 and the tape is my guide, and the chart is also my guide. I don't know. I was thinking of like a similar word, But definitely more priority on the level 2 and the tape.
Flat top breakout. Beer money scalper. You know what we call it around here.
We're kind of testing the top of this range, like I said before, right? And these indecisive candles is kind of saying that we might hang out here a little bit longer than a couple times before, because look, you get like an undecisive and then flush, but here you have some undecisives and then you're still holding. Similar thing here, right? We were talking about the candle getting a little bit smaller and smaller, if we can get sort of like a consolidation and a break above here with this price action, then this downtrend could very well be broken. Now, kind of looking at Amazon, it has, I wouldn't say broken the trend, but it has started going a little bit sideways, right, on top of the 99, which is pretty decent. I kind of want to see that if I do want to start looking at a potential long off the 99 area if the markets do start to go. I like this kind of consolidation, but this consolidation could very well just break down, right? And then the long is not really in play. Then the trend still holds. So again, waiting for that direction, waiting for a potential trend break, something convincing to really give us some high probability volatility there. Other than that, what were we looking at? We were looking at Tesla, right? Okay, so just reading the chat. Tesla is still, hold on, this is the day chart. Let me pull up the 15-minute. Pull this up, look at that. It seems like it's within some sort of range here, right? Wow, look at that. We've been holding above this 175, 176 area. Hard selling, we were talking about earlier today, off the 190, off these 190 flush out the open, and then you hold 83s, 82s, and then starting a bit of a reversal with the rest of the markets, right? That's what's going on with Tesla here. Okay, let's check out Google. Google was another one. I don't know. I don't think it's ready yet. I know we were looking for that 105 area to come into play. So again, potential trade, not fully set up yet, but if we can really start to hold above kind of this consolidation from yesterday and start to continue, that could very well potentially be a trade. Again, 105 has been area in the past couple of weeks. So that's something I'm definitely watching out for on Google. Let's go. NVIDIA about to break 270. Okay, let's take a look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA I haven't taken a look at today. I know that I think I had 266 area as something to watch out for, and let's see what it's done with. Look at that. It's kind of bounced off that 266 area after coming to very similar action to Tesla, right? Selling off a little bit harder than the rest of the market. The market is starting to kind of consolidate at the top part of its range, and this is actually starting to break out of some of its highs that we've made in this consolidation from the morning. Now, NVIDIA, I don't know what the beta on NVIDIA is. Let's just check it out. Let me just pull up Finviz. Okay, boom. Sorry, not Tesla, NVIDIA. So let's see what the beta look. Yeah, so beta 1.77. So let's actually take a look at how we want to look at beta. Okay, so where's the link I was looking for? 1 second. But yeah, so here, just a quick search of what beta is. Measure of how, on average, how it's compared to the actual market, so like the S&P 500. So if the beta is above 1, here, maybe this will give us a better definition. Yeah. So by definition, the market, such as a 500 index, has a beta of 1. So everything is kind of ranked according to that. And then anything above 1 will have a bigger swing type of volatility. Anything below 1 will have a less volatility relative to the markets. So now knowing that how volatile NVIDIA is, it makes sense that the beta is like 1.77, right? And I think Tesla is very similar too. I think Tesla is almost double. Tesla's should be around 2, right? Yeah, 2.02 beta. So like it's almost double relative to the rest of the markets in terms of like how it kind of moves, or the extension of the moves, right? The ranges of the moves. Relative to the markets. We were just talking about like what beta is and kind of how to read the beta, what it means. Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of like if you have a margin account on your own in your brokerage, a lot of them will front you, or the margin on that stock is determined by its beta.
Oh, okay.
So if it has a crazy beta, they're going to give you 1-to-1. They're not going to front you any money on it. Right? If it's decent, it's a more blue chip, a big capper, typically you get 3-to-1. At least that's how it is on IBKR.
Okay.
So the beta always determines, how much margin you get on that particular stock, which is important if you're day trading, right? Because then you know how much you can lever up.
Yep.
My watch list at home on my setup, like I have a more like not a day trading setup. It's more, there's a trading screen and everything, but it's more of like long-term, my swinging type analysis. So that's how I have things laid out at home. And I have, in my watch list, I have the beta. I have the PE, I have the beta, things that you don't typically look at intraday that don't matter. Well, beta matters for intraday, but PE, not so much.
Yeah.
So there's a whole bunch of different things that you can use that we don't use intraday. Now, Meta, it's doing that dance at 216, man. And the reason it's doing that dance and not breaking and sustaining above because, well, the futures and specifically the NQ is hanging out below VWAP. 13,000, I want to say 90. Yeah, 90 to 91. That's the VWAP on my chart. We're 15 points or so below that. We've made a number of tests of that 90 spot. Shout out to Dan Emmons for a spot on call. As usual, Dan. Do we get this flat top breakout that someone so creatively called in the chat earlier? Or do we get a rejection? We're getting the same type of action on the ES. So it's the same type of thing over here, except it's hanging out at 47s, 46 3/4, whatever. It's the same layout. There's a lot of confluence between the NQ and the ES today. Here we go back with Meta, right back to the 50-period moving average. This is my spot to add. I'm going to add here on Meta because it has held the 50-period. Now, where's my out? Completely, I'm going to see if we break through that 50 decidedly, then I'll call this one quits. Let me look at what the NQ is doing. NQ is rejecting here. Ideally, I really should be giving this more room. It's just, I don't want to get in at the 50 period. It's just room here. Yeah, I'm going to send it back to you real quick. I have to think this one through.
I was just reading some of the chat. Oxy Long.
Obi's on, guys.
Have you taken a look at Oxy lately? Let's check Oxy here. Occidental Petroleum. Now, we were talking about energy earlier today, right? But yeah, look at this crazy move that we've had on Oxy. Oxy Long, he says. But yeah, no, Oxy's about to break its high of day almost, and the high of day kind of coincides with yesterday's kind of double top. So if we can really push and break the 64, 90, 65 area, then yeah, this could definitely be something. We're kind of like pushing up into this range, but like, I don't know, you could also kind of have the counter argument that like, because we've sold off of this level multiple times, that you could potentially structure a short around that, and then you'd have a defined out that if it does break, that like, okay, yeah, we are really breaking, right? We're not gonna sell off of this area anymore.
And
but yeah,
Oxy,
no,
you know, always associated with Uncle Warren. Uncle Warren was on for 3 hours today on Squawk Box with
No way.
Rebecca Quick, and yeah, he was live from Tokyo. You know that he's bought. What is investing? What is taking in? What are these trading houses? Are they called investing houses or trading houses? Something they're called something different in Japan. I gotta look into that. Apparently, he invested in some of those. So I don't know if those are the Japanese versions of exchanges or.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
okay.
Chat.
I'm not
Educate
too
me
sure.
on this because I don't know what those are. I just read them in a headline, had no idea what they were. So educate me on that
El
if you guys know.
Maestro with the
Oh, yeah,
€5 super chat. Do you think we are at a market ceiling in equities?
Okay, he's on.
I don't know. Are we at a market ceiling in equities? I'm not well versed enough to make that kind of call. We're just day trading here, taking the moves day by day as they come, I guess. But yeah, no. What do you think? You think the markets have kind of topped?
I don't know about that. I think we're going to continue to be really data dependent, and every time we get a good inkling of data, we move up a bit. Maybe we see a higher low incrementally, but maybe anemic higher highs.
Yeah.
But in any event, I don't know, man. I just
we're printing more money. Things are more expensive.
Are we back to QE or are we back to QT now?
For what?
Because we were QE for a bit when the banks had the issue. We had to pump back money into the economy.
I don't know if we're easing or
QT?
tightening, but but the fact of the matter is the money system works such that like we're going to continuously stay printing money. So like on the long run, it kind of makes sense that asset prices kind of just like go along with that type of inflation, right? So are we at a ceiling? I don't know. I'm not too sure, but I think that the markets are a decent indicator of human progress in terms of, and like even the S&P 500, it's almost rigged. Yeah. It's almost rigged to do well. If a company is not doing well, if they just get kicked out of the 500, and then they take the best performing companies into the
we have the
ETF, right? So it's almost rigged to do well. Now, if everything starts doing horribly or like starts to sell off, then yeah, you can see something like we've seen off the COVID pullbacks. Right?
Exactly. All right, still holding below this key level on both the ES and the NQ. I added at the 50 period on Meta. It bounced back up, tested 216 again. My averages are 88 on this one, so we're like 10 pennies in the money, but not really celebrating anything as we do that dance. It's a point of inflection here at 216. I think I still hold out that we still have to have a good upward move on the NQ in order for this meta trade to work out. I don't have a lot of faith in it being secular, so we shall see. Someone's yelling Lucy, 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 so we will have a look at Lucy, because that was an awesome trade yesterday. If you guys haven't seen what happened, go to the Trader TV Instagram profile, watch the latest reel. Fahad in all emotions, really showing it on the line there. Pull that up. Go to the Instagram page at Trader TV. They dropped a sick reel, and it's really funny. All right, right back down into the 50 period here on Meta as we do get that drop back down on the NQ now into 67s. That big boy moved down. I guess you're short, Sean. Sean is short. What are you short? He's short AMD where? I get one guess? Okay, well, I got to pull up the chart first. Wait. You're short at 94.
94, yeah, of course. Bang.
94. Not a shock. You want to know why? Because that's yesterday's close. Key level of former support, now resistance. We'll pull it up here on the chart over here. Okay, so this dotted line, you guys probably can't see that. Come to my chart. Come to my chart. All right, this 94 level, this was yesterday's close. So we do that dance a little bit around it. The algo spike takes us up to 95. We come right back in, take 94 to the sell side. The retracement, guess where it stops out? I'll give you one guess, like someone just said, 94. And now we're back 30 pennies below that. So interesting move here on AMD. Interesting move on the market. I still hold out that we are in a range. We haven't decided one way or the other. We could still break through VWAP, or we could reject off VWAP and Huadunk right back down into possible day's lows. On the ES, that would look like a 41.21 on the NQ. That would be 12.975 3/4. So let's see what the next, I want to say, hour and 15 minutes brings. That's how much we have left on the show. So
anything can happen. We are starting to pull back off. Like I tried to punch like 99s here for when it was testing. Kind of missed the fill, so I'm kind of waiting for it to see if we can kind of come back here and I can get some more shorts in. But yeah, no, the short was definitely up here on this lower high. Again, talking about the trend respecting, same thing on ES and NQ. We're starting to sell off the top of the range of the downtrend, right? So it's like some of those shorts were definitely clear. Had some clear risk around them. If you had them, shout out to Sean for having the 94 short on AMD. That's prime. The 99.20, the 99.30, or 25 short on Amazon would have been prime. But again, no FOMO. Not really too worried about missing that trade. Let's see if we can set up for the next one. If we can come back into 99 and kind of make a lower high, I could definitely structure some risk around that. But yeah, no. Let's see if there is follow through on the NQ especially, right? Because we're trading Amazon mainly. But if there is follow through on the NQ and ES, then we are good to go for the shorts. But
someone was saying Lucy earlier. Remember that?
Yeah, Lucy.
And I completely digressed. I focused on Meta, but yeah, here we go. Well, we're back into day's highs, Obi. Not pre-market highs. We got higher there in the pre-market. We got about to 450 in the pre-market. However, after the bell high is I'm gonna say, what time was that? Yeah, 4 1/4. So we're right back up there. Do we reject off here or above VWAP? I mean, it's an inside day when you look at the daily chart. We're within yesterday's limits in every sense. I mean, within even the body of the close and the open. So a bit of an inside day. We haven't really broken out one way or another. We're really close to actually going red on the day. So Lucy, I'm going to stay away from. It had a nice day yesterday. It gives me a real reason to get in. But right now, you know, just possibly rejecting off resistance here, not the look I want to go for. Okay, the markets, they're doing that dance, right? The NQ back up to 80s, the ES back up to 46s, Meta back up into the 80s. So, you know, we haven't decided. I don't think we've decided. Now, you got to give the edge to the breakdown because we are below VWAP, not above it, right? So if I had to choose, if I was a betting man, I mean, I'd say the short, but, you know, I'm long, so I hope the other way. My mind says something else. But here we are, 10 pennies back in the money now. Knock on the door again of 216 on Meta. I hope this is not a rejection level. I hope this is a breakout top level, baby. Come on, flat top break. Let's go on Meta. Let's break 216.46. Let's get continuation from the futures. We just did a bit of a topping tail candle here on the 5-minute chart on the ES, breaking through the VWAP, not quite though on the NQ, but nothing really to write home about, Obi. Just a perfunctory break and a retracement south.
Yeah, we kind of engulfed the previous 15 on that price action right now.
I almost hit word of the day there, bro. I know, bro. I mean, I can't hit that many times, but engulfed was pretty good.
So that buy strength that just came in.
We're really lowering the bar these days. I gotta tell you the truth. We really need to step up our game with word of the day
I'll bring through a dictionary next time. You know.
I know, right?
Yeah, no, the engulfing candle, the 15 that wiped back up. Like, yeah, I think maybe if everyone is expecting the trend to kind of hold. That trend follow through or even breakout might not be as clean as people are expecting, right? So that's a little bit of finesse required for this kind of shake and bake type of price action here in the markets. Yeah, nothing too convincing yet. So like I was like, yeah, I might take that short if we get back towards the 99, but like that rapid buying that came in right after the selling, that bit of capitulation. I'm not really. I don't really want to initiate a position off of that. Like if it were to be initiated, it would have been off the capitulation. But that's a totally different type of trade. No. But yeah, no. Let's see what this really does now. Because like if things are starting to, like I said, shake and bake, we could start getting interesting in maybe some range breaks, maybe some trend breaks. maybe some direction on the markets to get some trades in before we're done.
Some bamboozlement here. Interesting question coming in through good friend and viewer of the show's Reliable Rudy saying, how bullish does oil need to be to see someone take an oil long? I mean, we got to put on an oil long for this man. I think we're disappointed maybe we're not in oil, but yeah, oil's having a good day.
Are we talking about Oxy again?
Yeah, you were talking about Oxy, but none of us have the oil long, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah,
I mean, we got the good headline coming out of OPEC Plus last week, or whatever it was, with the cuts. I mean, obviously, if you're a bull, you're looking for those cuts. You want lower production. You want more people chasing after fewer goods, baby. That's how we get the move up. So we've got the good macro environment for it, not just a matter of picking the right players. Who do you got for that?
I don't know. Just I don't really look at macros as much right now.
Yeah.
But maybe that's like something I'm definitely working on, something to strengthen in my trading toolkit. But no, people were mentioning DXY, which is dollar index. Like, what's happening here?
Oh yeah. Well, remember we saw yields Huadunk this morning off the positive CPI print. We had the Dixie drop as well. On that, I figured maybe they'd retrace as the equities. I thought they'd pop back up as equities retrace to the sell side, but no such luck. Let's have a look here quickly. Do I have my treasuries screen up? Yeah, I do. Here we go. So, okay, so these ones all expired. I'll have to pull them up after. Yeah, I'll have a look at this after. But yeah, interesting move. We saw the yields today. They were at lows, the 10-year, the 2-year. We saw the dollar drop as well. So, yeah, interesting look. I mean, how do you see that?
I don't have too much knowledge on these topics, so I can't really speak too much about them.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Here's my main thing. Like, I'm not too familiar with like fundamentals and like the things that go on with like economic structure and stuff like that. I'm more just like level 2 chart, price action,
Technical
volume.
guy, baby.
Chart patterns, maybe not really. Psychology behind chart patterns, for sure. Yeah, that's more of my thing, and I'm like, it's something I'm working on, I guess. But at the same time, like, I'm also trying to solidify what is working, right? Mm-hmm. And some of the things that I did just now list have been working for me. Mm-hmm. To trade some of these names, so that's something I'm also trying to strengthen. But again, like this is a lifelong journey, right? Mm-hmm. Trading is a lifelong journey. You're almost never gonna be like perfect. There's always something new to learn. There's always something you don't know or you didn't know, and you're like, it's just like you don't know what you don't know, right? At the same time, you also have to know that.
No, just having a look at the yields here. So it looks like on the 2-year, we're down on the continuous contract anyway. We're down 1.3% on the day. On the 10-year, futures continuous contract, we're up 0.6% on the day. So some of the yields retracing. Someone said in the chat they're inversely correlated. Yeah, we know. Yields with respect to bond prices are inversely correlated. So when yields are rising, bond prices are going down. And likewise, usually it is like that with equities. Not always, though. There have been times where we have seen yields go up and equities go up at the same time. That's basically where the bond market and the equities market are diverging in opinion. You hear a lot of people speak about the smart money always being in the debt market and bonds, and how the bond market is more sophisticated than the equity market, and how as a result it's a better predictor of the trend. So that's what's said, not really saying whether that's accurate or not. But anyway.
Yeah. Edgar Lopez saying, does Obi actually trade or just commentary? That's pretty funny. Edgar Lopez. So here's the thing, man.
I mean,
trying to be
man?
thoughtful
I mean, like,
with
look,
the trades
if there's
I
no
take.
trade, there's no trade.
If you're busy taking low probability trades, like what's the probability then of having a profitable day, right? So it's like trying to cut out low probability trades. And sure,
There you go.
we're not going to catch all the high probability trades. That's a given too. And controlling emotions and controlling your mindset when you do miss those high probability trades because you were waiting for them and you weren't there to catch them. Listen, trading is definitely a difficult game as it is, and we don't want to make it too harder than it is for us, right? So taking trades that really are meaningful and taking shots that are meaningful really matter. And sure, yeah, if you're confident in the move, you can structure a trade around it, sure. But as of right now, here, yeah, I said I want to look for 99s to kind of hold, and it's still holding, and it hasn't really given me direction on which way it's going off this 99. It's same thing with the markets, right? We've kind of started off with some acceleration, longer candles. The candles get shorter. We have a little bit of indecisiveness. We have a bit of shake and bake with the sell, capitulation, and then rip back up. And so now, and then we're starting to break the top of that range. So I don't know. Like I'm still waiting for the right opportunity, and maybe you guys are seeing something that I'm not. And like I said, like I don't know everything, and I don't know what all the high probability trades are. But for now, part of my playbook, I don't really see too much right now. But things are definitely setting up. And yeah, shoulda, coulda, woulda been in at some prices, but that's a totally different story. But yeah, no, thoughtful trading. That's
no question
that's what
about
matters.
that. All right, running up back into these levels, how many times are we going to get a test at 13,090? How many times are we going to reject off 41.47 or 41.48-ish area, right? All VWAP retracements now. It looks like Meta retracing back into that 216 again, so the same dance. The only question, though, on Meta is we're seeing a series, on the 1 minute anyway, I'm seeing a series of lower highs and lower lows. So it's not a good look here on Meta until we get some real movement upward to really break that trend. We're not getting it, to be honest with you. And, you know, we're getting a constant rejection off that 1309 on the NQ. So, you know, you could make the case for accumulation. We're accumulating at that level, and it's just a matter of time till we break to the high side. We'll see. We'll see. I'm in this long. I just spoke with somebody in the chat, I think by the name of Will. I sounded like a broken record there. I think he's got Meta short. And so I said to him, you know, I think we're at an inflection point. And whether the market resolves upward or downward, right now is kind of undetermined. So
yeah, we are getting a bit of buying pressure, right? Testing the top of the ranges of the consolidation here. We have kind of broken the trend a little bit. Now, we don't know if this is a trend extension or exhaustion or anything like that either, right? Just like how support and resistances have exhaustions, so do trends. So I don't know if it's that yet. But again, yeah, if you had the long off those key areas like such as 13 and 41 area, then yeah, and you're holding, you're laughing right now, right? You're laughing. So like maybe you took some out at the test of the top of the range and you're holding on for the rest for the break of the range. Right, and that's definitely a potential trade, and that's something I could have definitely done with some of my Amazon entries here. Again, in retrospect, I think somebody said in the chat, like, look left on Amazon. That was a key area, easy trade. But yeah, sure, looking left always definitely is recommended. You can see price history, right, where prices have been, where prices have consolidated, where players of interest have shown up, and will they show up again? And if they do, then that definitely adds some confluence to the structuring your trade around that area. But yeah, no, that 99 area on Amazon definitely for sure. We kind of pulled back into the 98.40s, 98.50s. That's where I liked it. We're kind of flushing that area out, and then kind of bid back up into it, and now we're kind of orbiting as the market goes sideways, right? So everything I like to see for a potential long. Do I want to take the long right now? Maybe not. Should I have been long from back here? Yeah, sure. But again, different trade, different level, different type of mindset, I guess. For that. Can you check XRP, guys? Thank you so much, says Lord TV. Okay, so...
Let me just get to their super chat real quick. Lord TV.
Yeah, that's the one I just said.
Yeah, I had to Google this. Moroccan dirhams. Thank you very much, Lord TV, for 50 Moroccan dirhams. Yeah, get XRP, have a look.
Yeah, sure, let's...
It's been a minute since I've looked at that.
Where do we want to go? We want to go Binance, Kraken, Bitstamp,
I don't know. You choose.
Let's
Dealer's
go, we
choice,
go
baby.
Binance. Binance not bad. All right, let's cryptos. Let's look at a larger time frame here because they do trade 24 hours. Let me check out a 3-hour
Think the
chart.
equity market has ever become 24 hours?
Oh, I don't know. That would
There was
be
some talk
interesting.
about that,
I don't know if the equities markets would ever become 24 hours. But like if stocks become tokenized, which some of them are now,
yeah.
right? If they do become tokenized and start trading on these 24-hour exchanges, then yeah, you could potentially do that.
Some Middle Eastern countries now have like T+1, and they're even trying to get off T+1. We still have T+2, like the settling for non-margin accounts, right?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So they're trying to get off that. There's a whole bunch of stuff that the markets really could be that they're not at the moment. I mean, we're pretty advanced in terms of like centralization or decentralization, in fact. So it should be interesting where we end up. Yeah, I think we end up somewhere, you know, a bit of a hybrid.
I like,
go ahead
so
with
going back
XRP.
to XRP here, right? We've kind of had this. When was this? Now XRP, I do hold some XRP in a ledger, so there is that. But look, we are testing this 50-cent area. We kind of came up. This is a 3-hour chart, right? So we've had this expanding volume that kind of brought us into this 48, and we're creating a sort of like shelf or a support area on top of these tops here, and then this extension off of these tops. So a bit of a stair step. Now again, Bitcoin is running, definitely adding fuel to this move, right? All the other coins are going to start running as well if the leaders start pushing. But yeah, no, some support here I can see around the 49, 48 area holding, but we are coming down from this top. Now, if we can have another type of move where it consolidates and kind of pushes back up into here and stair steps up, I don't know if that's what you're potentially looking for the long, but that's kind of how this thing moves, right? It'll wipe up some top, it'll like break some tops, wipe up, start consolidating at a higher level above those tops, and then do that again, kind of a stair step squeeze type of price action almost. Kind of reminds me of Tesla over the past few years, you know?
Yeah.
Stair step squeeze.
Absolutely. What time do we get the Fed minutes?
I think it's around 2.
2. Okay.
Yeah.
So we still have an hour for that.
We still got some
just making
time,
sure. Okay, I'm not saying that one. You almost caught me. I'm not saying that one. You're not gonna catch me. $2 super chat. Thank you very much. Yeah, Sean's shaking his head, and rightfully so. Chances of the SPY coming down. They're coming down right now.
As we speak.
Yeah, well, here we go. Back into 41, 44. We're still doing that dance. Another rejection off that 13,090. On the NQ, that's a VWAP rejection. We've had multiple rejections off this level. It's been nice if you've been playing the range, but if you've been like me and waiting for that eventual either break up, break out upward, or at least put me out of my misery and break down and show me that we're rejecting off this level. We had the rejection off VWAP earlier around 10:30. We tried to retrace here. Remember, like this reversal candle? I looked at my buddy and I said, interesting reversal candle. So we got back up to VWAP, made a newer low, and here we are hanging out at VWAP again, creating a range. So let's see what this brings. What's the chat up to here? 10-year note auction number out. Okay, so we should have, that 1 o'clock. We always have the auction at 1 o'clock. Dan Emmons actually says 10-year auction as well. Okay, so here we go. Possibly movement on that news. We usually get a bit of a movement on the auction. Let me go to my my hot news here to see if I got any information on this auction. Maybe it's a little too early. Looking. Don't see anything quite yet on the 10-year Treasury note auction. So if I do get something, I will tell you, or if Brendo lets me know as well. AMC SSR, someone asking, is it? I don't know. I don't see it here. Let me look at I don't even know what my memes are. I think it's over here. Memes. AMC. No, AMC is not SSR. Definitely not. It's up 4.88% on the day. No, it's not. So AMC not SSR.
Nice. Check out these this 286 area on Microsoft. Like, look at this. We've made a top here. That was the opening candle high, right, at 286. And then out the open around 10:30ish, we make another high with hard selling off of that area. And then now we've retested that 286 and we're starting to pull back. Now, sure, given that we've made higher lows, we're kind of creeping up into the 286, but like, is this enough for a full-on break? I don't know, but like this double top, triple top here, this what did you call it yesterday? The trident?
Yeah.
The
trident.
The triple rejection of a price, right? The trident going on Microsoft right now.
So sinister.
So yeah, I mean, look at the hard selling. We've gone every time we retested this 286,
rejection,
right?
Another
so
rejection.
whether you see that now, again, that could be a trade, or if you don't see that, again, that could also be a trade, right?
Do we get accumulation and a break through that 286, especially if we get?
Yeah, if we're breaking
VWAP
through, I think
here.
it'll come in hot and heavy, and it'll be pretty convincing, or sorry, pretty obvious. For if we are trying to break this, how far it'll go off the break, I don't know, but convincing break should be obvious. But let's see. The markets are kind of holding in this sideways thing. Like, it looks like we're going to break down, and then it looks like we're going to break out, and then it looks like we're going to. Like, I don't want to get caught up in that shake and bake, right? Let it do its thing. Let it do its thing, and then once we start making a convincing move, and I think again we said that Fed minutes come out at 2, right? So it almost, it's almost.
But that's backwards looking too. Keep in mind that's before last PCE came out.
Yeah.
That's before the last several job numbers came out. That's before this last CPI came out. So even though it is indicative, because usually they mention what they think the rate will be by the end of the year, they give those projections. And so it's insightful to see what they were thinking, but that is, again, prior to several data points that we've gotten, right?
For sure.
That's the point.
Well, all I'm trying to say is that because we're kind of sideways and kind of almost in anticipation, undecisive, we might be waiting for something, and that something could be the 2 p.m. Fed minutes.
I agree.
Right? And again, just like yesterday when, what's her name, Yellen or whatever, stepped off and we got the range break.
Stepped off.
Right? And then...
Remember that in the 90s? Step off. Yeah, stepped off.
But yeah, no, the Fed minutes could bring us a range break just like that, right? Because this flat market, yeah, sure, if you're positioned earlier on, you definitely are in the money for the longs, or if you're positioned early on, you're in the money for the shorts. But given this kind of diddle in the middle we're having, we could be waiting in anticipation, right?
All right. Obi, we just made a new high here on AMC. We are now up 5.5%, a 574 high. Shout out Scott H for letting me know that. I have it on my side chart, but wasn't really looking at it. Here it is. This is the 5. Let's go to the 1. Yeah, no. It's been a decent trade. I mean, the notional rate is not there. The range is not there. But if you're sizing in, there's plenty of liquidity at these levels. We're breaking out, but it's not AMC's best day. In case you're wondering why this is even moving, they made an acquisition yesterday of it's basically a theater advertising company. They advertise prior to the coming attractions. When you go and watch a movie, that's what they do. And then the very next day, they're filing for bankruptcy protection. So you wonder if something was, afoot. There are no insinuations, of course, but you can't help but wonder. Anyway, so that's why it's up now 5.71%. It is at day's highs, 574. Okay, that's great and all, but the trade that we're in is Meta, and now Meta is back up into the 90s again. I'm seeing some good things again here on the NQ in the sense that we're testing that 90 level again. 13, why do I keep saying 30? 13.09. is where VWAP is. We've been rejecting off that level for quite some time. On the NQ, though, we've reclaimed VWAP. We've been, in fact, above it for quite some time, and now we're testing the 50 level. So whereas VWAP was at the 47 level, now we're at 50. So the ES a bit stronger today than the NQ. We've been saying that a lot lately, not a little. But for our purposes and the purposes of this meta trade, I'm going to be more focused on the NQ as we come back now into 89, 90 again. Do we get continuation here, or are we going to reject this level again? How many times are we going to reject this level, Opie? 91 we get up to, 91, but that's not good enough, man. We need a 100 break. Let's get away from that level, but that just might not be in the cards today. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still watching closely at some of these futures to see if there is any strength. Like, yeah, we kind of are pushing the break of the trend. Like I said, I'm looking for that 41.55, 41.60 top from before, around here, to see if we can kind of reclaim and hold. And then maybe potentially, if we can do that, then we might potentially see like a V-shaped recovery. But yeah, no, there's been some great reversion to the mean trades today, right? Core CPI shoots up, you revert back, and then you revert the reversion, right? So it's definitely a lot of opportunity there. But like within this chop here, within this slowdown, I don't really know how I can trade off of this. Nothing really in my playbook other than I guess I like a potential range break, but nothing yet. Now, something I've been trying to do a little bit more is like shorting at the top of the ranges and then going more long at the bottom of a range, just because I think that like over time it just gives you a better risk to reward, a better probability for trade working out. And also, like, if the range does break, right?
What?
If the range does break, then you have like a defined out of like, if I see a convincing break of the range, then I will get out. Like that's the reason to get out, right? Yep. So I think I like to structure the trade a little bit better that way. Now here, like this range that we're happening, like by that logic, I should feel more comfortable shorting the top of this range around here, this 93. But I don't. Why? Because we are showing a little bit of strength, right? So I don't feel too comfortable shorting the top of this range right now. And look at it go. It's kind of starting to accelerate a little bit. So let's see what it does, right?
We need more, baby. We need more.
You're in a meta position, right? What is that doing?
Yeah. Now we're happy again because meta's moving to the high side, and now the NQ has decidedly taken that 90 level, blowing through 100. Let's take a little bit out there. Oh, we don't get the fill. It sucks. There it is. Here we go, moving to the high side. The ES, the NQ, they're all awake. They're all moving to the north side. Finally, well, for the moment, it's resolved itself. Let's not get carried away here. We can find ourselves out of the money anytime. But it looks as if, for the moment, that 13, I said it right this time, 13090 LFG. There you go, Will Evans. Let's go, baby. I like how you tagged along for that trade. And it ends up paying off. We're long 84s now. We're taking some out here at the 20s on our friend Meta. But we're going to look for more continuation, baby. Okay, so let's look at the NQ here. Let's have a look at our friend, the NQ. All right, so I looked at Neil, and I said, Neil, are we going to break these highs? He's like, but where do you want to get to, man? You think we're going to get back to 13,241? I said, no. And I still feel that way, even though we've broken through 100. But where's the next good level? I mean, we have this peak over here. This is the 5-minute chart on the NQ. Right at 10:30, we kind of peaked out before we huadunked back down. We got up to 13,129. So that gives us another possible 30 points here on the NQ. This is a more micro level before we meet resistance, right? I mean, I didn't look at the 15. Let's look at that half. Let's see if we've been in and around here. I mean, okay. Yeah, such a crowded space. So if you're looking for a real level here, it's the 13.2. I mean, yeah, 13.2 is a real level. That's where we are going to encounter resistance. You have several peaks in and around here. So, yeah, let's hold. Let's hold and see. I mean, we're riding with the trend at the moment. Let's hold. I just don't know if we see high days unless something fundamentally changes. But, yeah, let's see what goes on. What's the chat up to over here? Volume profile touch. Okay. Schwab is pumping apparently. Okay. So Joe Goddard shouting out Schwab. It's moving. Let's have a look real quick because I don't want to spend too much time on these banks because we're in tech at the moment. Where are the banks? There we go. Schwab up 1.5 percentage point on the day. Having done about 10 million shares, but it's up and to the right, baby. Even on the 1-minute chart here, Schwab looking real good, about to take 5250. So shout out to you for calling out Schwab. We'll take some more here in Meta as we continue to move up through the 30s. Meta looking to break high day now. Yes. That's Sean hitting that, by the way. 216.46. That's HOD on Meta. So let's see if we can get that continuation. We're still hanging out above the 13,100, though. Not really decidedly breaking through it, though. We're at 13,105, 106. Likewise with the ES, just barely above the 4150, hanging out at 53s. Continuation, Shiba coming. Let's hang out at 44s. No, 46, yeah. So I'm going to hang out at 44s here on Meta ahead of that high of day. Havana Woody. Huh? Shiba coming. Shout out to Randy. Havana Woody. I know because I read the charter after I bamboozled into going long on them last year on the same news drop. I got you. Okay, I see what you're saying. Obi, we've been moving up, baby. I know you're taking a bit of a break, but the market wasn't. It's up. It's moving up, and we're breaking through some levels here, Obi.
Yeah, I'm just coming back here. Yeah, no, the bit of a break there into the 9940s. But yeah, look, still waiting for that reclaim of the 4155, 4160 on ES, right? If we kind of top out here and fail, then I don't really want to be long for that. But yeah, no, let's see. I want to see what we do here. That kind of coincides with Amazon 9950. We're kind of pushing up into that area, so let's see if that's there. Sure, I missed the long off the bottom of the range, like I said, but let's see what it does with 9950. Maybe I can be there for that one. I think VWAP is also around that level, right? Yeah, 9953 I have VWAP at, so it kind of coincides, a little bit of confluence at that level with a few different indicators and some price action from before. And we're only 15 cents away from it. So if the market really does get going, we could start testing it. But like this slow, steady kind of melt up is, I don't...
Melt up? Freeze up.
Freeze up?
Can't melt up.
Yeah, it's like slowly kind of grinding up. It wasn't like a hard break, well, at least on Amazon. I think the markets might have had a little bit harder break, but look, the 286 on Microsoft that we talked about, right? Like, look at that break that we just had, straight like a clean break. We tested a couple of times.
Microsoft's been strong,
and then clean break 50 cents. You got 50 cents off the 286 break.
Microsoft
right? And then now
stronger than Meta right now. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I haven't really checked what Meta's doing.
I just want to answer Michael Lloyd, or I think it's Michael. Sharif, battling the VWAP at this time. Anytime we are above the VWAP, we are bullish. When we are under the VWAP, we are bearish. If we can hold 410.50, I'm assuming is that the SPY, 410.50, I think we can see an afternoon pop to end of day. Let's check SPY here real quick. 410, okay, so yeah, he's talking about the SPY. Sure, the 410.50, what would that be equal to on the NQ? I'll have a look at that after once Obi takes over. But yeah, hey, shout out to you. You know, the basic principles of VWAP. I would put it so, you know, simply as to always say, you know, that this, if this, then that in every scenario, because, you know, the market has a way of making you look silly when you think that you know it all. So, you know, try to take them as general rules, but don't always stick to it. Look for more contextual indicators. Look for confirmation for multiple other sources and indicators, levels. You know what I'm talking about. You'll know more what I'm talking about when, obviously, more time in this game. All right, I want to talk about GFAI because we haven't talked about any small cap crappers here. Not much to talk about with Meta because it's doing that little dance above 216. Let's give it time. But GFAI making a move. Okay, so where's VWAP? I gotta. Okay, so I changed my studies over here into white. So we gotta change VWAP into black. Shows up, and there it is. So this one, GFAI. Look at this money hold on VWAP, man. GFAI, you know, tough to trade, very spready, ugly, but holds VWAP like a glove off that 24, and it's been really a good move, almost $3 up there into 27. You're seeing consecutively higher highs and higher lows. It's taking out some of these tops here that we had made earlier at that 26.50. It's breaking up above, man. I mean, I think we could easily see an HOD test today at 28.44. That's HOD. That came in right at I want to say 10:30 or so, and it was moved back into VWAP. But I would not be surprised if we definitely tested that. Maybe a double top would be afoot at those levels. We shall see. All right, back into Meta here. Still stair-stepping up as the futures here on the ES and the NQ retrace back a little bit. 41.50, we're back to on the ES. Likewise now with the NQ below 100, 13.09 for OB.
Yeah, someone just mentioned AMD. Let's see what AMD is doing. Sean just said he was short 94. Wow, look. It's the only one kind of selling off, right? That's solid. The other names are kind of like pushing up, while AMD is kind of selling off of that 94. See what some of the other chip names are doing. Intel kind of, again, relatively weak. NVIDIA, I know I got NVIDIA up there, but yeah, NVIDIA is more, has retraced a little bit more of the move than said other names. Yeah, no, definitely a relative weakness on some of the chips there.
Damn it. No, it's okay. I'm just excited. You can keep going.
All right. Let's see what we have in store here. 286.50 on Microsoft. We still have a ways to go till high of day, right? High of day was up here, pre-market high of day, right? Not after the open. Pre-market high of day is 287, so we could still have that in the books. I like that we've kind of broken that 286 area after we've tested this. Like, look at the significance of this. Opening, fail, retest around 10, fail, slowly grind up, and then we finally break and start pushing towards pre-market high. I like that. This is looking like a full-on V-shaped recovery on the day, and if Microsoft does not fail off of this and we can close higher than this 287, that's definitely something to look at in the coming days then, or tomorrow, right? Off that kind of strength. Now Microsoft is kind of the only one doing this, or I think Meta was also retesting its tops, right?
Yeah.
Microsoft is definitely much stronger, right? Even Apple is not really showing the same kind of strength either, right? Let's pull up some Apple here. Now again, Apple and Microsoft being some of the leaders of the markets, we can see that even if you're leading the markets and the markets are doing one thing, like your relative strength or weakness can have you looking very different from each other, right? Apple is a little bit more in this range area from that CPI kind of action, where like you have your lows at like 160.50 and then you have your highs around 161, and we've kind of chopped in between that range for pretty much the whole day, right? So looking at Apple, let's actually take a look at this on a larger time frame to see if it can give us some more direction on the day chart. Like, let's see where Apple is kind of pulling off of, right? Okay, look at this. So longer.
Apple cut a supplier. Someone was telling you in the chat. I know my buddy messaged me this morning. Here's what he said to me. He's a long-term guy. Shout out Alfred. I shout him out a lot. He's like, CRUS has dropped 11.48%. This is a supplier of semiconductors for Apple. They make the chips for voice recognition, Siri. Something is up. I think like 80+% of their business is Apple. So interesting look there. He always tries to sniff out these value plays. Shout out Alfred, always sending me nice tips. Completely different thinker, completely different type of person than me, which is why I like talking to him, because we'll see things that I don't see.
Like,
you know what I mean?
There's so many different types of traders, so many different ways to trade, and there's always value in trying to understand how other people are trading. And like, you can use that value to try and use that to upgrade your own trading, right?
Sure.
And that's what makes this game so beautiful. There's more than 100 different ways to trade, right? And you can have different strategies. You can be looking at different things, and you can still all be making money. So
here's what he's talking about, Obi. Have a look at my chart, guys. We have this CRUS semiconductor supplier for Apple. I'll tell you exactly about him in a second. Cirrus Logic is engaged in a lower power, high precision mixed signal processing solutions. The company's product line categories are audio and high performance mixed signal. It is a supplier of low power, low latency, high precision audio components that are used in a variety of applications, including smartphones, tablets, truly wireless headsets, laptops, virtual reality, augmented reality headsets. You guys get it. So here's the move. And you were about 102 to kind of close off the day, and we got to lows of 84.50. We retraced back up into above 90 at that 91.50, and we've been stair-stepping down. This might be an interesting short for a possible flat bottom break test here. What's up? Okay. Let's have a look at the chat here. Brendo, Cirrus, supplier Cirrus Logic Incorporated tumbled about 13% after a renewed analyst said the iPhone maker will abandon the solid-state button design for premium variants of its iPhone 15 series of smartphones. Yes, I did actually see that. I saw it on TikTok. Apparently, they want to have the side buttons actually not move in, but they're going to have a tactile feedback, like a vibration. So when you hit the side button, it'll feel like you're hitting it, but it doesn't actually move. So that's the move, down 13%, like Brendo was saying there. So shout out. Yeah, I don't know why I shouted them out.
So, see, looking at the longer time frame, it's almost funny when some of these PRs come out at like almost key areas on a chart, almost as if like they're using catalyst to draw out the chart. I don't know, a little bit of a tinfoil hat theories there, but certain types of patterns can be recognized over time in the markets for sure. Now you can see that, like, look, we've kind of sold off of these areas multiple times. We're kind of back in this 165, 180 area on Apple, and let's see, like similar with the shorter time frame, the longer time frame. Let's see if these sellers kind of come back in on the longer time frame, and we come back into this consolidation range, right? Like it doesn't mean that like Apple's going to go to zero, but it just means that like we're in a longer term trend, this consolidation between like 120 and 170, I guess. And like longer term traders are not really concerned about like, oh, whether they got some shares at like 130, 150, 160, right? They're in it for the longer term game. So if you have larger size, larger players kind of coming in and drawing out like longer time frame trends, that can really give you some direction on where you want to be potentially intraday, right? Especially if you're on like the edges of the range, right? That's just something to think about. And I think that like Apple coming out with that kind of PR where it's near the top of the range, definitely something to be said about that, right?
Will Evans, he says, yup, me and Meta just did a thing. Thank you, Sharif. Every day, y'all deliver bangers. Love it. Love TTV and LFG, baby. Hit the likes, and there we go. Smash that like button. And let's do a like count. Where are we at here? Where's my browser? What happened to my browser? Okay. I'll look at that in a minute. My browser seems to have disappeared. Guys, we're still waiting for a high day break here on Meta. Again, we're accumulating below that $0.50 to 16.46. I've been sitting at 44s for quite some time. Didn't get the fill. We got up to 44s, didn't cross. Now we're flirting with 40s again, so we're closer to the highs. We retraced a little bit here on these futures, but you'd think that, you know, a retracement was in order at that point, as we had been moving up quite nicely until that point. So again, my eye more fixated on the NQ than the ES at the moment as a result of being in this meta trade. We get the fill at 44. Pumped about that. Let's continue. Now we are back at high of day on Meta. Do we break high of day anytime here? 46, 40. There it is. Into the 50s we go. We'll take another out there. Oh, what did I just do? There we go. Take another little out there. Let's wait now. In the 60s we go, baby. There's the money. Now we're $1 in the money on this Meta trade. Let it go. Let it go. Yeah, we're long 68, so now we're at 65s, 67s. We'll take another piece out there, but let's let it ride to the north side, baby. We're not even back at 13.1 on the NQ. Yet Meta is still pumping to the high side, showing relative strength. Likewise with our friend Microsoft, who is now at 286.70.
Oh yeah,
7.
That 287's coming in hot, right? Markets do look like they're kind of starting to trend back up and break the trend. starting to hold in and around this 41 to 55, this 13.1. And again, you can see that follow through on some of the larger caps with Microsoft testing its highs. Alphabet kind of still kind of holding that 105 area. Let's pull up a little bit of alpha. Okay, yeah, so still kind of holding that 105 area. Not as relatively strong as Microsoft. What are some of the other? Meta is definitely, I think, Sharif's in Meta over here. Again, retesting the top. So you have some tickers that are doing relatively much better than the rest of the market, and they might be the reason why some of these markets might be being pulled up here, because some of the other names are definitely not as strong, right? Like Nvidia, Google.
We don't have that much shareage left
Amazon,
on Meta.
And then the top other two are straight up Apple and Microsoft, right?
Poopy.
So. Of course, Meta is up there too, and I think Tesla's among the ranks too. So Tesla is one of the ones kind of holding us down, while Meta and Microsoft are kind of pulling us up.
Man,
here
we
today.
took out too much shareage too quickly on Meta, man, and now
still
we only
going.
have a 14% position left. The only reason we have 14 is because we got partially filled on this 64 print here. It looks like we may just get fully filled as we were knocking on the door there, 64, here we go again. But looks like we'll only have 10% position after this this out here, which means that they're basically one more out. So yeah, we'll see. You know, I'm probably not going to sell this until we see some sort of important level here on the NQ. Because, I mean, well, let's see what's important level here on Meta. Let's bring in Meta. I mean, okay, there's another important level, which is 217. Okay, so that's what I'll probably do. I'm going to hold the rest either to my break-even point or to 217. Like we talked about earlier, that algo spike on the CPI release, we got up to 216.96. That's a pre-market high. You know, not supported by as much volume, obviously. So, you know, take that. You know, with less importance. Anyway, we're moving up here on Meta. We just got that 64 fill. I think we got up into 66s. So we're moving up here, baby. We're knocking on the door of 13.1 again on the NQ. You figure if the NQ starts pumping to the high side here and really gets going, that Meta's going to be among the biggest winners here because it is at day's highs. It just brought in a new high. 71's now the new high of day after the bell, but we're waiting for those 17s to get the last little bit. We want to test that pre-market high, Obi.
Yeah, someone was mentioning something else that's making high of day. Moderna. Let's check out Moderna, mRNA here. Like, look at that. I think, did they have earnings or something? What was this done for? Yeah, mRNA.
Yeah, they had a negative catalyst.
On
because,
Tuesday,
yesterday,
literally.
They said that they weren't going to sell as many what they call respiratory vaccinations, so their flu and COVID are going to be down, but that they were adapting their mRNA technology to other diseases. So rather than go for something guaranteed, because they were forecasting way less sales for their COVID and their flu shot.
Okay.
And so basically, you know, investors always worry.
Yeah, so you kind of have like I guess somewhat of an overreaction move, right? Like you dump down from like 160s down to 145s, and then you just have bids all the way for all of yesterday, and I guess today too. You're starting to make newer highs and kind of correct the overreaction move. Similar thing happened here, where like you overreact out the open and you kind of correct. So like this name might be one for some to structure some mean reversion trading around off of extended moves, right? When you have like a $20 or actually $15-$20 drop all of a sudden in a single 15-minute candle, then yeah, I think reversion is definitely on the table. A bit of capitulation as well. But yeah, no, Moderna making new highs, pushing towards that 160 area where it kind of topped out, fell off from a couple of times. So there's definitely some selling going on off of this 161. If we can get back up there, maybe potentially look for those sellers again if they're there. If they're not, then yeah, it's pretty solid, looking pretty solid for the long off the 150 area on Moderna here.
Yep. All right. We just printed new highs on Meta, new highs on Microsoft. 287 now the high on Microsoft. Microsoft is blowing through that 286 Trident level that we talked about. Yeah, the Trident level. Meta with 282 highs. It's back up there again and knocking on the door, wanting to print 83 highs now. It's moving up, baby. We said we get out at 17s. But if the market retakes this peak here, and by market I'm talking about the NQ, I mean, why would I sell at 17s? Here's the high that we got up to on that nice volume spike. We got up to 109. We're not even at 100 yet, and we're printing new highs on Meta. So, you know, unless we're going to khwadunk here on these futures, then, you know, I want to hold this Meta long. And I'm not holding much, guys. I'm only holding 10%, which is a little frustrating, you know. But, you know, we'll be thankful for whatever we've got here. And, yeah, man, we're just printing newer highs, 83, 287, 01s now on Microsoft. So it's been good. It's been a profitable little afternoon off these bottoms here as we sold on the Barkin speak. Barkin was barking.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Barkin was barking. And then Daily stepped in. I think Daily stepped in later, maybe pumped up these markets. I'm not sure. 84 now, the high of day on Meta. We're getting real close to 17s, baby. And the long-term portfolio, very happy right now, very happy.
Yeah, I know you're long that Meta from a ways back. Yeah, congrats, man. That's a solid trade. Yeah. When was the last time Meta visited these prices?
Good question, brother. Let's pull in the old testy charts here. We'll bring in the Meta chart. We don't need to bring. We don't stop here, guys. As we speak, they are shooting content to our right here. Oh, wow. Let's go to the weekly on this chart, Obi. Okay,
yeah,
here it is, Obi.
What was the all-time high? Or not, maybe not all-time high, but like the high for the past couple of years.
Here it is, Obi. So you got to say, we're going to encounter some resistance at 260. What's going on with these charts? We have a long period of consolidation here at that 260. This is pre-khwadunk. Remember, this is...
Pre-khwadunk, I like that.
Look at that. January 31st will live in infamy for Meta. A high of 331, Obi, and then a low of 230.
That's a day chart? That's an intraday chart.
That's 1 week. That's 1 week.
Okay.
The daily is not much better. It made the majority of the move in 1 day. That was an earnings sell-off.
Yeah.
It was an algo spike on the way down. But you got to say, we're probably going to encounter at 250, 260. There's going to be some resistance there. For some reason, let me just refresh this here. There we go. Now it's letting me. So, yeah, what's going on with this chart, bro?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's kind of like compressing into that area. Yeah, that would be the next
I think that's
next
a
level.
good area to ring the profit bell, to be honest.
The next bus stop on the route.
Yeah, I like that. Hey. All right, Meta rejecting that 217 test. It is now back into the $0.50 area. Yeah, the NQ, you know, not really decidedly above VWAP and definitely rejecting again off that 100 to the south side. So the NQ not ready to take that 100 level just yet as it, you know, retraces into VWAP. What is the level I want to talk about here? Enron Musk. I love that. That's hilarious.
Enron Musk.
Oh my God, you're getting a ban for that. Enron Musk. Sharif, did you buy shares? I bought shares. Yeah, no options. I've actually never bought options in my life. And I don't understand it that well. I've tried, you know, to dabble and learn, but still very, very, very elementary knowledge with respect to options. So nice. Yeah, Obi, what do you got?
Yeah, I just took a quick short on Amazon just within this consolidation. It's consolidating about like 10, 20 cents, and I just took a dime. I like my dimes, you know, top of the line.
Awesome.
You know where that's from? No, never mind.
Say that again. Sorry,
I was like, I like my dimes. You know, top of the line.
This guy's coming with hot lines here live.
All right. Yeah, no, just playing the consolidation range, right? So yeah, like I said before, like shorting top of the range, kind of covering and going, or let me rephrase it.
Yeah.
Selling the top of the range and buying the bottom of the range, regardless of whether you're short or long.
Yep.
Right? I feel like, oh wow, look, whoa, something's coming in.
Something
I
just
covered way
happened
too
here.
quickly.
All right, we just
somebody talking or what?
a little bit here on Meta. and we had a bit of a move down on the futures. Nothing too crazy, but it was enough to catch my attention and Obi's attention as well.
Yeah.
And it was quite violent.
Came in hot.
Okay, well, nothing too crazy. Go on. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, I mean that was pretty heavy selling, but like that was similar to kind of like the selling drop that we got like here, right? A couple of times here. But wow, look, it's really
what's
coming
happening
in.
here, bro? We are
Sells
moving.
Are like, look at these dark reds
Oh
coming
my
in,
God.
man.
Oh my God.
People are hitting
Sean
it below
is
the
going
bid.
to town with the stream deck, but they're all apropos, baby, because bears are in order. We're moving
my
down.
God.
Okay, so we're still
I
have money
gotta
on the
hold
meta
some of
trade. I'm
these
holding
positions, man.
this 10% to the grave, baby. But we are moving down. Something is afoot. Let's see on the hot news blotter here.
What's happening?
Be damned. Let's see what's going on. U.S. imposes export controls on companies assisting Russia's military. Okay, that's not going to be it. Not sure what's going on. Maybe we'll keep an eye. I don't know. Huh? No, I don't think so. No. Yeah, I don't know. I'm seeing a bunch of things come in here. Nothing really. CNN fear greed index in fear zone sell, baby. Okay, Daryl Finch, there we go, 216.82 short on Meta. Got to play that resistance of 217. I'm happy for you, brother. You're printing. You got that 217 rejection. I'm still holding 10% of the position, but it's been a good one for me. But I'll just hold the other 10%. I mean, I'm long 215.68. Almost $1 in the money, 216.50. We're moving back up to, so if we end up breaking 217, I want to hold the piece. I'd rather take this one all the way south. A wave trader saying, I mean greed. Pop goes the weasel. Okay. What else we got? Carvana buy. I haven't looked at Vana today. Sean was talking about that earlier. Vana's not doing anything. It's down 5%. So nice retracement into VWAP though on Vana. If anybody's looking for rejection maybe of that level. What else we got here? Brandon Profit. Have a look at CHK. Sure. What's CHK up to? It is $80 stock. It's up 0.6%. This company's Chesapeake Energy. Yeah, it's an energy company that I watch.
Oh, CHK. I remember that name.
Yeah. You want to have a look?
Yeah. No, you talk about it.
I'll have a look.
I'm just playing this
CHK.
quick capitulation type of move on Amazon here, just to see if.
Let me just pull that up here real quick for
through.
you. Let's go to duplicate. There we go. All right, come to my chart here. We'll have a look at the CHK. This is a 3-minute intraday. I mean, not much of a move here. We got an 80 top, obviously, with a bounce off the 200 period at 78. So you have about $1.50. But with respect to a longer term time frame, I mean, yeah, this thing says to buy. I don't know. I turned on these buy notifications on the trade ideas charts, just to give me insight and context. But this one says to buy here. I don't know what indicators or what process it's using to determine buy. But yeah, I don't know. This chart's a little too tough for me here. I mean, we've been below the 50 period for a while after really consolidating for a long time. And here we go. We get back to the 50 period here. Are we going to reject off it? We didn't quite make it back up to the 50 period on every retracement we had so far. This is the first time we actually make it back since, you want to say, December-ish? That's when the whole thing started breaking down. Interesting look. Yeah, energy in play, man. I mean, you got to assume energy is in play here. We've had a major cut by OPEC Plus of 1 million barrels per day. China could get going and their demand could cause prices to surge back up. So energy in play, man. And you saw today this CPI print coming down as a result of lower energy prices. We mentioned this earlier in the show, but that may not be the case for much longer. So if we're going to rely on lower energy prices to be the driver of CPI going down, we may be in for a rude awakening because energy prices may go up and other things are going to have to relent, like rent and food and all these other sticky items that have not been going down. So we shall see. Yeah, Meta, Huadunking here, coming back down into 216.25. Yeah, 215.68 with 10%. So I'm going to let this one go all the way back into my entry, LB.
Yeah, it took a quick long off that hard sell just to see if that was a potential hard sell and rip right back up, which it kind of did. It reverted like half of the move, But I guess I wasn't quick enough to get out at the 20 off the 99. Sorry, 99.10. But yeah, no, there's no real follow through in the move long. So yeah, I guess a little bit of a short there. But like again, I don't know. I could it didn't necessarily break my risk, but it definitely gave me a couple of reasons to sell. So
here it is.
I got out of it. What's up? What do you have
Fed's
there?
daily. Good reason for more tightening or pause. Okay, so I'll have a read through this, but here we go. Probably the result of this. That's a headline you don't want to see if you're a bull for more tightening, right? So I'm going to have a read through this entire thing here. It's probably a summation of some of the comments she gave, but we said that that she'd be talking. Looks like looking ahead, there are good reasons to think that policy may have to tighten more to bring inflation down, she told the Salt Lake Chamber in Salt Lake City, Utah. But there are also good reasons to think that the economy may continue to slow, even without additional policy adjustments. Talk about walking on the fine line there, sitting on the fence. While the fullest impact of this policy tightening is still making its way through the system, the strength of the economy and the elevated readings of inflation suggest that there is more work to do, she said. How much more depends on several factors, all with considerable uncertainty attached to their evolution. Okay, thank you. So maybe that's a possible driver for that, I want to say, move down. Yeah, it's a move down.
Yeah,
it's a
there's significant selling across the board there. But again, we are 15 minutes away from Fed minutes. So like volatility, bit of a pop in volatility. Yeah, I think that kind of makes sense. I'm watching the VIX as well. VIX is kind of starting to curl a bit off some previous lows. So yeah, we could have a potential for a move here. Again, breaking, like, look, we look like we were breaking the range, right? We broke above it a little bit, got to 13,100, and then kind of fell back down. So it is a lot of chop. It is a lot of confusing price action, I guess. You do have to be a little quick on your feet to really catch some of these fast-moving plays, unless you're already positioned from before, right? If you're positioned from before, you're not really too worried, because it's about, even if you're short, even if you're short or you're long, you're about around 50% mark of both of those ends, right? Wow, look at that. So something I've been thinking about, I guess, working on is like, if I go one way in a position, for example, like this long that I just took, right? And I'm like, oh, it's not really working. I should technically be able to get right back in the other way, being like, oh, if the long, if I don't want to be in the long, like what's the probability of a short at this point, right? If it's like if I know I should be wary as a long, then does that give me confidence as a short? Now that situation doesn't necessarily set up perfectly every time,
because it could consolidate.
Yeah, it could consolidate, but like that's something I've been recently thinking about and kind of I guess.
Are you trying to be quicker to react to a possible change in trend and to take advantage? Is that the end goal here?
Definitely. I think I am like sometimes I watch my self back trading, like rewatch some recordings.
Nice.
And yeah, watching them back, a lot of the time I'm like, yeah, it could have definitely been much faster. Like I'm waiting like seconds at a time, or that's like a lifetime when it comes to day trading, right? Like, so there's definitely room for being much faster. And yeah, of course, I'm not trying to fight the algos.
No.
But you can definitely sidestep the algos and look at some bigger picture things to get those trades in. I think so.
Okay, so we bounced a bit here on Meta, held 216 quite nicely. We went right down, I want to say, into 215.97, finding some support now, moving back up into 37, so good little move. Finding a bit of a bottom at the moment on the futures too, seeing a couple of reversal candles here on the 5-minute chart on both the ES and the NQ. If they close that way, they need 2 more minutes to close that way, so kind of premature to call them reversal candles, but we shall see, is this the area we hold up, or are we going to continue to print lower lows? This could be just, a 2-minute upward retracement and then another newer low. So if that's the case, you know what? I won't even give it to 215.68. That's my entry for the last 10%. I'm going to give it to 215.85. If it decidedly breaks that 216 level, you know, we may not hold up on these futures, and then what's the point of holding? You know, 10% winner is not going to make that much of a difference. So if this one breaks through 85, I'll get rid of the remaining shareage here we have on Meta. All right, let's have a look at what else is moving. Whoa, GFAI just made a big boy top there. Oh, geez, that's ugly. Let's pull up GFAI. Wow, GFAI. Okay, look at this, Obi. This is the 3-minute chart. Oh,
yeah, look,
what a
it's still holding.
Oh, I know,
it's
man. But imagine
holding.
Entering long here. I mean, this was exactly the candle on Lucy that Fahad and I printed on yesterday. We got out with the skin of our teeth because it made a newer low later after that. And then it ended up curling back up. But that's the bamboozlement that you're going to encounter often in these small cap crappers, right? Yeah. You're going to have breaks to the high, breaks to the low, and then ends up going in the direction you thought, but not after you get shaken, before you get shaken out. So
yeah, some of the smaller caps definitely teach you that how you can't really chase, right? If you're chasing on those names and if you're chasing the long for like a breakout on one of those tops, you're definitely more than likely getting sold to. So
what is happening back there? Gregory, what is going on?
I don't know. There's a party going on in the back over there.
I'm never surprised when I hear like all these noises coming from the bridge, man. Yeah, it's awesome working here, guys. What are the moves? It's awesome working here, I'll tell you the truth. Constant laughs. All right, Meta back down into 216. I don't know if we're going to get this bounce on these futures, Obi. We be coming back down, though.
Yeah.
Let's keep an eye on some hot news items, see if there's anything afoot here we can talk about. Insurance, no. This is all bupkis. Nothing important here to update you on. How's oil looking right now? Let's have a look at our treasuries. No, futures. Sorry.
Futures.
Yeah, oil up 2 percentage points on the day. Okay. Oil having a decent day. I'm using the continuous contract here, guys. It says May 23, but it says continuous contract. 83.53 high on oil. 83.21 is where we're at now. We're up 2 percentage points. So we're probably up a lot more earlier on the day. So oil having a good day. Oil stocks are good as well. Equities, you saw Obi analyzing Oxy earlier. And that move up to 65.21. That's a high of day on Oxy. Now it's up only 0.71%, so 3/4 of a point to the high side. Was up a lot more than that. It's back down below 65 at 64.84. Not much of a big day for Oxy, though. I'm not looking at anything big here in terms of percentage gain on the day for energy. I'm seeing a bunch of 1%ers, maybe a 2%er here and there, but not much of a big move, even though oil, the spot contract itself, has had a good day, Ovi.
Yeah, I'm just, again, taking more pieces off of this range. Just a few pennies here and there just to see where we can potentially go. See, bottom of 99, we kind of have like some green candles pulling up. Let's see if this move really follows through. And now, if you guys have been watching for a couple of days, you guys know I like to take positions just to give some information at times, just to give me a sense of bidders in power or are sellers in power, which pressure is more overwhelming, I guess. That can really give you some direction here. But yeah, no, a couple minutes before the Fed minutes, I definitely don't want to be in this position coming into the Fed minutes. But yeah, no, we still have a few more minutes, so that could present us with a little bit of volatility to really give some oomph to this move. We are at the bottom of the range, right? Like I said, I'm just trying to play the range here. Bottom of the range, bidder's been here before. They kind of came up again. Let's see how much further they can take us from here. Can we retest about 50% of the consolidation range? If we can, then we're still probably going a little sideways. But again, going into okay, yep. So there we go. Quick little trade there. just off the bottom of the range. Again, it's revisiting about 50% of the range, like we kind of expected. Just on a diddle in the middle, right? So some quick scalps, a little bit of different things in our toolkit, I guess.
Yeah, just eating up some protein treats here, baby.
Nice.
Trying to get these gains in. But as we do that, we watch Meta hold 216 again. So could former resistance be acting as support? Let's find out. For the moment, anyway, we'll have to see whether these futures hold out. But we are now back into negative territory on our friend the NQ. Yes, we are now down 3 points. We went red on that. We're still positive on the ES, up 11 3/4 points, but the NQ back into the red, at least for the moment. It's down below 75. I think that's where it closed out yesterday, 74, 75, in and around that area. But for it to really get bullish here, we're going to have to break through 110. We topped out there at 106, 107 last time around, and then we stair-step down. So not going to be good enough. 5 minutes left on the show, OB, though.
Yeah.
It's been an interesting one, man.
Apparently 1 minute.
30. Oh, we're sending it to the.
Yeah,
okay,
5
yeah,
minutes before
awesome.
the Fed minutes.
Yeah, so we're going to send you over to the Big Kahunas 5 minutes early as we have the Fed minutes being released right at 2 o'clock. So they're going to take you into that. Brendo's going to be at the big desk. He'll have Icon. He'll have Financial Juice. It'll all be ready. We'll let you guys know what is up. Any closing words, my man?
It's been an all right trading day.
All right.
What about you guys?
Yeah, all right, guys. We will see you tomorrow. Brendo's at the big desk. They're going to take you into the close.
Take care, guys.
Back in a few minutes to go here before we get these Fed meeting minutes from last month. Again, this could be a bit of a market moving event. It could be absolutely nothing. But regardless, we will show them to you as they come out here and get the market reaction for you live as it happens. Here is how things are shaping up as we head into the final 5 minutes here for